The Invasion of America. Indians, Colonialism, and the Cant of Conquest. By Francis Jennings. This book got itself started, unknown to me, when I picked up a used set of Francis Parkman's works in 1956, at 10 cents the volume. Having acquired them, I did the uncharacteristic thing of reading them all the way through, fascinated by the flow of dramatic, if sometimes turgid, prose, and increasingly plagued by a sense of something terribly wrong. I had had an undergraduate course in anthropology under that good taskmaster George Simpson, and Parkman's Indians seemed impossible to reconcile with Simpson's. Growing curious, I began to investigate sources for comparison with Parkman's findings. The casual inquiry led to a dissertation and a series of articles on matters of historical fact about which Parkman and others like him had been willfully and consistently misleading. It is not enough to say merely that these historians were in error. In some instances there is evidence of deliberate deception. 1. I saw little point in being only a negative Boswell, so I set myself the task of unearthing the history that Parkman et al. Had buried under an ideology, the history of relationships between Europeans and Indians in what ordinarily is called the colonial period of United States history. From the Indian viewpoint, however, it is the period of invasion of Indian society by Europeans. The Indian attitude seemed normal enough to contemporary Europeans, who armed themselves in anticipation. The invaders also anticipated, correctly, that other Europeans would question the morality of their enterprise. They therefore made preparations of two sorts, guns and munitions to overpower Indian resistance and quantities of propaganda to overpower their own countrymen's scruples. The propaganda gradually took standard form as an ideology with conventional assumptions and semantics. We live with it still. One of the purposes of this book is to examine the origins of that ideology. Another is to demonstrate its fallaciousness. Both purposes require comparison of the rapidly changing cultures of Europeans and Indians during the period of invasion. The comparison has posed many problems, one being the sheer quantity of available evidence. While the documents are often tantalizingly scant for particular incidents at particular places, their mass for the whole continent over centuries of tumult is overwhelming. As I write, the Smithsonian Institution is preparing a 20-volume revision of its Encyclopedic Handbook of American Indians north of Alexico, calling upon the services of hundreds of scholar-specialists. My one-man book must be on a one-man scale. By necessity I have been selective in my use of evidence, partly because of the inability of a single individual to master all the sources. Partly, however, the selectivity is based on my purposes. I am arguing theses that have emerged from far more research than can be presented in a tidy, readable volume. The manuscripts for sequel volumes have been drafted and will be offered for publication in due course. Here it has seemed advisable to hold this book within bounds by drawing mostly upon the evidence of a single region for illustration. For reasons that are discussed at some length in Chapter 2, the region chosen is New England. There the phases of development of Amerindian Euramerican acculturation went through a full cycle very rapidly, culminating in King Philip's War in 1675, and the sources of information are copious. The book's two sections are organized and documented on different principles. In part organization is topical and analytical, and references are cited from a variety of sources as convenient for illustration. In Part 2 a short narrative history of southern New England is presented in which the references are intended more substantially to make the stated case stand up in court. The study nowhere aspires to be definitive. It aims instead to suggest redefinition of issues and to stimulate discussion and research along new approaches. About the book's ethno-historical method and terminology, something is said in Chapter 1. One pair of terms is important enough to deserve special mention here: Amerindian and Euramerican. I do not ordinarily refer to white men and red, for reasons other than squeamishness. Such terms are extrapolations of modern conceptions into the past. Although invading Europeans perceived quite clearly that Indians had complexions different from their own, their dominant ideas regarding the Americans were long formed around conceptions other than race. The transition to racial stereotypes was a historical process that developed erratically at different eras in different regions. Regrettably, since Europeans of the second generation became Native Americans distinct from those other Americans, clarity of reference has required names with extra syllables. The longer names also seem to fit one of the book's theses, to wit, that modern American society is the product not only of interaction between colonists and natives but of contributions from both. Traditionally, historians have conceived of our present culture as a transplantation of European culture to American soil. In this interpretation, the Indians have been assigned the role of a mere foil, an opposing and distinct element whose only contribution was to stimulate the energy and ingenuity of European dispossessors. This interpretation seems fallacious to me because of the symbiotic interdependence that prevailed between the two societies in America for well over 2 centuries. Modern American society evolved from that web of interrelationship, and if much of the Indian contribution is not immediately visible nowadays, neither is very much of the Anglo-Saxon. We are not less the offspring of our ancestors because their bodies have been buried. Our society, like all others, is the product of its entire antecedent history, with all the human generators thereof. This thesis implies that formative processes in one society can be compared with those in others, and a tentative effort is made, in the appendix, to summarize the analysis of the colonial formative period of modern American society in order to compare it with the medieval formative period of modern European society. When assumptions are changed, phenomena appear in new aspects. The facts affirmed in this book will seem strange to students grounded in traditional lore. Some persons may find it incredible that the righteous, God-fearing folk who were their ancestors could have engaged in such practices as are here described, especially the pervasive calculated deception of the official records. Indians will not share in such incredulity, they have long known that pens could be as forked as tongues. I am writing this preface in the midst of the Watergate revelations. There is no need to dwell on them. I shall only remark that the Watergate deceits do not seem to be a very new thing in history. Persons and groups reaching for illicit power customarily assume attitudes of great moral rectitude to divert attention from the abandonment of their own moral standards of behavior. Deception of the multitude becomes necessary to sustain power, and deception of others rapidly progresses to deception of self. All conquest aristocracies have followed such paths. It would be incredible if ours had not. Recognizing this reality should not be confused with condoning it. Despite the real pitfalls of historical moralizing, the logic seems plain that what we approve in past conduct will be repeated in the future. Realism that degenerates into cynicism becomes in the end a form of justification of immoral conduct. Determinist theories about past evil reveal themselves as exculpation of present transgressions. Call it predestination and the innate depravity of all men, or inevitability and the inequality of races, it all comes out to the same thing in practice. What is past is irrevocable, of course, but the relevance of inevitability doctrine is to the present and future. The issue is not whether something had to happen, but whether it has to happen again. I have made the assumption that human persons do have some power of choice over their own conduct and that their adherence to moral standards, whatever those standards may be, is a matter of historical concern. This book ranges widely in subject matter and research disciplines, and it offers more than the ordinary number of opportunities for error. That I have inadvertently taken advantage of some of those opportunities may be the one certainty of the whole process. I have tried, of course, to minimize mistakes through standard research routines, and I have experimentally exposed parts of the study in journal articles and papers read to meetings of scholars. Let me thank the colleagues who have so patiently and sympathetically shared their knowledge. I am responsible for the mistakes they did not catch. My acknowledgments offer the opportunity to observe that there is more than one tradition and more than one establishment in our huge society. Without the traditions of dedicated scholarship and freedom of discussion, and their preservation by certain great institutions, my work, for whatever it may be worth, would not have been possible. Let me first express gratitude to the American Philosophical Society, Philadelphia, for its valuable research library, its editorial hospitality, and the assistance of a research grant from its Penrose Fund. The staffs of many institutions have ungrudgingly given time and service, more especially in the libraries of the Historical Society of Pennsylvania, the Library Company of Philadelphia, and the University of Pennsylvania, all in Philadelphia, the New York State Library, Albany, the Public Record Office, London, and the libraries of Lehigh University, Bethlehem, PA, and Cedar Crest College, Allentown, PA. James D. Mack, librarian of Lehigh University, has helped me on many occasions, and Jerry Rock, librarian of the Medical School of the University of Pennsylvania, has sifted and provided materials for me from the exotic literature of medicine. The long catalogue of my debts continues in extension through the reference notes where space is available for due appreciation. Here let me thank Professors Richard S. Dunn, Anthony F. C. Wallace, and Murray Murphy for early criticism and continued encouragement, Dr. Gordon M. Day for introducing me to the company of ethno-historians and for his sustained friendly interest, Dr. William N. Fenton for path-breaking scholarship and amiable cautions, Dr. Wilcom E. Washburn for demonstrating the value of comparison of texts from different sources, Professor C. A. Wesslager for a large correspondence of criticism, badinage, and shared learning, and Miss Moretta Quick-9 for invaluable help of another sort. Thanks are due also to Deans Henry F. Palmer and Charles Peterson of Cedar Jest College for moral support, travel grants, and precious free time. Last, and always first, to deserve full gratitude is my beloved and enduring partner, Joan Woolcott Jennings, an editorial critic of no mean abilities. Technical note. With one class of exceptions, all dates are given as in sources without adjustment from the old style, Julian calendar to the present new style, Gregorian calendar. The exceptions are dates in January, February, and early March. These are removed from the end of the old style year and put at the beginning of the following year in conformity with present practice. Thus March IO, 1674, Old Style, becomes March 10, 1675. The distinction between the two calendars is critical in the interpretation of a number of documents. Quotations generally follow the original in spelling, capitalization, and interior punctuation. In some instances spelling and punctuation have been sparingly modernized to clarify sense. Abbreviations have been spelled out, the ampersand has been expanded to and yet and yt have been transliterated into the and that. Typography conforms to modern usage. No words are omitted except where indicated by an ellipsis, and none are added except in square brackets. With these exceptions, quotations are as they appear in the cited sources. Contents. Part I, Myths of the Marchlands 1. Crusader Ideology and an Alternative 3-2. Widowed Lands 15-3. Reciprocal Discovery 32-4. Savage Heathen 43-3. Savage Form for Peasant Function 38-6. Unstable Symbiosis 83-7. Lordship and Vassalage 103-8. The Deed Game 128-9. Savage War 146-10. Pioneers EI. Part 2. The Heathen for Inheritance. And the Earth for Possession 11. The Dread Lord and Lords of New England 17712. Two Ways to Connecticut 186-13. We Must Burn Them 202-14. Apostles to the Indians 228-13. Lords, Subjects, and Sovereign, a Quarter Century in 10 Scene 234-16. The Disunited Colonies 282-17. Outrage Bloody and Barbarous 298-18. Dead End 313. The particular conception of ideology signifies a phenomenon intermediate between a simple lie at one pole, and an error, which is the result of a distorted and faulty conceptual apparatus, at the other. Karl Mannheim. Chapter 1 SV Crusader Ideology and an Alternative. When Europe burst its bounds in the late 15th century, it was a continent of mixed attainments. Italy knew the Renaissance, but Italy was not the base of the reconnaissance. The Atlantic coast countries destined for overseas empire had little of Italy's artistic splendor or intellectual boldness. Spain and Portugal were deeply steeped in feudal institutions and customs. France's kings had only just won their long, debilitating contests with the kings of England and the dukes of Burgundy, and in England the Tudors had just begun to salvage what remained from the Wars of the Roses. However much may now be seen of germs and origins of modern times, the peoples of the springboard societies of Western Europe knew only what they had grown up with, and that was still feudal in conception, in conduct, and in expectation. When Europeans began their astounding voyages to dazzling new worlds, they could carry only the freight they possessed. The ideas and institutions with which they conquered and colonized were the same they knew at home. On 1,000 frontiers Europeans used the technology of superior ships and guns to gain beachheads. They then imposed on top of indigenous societies the devices best understood by the conquerors. 1. The conception of feudalism, as the term is thus employed, cannot be sharply limited to the single institution of lordship and vassalage. Feudal times knew more complexity than one rigid pattern. Rather, what is here meant is a whole society emerging from centuries of struggle, during which Europe had been the invaded land. The prologue to the feudal era was the destruction wrought by whole peoples. Marching in arms. From each conflict more fragments were struck off until Europe became merely a name for a bewildering multiplicity of autonomous and semi-autonomous communities, monoreal, urban, ecclesiastical, commercial, and military. Feudal process was the incessant wrestling within and between these communities to establish relations of dominance and dependency. In such a work, the ordering restraints of religion and law often became mere instruments for conquest, petty or grand. Medieval theologians taught that the fruits of any conquest could only be legitimate if the war that won them had been just. For ambitious warrior lords it was sometimes awkward to arrange the conditions of a just war at opportune moments, but they preferred not to give their enemies advantage by violating the doctrine too blatantly. Difficulties increased when the prospective candidates for subjection lived halfway round the world. It was hard to proclaim a righteously defensive war against an enemy who had never ventured within 1,000 miles of one's domain. Happily there was a surveying precedent. The Crusades had well established the principle that war conducted in the interests of Halvi Church was automatically just. 3. That principle stayed very much alive at the extremes of Europe where Islam held power. When the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople in 1453 opened all of the Balkans to Muslim invasion and gave the Turks naval power to threaten all of Mediterranean Christendom, Portugal and then Spain took the counter-offensive. Within 2 years after Constantinople's fall, Pope Nicholas V empowered Portugal's king to enslave the persons and seize the lands and property of all Saracens and pagans whatsoever, and all other enemies of Christ wheresoever placed. For the Portuguese used Nicholas's instruction to sanction their raids on Muslims of the African coast of the Mediterranean, but Portugal had also become interested in Africa's Atlantic coast, and the papal bulls whatsoever and wheresoever legitimized slaving expeditions anywhere. Persons and kingdoms who had never threatened Portugal, who had been unknown to all Europe, became just prey. Doctrine that had originated to sanctify conquest of the Holy Lands expanded to justify conquest of the world. 5. The Portuguese were soon joined in their sacred mission by other claimants to piety and plunder. In 1493 Rodrigo Borgia, in his capacity as Pope Alexander VI, granted to the rulers of Spain all the world not already possessed by Christian states, so that the abandoned heathen could be drawn to embrace the Catholic faith and be trained in good morals. Borgia did this of our own sole largesse and certain knowledge and out of the fullness of our apostolic power, by the authority of Almighty God. To remove all possible doubt of his intent, he characterized his document as our exhortation, requisition, gift, grant, assignment, investiture, deed, constitution, deputation, mandate, inhibition, indult, extension, enlargement, will, and decree, threatening violators of all that with the wrath of Almighty God, as well as, rather anticlimactically, the additional wrath of Saints Peter and Paul. 6. Portugal's and Spain's willingness to undertake the sacrifice and toil of saving heathen souls failed to wring gratitude from other European powers. Henry VII of England, as orthodox in the Catholic faith as the rulers of Spain and Portugal, eschewed talk of morals or conversion to concentrate bluntly upon the real issue. In 1496 he commissioned John Cabot to conquer, occupy, and possess the lands of heathens and infidels. Henry's expressed motive was simply to acquire the dominion, title, and jurisdiction of the same. 7 *******11 The emerging nation-states of Europe had centralized new military power in their kings' hands, but had held to old habit in warranting the use of power. Conquest as the extension of the Crusades was unarguably feudal in its conception. It was also not Christian in any sense taught by the master prophet of Christianity. The crusading mentality was formed by the feudal warlords' urge to conquest. In its turn it formed the rationalization for conquest and imprinted itself on everything the conquerors would do or become. The invaders of strange continents assumed an innate and absolute superiority over all other peoples because of divine endowment. Their descendants would eventually secularize the endowment to claim it from nature instead of God, but would leave its absolute and innate qualities unchanged. Reconnaissance Europeans were both mostly Christian by profession and mostly Caucasian by heredity. When racism later emerged as the dominant principle of European conquest, it grew naturally by easy stages out of feudal religiosity. The overwhelming importance of this fact can be seen in a single glance at the behavior and rationalizations of the Crusaders. Their enemies were also the enemies of the Crusaders' God and therefore outside the protection of the moral law applicable to that God's devotees. No slaughter was impermissible, no lie dishonorable, no breach of trust shameful, if it advantaged the champions of true religion. In the gradual transition from religious conceptions to racial conceptions, the gulf between persons calling themselves Christian and the other persons, whom they called heathen, translated smoothly into a chasm between whites and coloreds. The law of moral obligation sanctioned behavior on only one side of that chasm. 8. The conquerors of America glorified the devastation they wrought in visions of righteousness, and their descendants have been reluctant to peer through the aura. Decent men with pigmentless skins no longer overtly espouse delusions of peculiar grandeur, but the myths created by the cant of conquest endure in many forms to mask the terrible tragedy that was Europe's glory. Although the ideologists of conquest can no longer evoke admiration for holy wars or pseudo-biology, they have yet one great and powerful system of myth among their resources. In it the Christian Caucasians of Europe are not only holy and white but also Seoriaized 7whie the pigmented heathens of distant lands are not only idolatrous and dark hut savage. Thus the absolutes of predator and prey have been preserved, and the grandeur of invasion and massacre has kept its sanguinary radiance. From very ancient times self-consciously civilized people have favorably compared themselves with their neighbors. The Greeks invented the term barbarian to apply to outsiders even such as Egyptians and Persians, and the Romans were not slow to adopt the idea. As W. R. Jones has remarked, the antithesis which opposed civilization to barbarism was a highly useful cliché, and one which served equally well as a means of self-congratulation and as a rationalization for aggression. 9. Barbarism's definition varied from century to century, sometimes stressing linguistic or cultural differences, sometimes denoting little more than heathenism in religion, but always retaining a core meaning of inferiority in moral worth. In Jones's words, the image of the barbarian, whatever its specific historical context and to whomever applied, was the invention of civilized man who thereby expressed his own strong sense of cultural and moral superiority. 10. Sometimes the factual difference between civilization and savagery was very slight indeed. In 1395 Richard II of England excoriated the wild Irish who maintained independence of his rule. Wild Irishman is a humorous phrase nowadays, but Richard was not making jokes, and neither were his officials in Ireland who used the term repeatedly and who hanged those Irishmen when they caught them. Wild Irish is really a translation from the Norman French used by the conquest aristocracy. The words actually written by Richard were Iro savages, nos enemies, literally savage Irish, our enemies. In an era of linguistic mixing, the words wild and savage were used interchangeably not only to identify Irish people but also to describe the Scots of the Highlands and the Islands, contrasting them with the anglicised inhabitants of the lowlands. 11. Ironically, Richard was attacking the Irish as savages at just the moment that England was plunging into the Wars of the Roses. It may be worth our trouble to examine how fine a line actually distinguished the societies of England and Ireland at that time. Both countries were Christian and Catholic, although the independence of the Irish monastic movement kept rankling the bureaucratic hierarchy of the bishops and thus influenced the papacy to give its support to England. Both countries were fully agricultural, with flocks and herds as well as tillage. Both were haphazardly literate, and the Irish had their own alphabet as well as literature. Both had metals and masonry and weaving. Both had towns and ships and commerce with other countries. The Irish were, on the whole, a more rural people than the English, but England was by no means an urbanized country even by the standards of that day. A contemporary Italian would have laughed at the thought. The difference was political and no more. What made Irishmen morally inferior to Englishmen, and thus imposed a duty on England's kings to conquer the other island, was the government of most of Ireland by independent tribes and clans instead of subject vassal lords. One might say that Ireland was fit to be conquered simply because it was there, but wars require more elaborate justification than mountain climbing. With no substantial difference between the two societies except tribal government on the one hand and a feudal state on the other, the Norman French kings of England set themselves up as carriers of civilization to a savage people. At other times and on other occasions powers bent on conquest have been able to point to more substantial differences between their own cultures, always deemed as civilization, and the uncivilized societies of their opponents. Most frequently, perhaps, the difference has been one of religion. At other times it might have been nomadic instead of sedentary habitation or one mode of subsistence versus another, communities without agriculture or those possessing horticulture but lacking animal husbandry were barbarous or savage. Some social scientists have tried to bring validity and precision to these conceptions by making literacy the criterion of civilization. All of these floundering attempts at explanation only serve to obscure the essential fact that the civilized-uncivilized distinction is a moral sanction rather than any given combination of social traits susceptible to objective definition. It is a weapon of attack rather than a standard of measurement. There are other ways of using these terms, to be sure, although the taint of historical usage makes difficult any attempt to purify them. The myth's moral antithesis has survived superficial changes in terminology. Toward the end of the Middle Ages, Europeans became aware of high cultures other than their own, and it was not easy for the rude mountaineers of Christian Castile to hurl barbarian at the cultivated Moors of Granada. But Europe expanded against simple societies also, and the tribes of Africa and America could readily be identified as social structures radically different from the forms of civilization reluctantly conceded to parts of Islam. The distant heathen were savage, and savagery imperceptibly displaced barbarism as civilization's antithesis. 12. The ancient myth cast a heavy shadow over the 19th century social scientists who attempted to structure the evolution of societies in three stages of savagery, barbarism, and civilization. A pioneer in this effort was the American lawyer-ethnologist Ewes Henry Morgan, whose work on the Iroquois Indians is often said to have founded the science of anthropology in the United States. 1. Torn between his sympathy for the Indians and his contempt for their condition, Morgan recognized that they were not the savages of crude popular myth, but he was equally certain of the inferiority of their culture to his own. Thus he put them in between the bottom and the top and gave their intermediate position the name of barbarism, which had earlier been synonymous with savagery as a term for debasement. Searching for empirical criteria with which to distinguish one stage from the other, Morgan fixed upon literacy as the invention that had created civilization. The highest stage of human development, he wrote, had begun with the phonetic alphabet. 14. Despite all goodwill toward his Iroquois friends and neighbors, Morgan could not suppress ethnocentric pride. His major theoretical work ended with an overt declaration of racial elitism. It must be regarded as a marvelous fact that a portion of mankind 5,000 years ago, less or more, attained to civilization. In strictness, but two families, the Semitic and the Aryan, accomplished the work through unassisted self-development. The Aryan family represents the central stream of human progress, because it produced the highest type of mankind, and because it has proved its intrinsic superiority by gradually assuming the control of the earth. 1-5 Morgan's ideas achieved great influence, partly directly and partly indirectly, through adoption by the founders of Marxism. Marx's colleague Friedrich Engels accepted the intermediate category of barbarism for the Indians of eastern North America and, like Morgan, found much to admire in this sort of barbarism. Also, like Morgan, Engels believed in the superior development of Aryans and Semites, though he generally avoided racial comparisons. He diverged from Morgan, however, in identifying the line of distinction between barbarism and civilization. In his extremely influential work, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, Engels concluded that exploitation of one class by another was the basis of civilization and that the characteristic institution of civilization was the territorial state with coercive power. 16 The difference between Engels' state power and Morgan's phonetic alphabet is not slight when one is to be considered as the measure of civilization, and the difference has never been bridged over. Whatever efforts, arc made to __obj_pontify jts definition, civilizatio n necessaral y implies not only technical by moral superiority for the stages assumed to be lower on the evolutionary scale. Civilization is rarely conceived of in terms of empirical data, and although its phenomena might vary as widely as those of ancient Sparta and Victorian England, its essence is always its status on the top of the evolutionary ladder. That constant can be preserved through an infinity of empirical transformations. There are, of course, many meanings that can be given to the word civilization. In its mythical sense, it is an absolute quality that cannot be grammatically pluralized. This sense must be distinguished from the relative use of the term, as when Greek civilization is compared to medieval European civilization or Chinese civilization or even North American Indian civilization. In modern usage, one may refer to different sorts of civilization in a way that makes the term interchangeable with the anthropological term culture. The ambiguity between absolute and relative meanings for the same term has created great confusion. The absolute meaning is the one under discussion here. Civilization as an absolute quality is omnipresent in American history and literature. Roy Harvey Pierce has shown how our writers have developed a myth of social structure in which civilization and savagery stood as reciprocals, each defined as what the other was not, and both independent of any necessary correlation with empirical reality. Pierce found that the conjoined myth so greatly distorted Americans' perceptions of reality that they met constant frustration in dealing with the issues raised by the presence of Indians. Even philanthropy and humanitarianism would not work. He on whom it was to work was in fact no Indian but an image which the civilized conscience had created just for the protecting, which the civilized intellect and the civilized imagination had earlier created just for the destroying. Civilization had created a savage, so to kill him. Idea had begotten image, so to kill it. The need was to go beyond image and idea to the man. 1-7 In modern historical literature, the civilization-savagery myth is most firmly fixed in the writings of the frontier thesis school. Although we customarily attribute the founding of this school to Frederick Jackson Turner, only a particular formulation of the frontier idea belongs to him, and some writers who have become dubious about Turner's sweeping rhetoric continue to use the more general civilization-savagery conception without reference to his special contribution. As long ago as the 1620s, Captain John Smith and the Reverend Samuel Purchas laid the foundation for that general conception, and the Puritan historians of King Philip's War, most notably the Reverend William Hubbard, built upon it. 18. It is significant, I think, that men trained in theology were so prominent in the myth's origins. In Hubbard's variant, civilization was the property of the divinely chosen people of New England. The 19th-century historian Francis Parkman maintained New England's primacy, but he secularized the basic myth by transforming the author of election from divinity to nature and converting the triumph of the chosen to the survival of the fittest. 19 Frederick Jackson Turner, extending the scope of the myth to carry it through the 19th century and across the continent, found a good name for the survival of the fittest. He called it democracy. 20 In the 20th century, Walter Prescott Webb suggested that the myth should be expanded further to include the history of Europe and the world. 21 The 20th century has also seen a determined movement among historians to re-examine the realities of America's frontiers. Traditionalists have shown great flexibility in adapting the substance of the old myth to new findings and new terminology. Turner's most forthright disciple, Ray Allen Billington, has devoted his career to adapting the frontier thesis to the facts disclosed by new research. 22 Douglas Edward Leach and Alden T. Vaughan have taken different roads back to 17th century New England to translate Puritan self-conceptions into terms acceptable today. Leach overtly equated civilization versus savagery with white man versus red, while Vaughan preferred to type it as Christianity versus heathenism, both authors taking pains to justify the Puritan conquests. 23 Vaughan avoided the term savage, but introduced its substance under other names by dwelling upon the reciprocal of civilization. Francis Paul Prucha has avoided direct dicta as author, while aligning himself unmistakably with the views he ascribes to conquest mythologists of times past. 24 In a review of writings in the field of Euro-American Amerindian relations, Bernard W. Sheehan has explicitly accepted the civilization-savagery dichotomy. 25 Such views are not confined to Americans or to narrow specialists. The noted English historian Hugh Trevor Roper dismisses as merely amusing the study of the unrewarding gyrations of barbarous tribes in picturesque but irrelevant corners of the globe, tribes whose chief function in history, in my opinion, is to show to the present an image of the past from which, by history, it has escaped. 26 Reason must struggle to break the bonds of ideology so long established and so firmly fixed. National and racial religions of the present day are no less powerful than the crusader religions of days past in their grip on men's minds. The very words used to express thought give it shape and direction as well as symbolic substance. 27 And the words evolved from centuries of conquest have been created for the purposes of conquest rather than the purposes of knowledge. To call a man savage is to warrant his death and to leave him unknown and unmourned. To understand the processes called the history of America, it is necessary to employ semantic instruments designed for measurement rather than attack. The designs and use of such tools are still experimental, for they have been created only within my own lifetime. We are indebted for them to the emerging social sciences, more particularly the discipline of anthropology. Regrettably, despite the urging of the Social Science Research Council and of past President Roy F. Nichols of the American Historical Association, the conceptual tools of anthropologists are only beginning to be used by historians, but that beginning has picked up momentum and holds great promise. 28. The alternative to the historian of frontier semantics and mythology is the ethno-historian. In the lexicon of the ethno-historian, the opposing absolutes of evil savagery and good civilization become morally neutral and relatively comparable as societies and cultures. Instead of assuming an impassable chasm between societies, the ethno-historian postulates their capacity to hang cultural traits in processes of cooperatio and as well as conflict, and he sets himself the task of describing those processes, to which he gives the inclusive neutral name of acculturation. 29 The words equality of application must be noted carefully. Acculturation has been used improperly by some writers to mean merely something that happened to natives to make them more like Europeans. Thus used, it becomes merely a synonym for civilizing. As the ethno-historian holds the anthropologist's respect for theory, he analyzes events for their demonstration of known cultural processes. As he holds the historian's methodological respect for fact, he tests the theory of abstract processes by their fit on unique and unalterable events. 30 Thus, in examining the American past, an ethno-historian finds, not the triumph of civilization over savagery, but an acculturation of Europeans _an Indians that was marked by the interchange or diffusion ox cultural traits and the emergence of social and cultural dominance by the Europeans in a large society marked by a submerged Indian subculture. Cultural origination was encouraged in both of the interacting societies by the acculturation situation. Dramatic demographic changes in both quantity and location of populations took place. Ecological balance was crucially changed by social alteration of geographical environment, and symbiosis continued between Europeans and Indians for a long time, during which a certain of social assimilation occurred. Cultural conflict induced episodic efforts for the extermination of Oconee population by the other, and finally the dominant groups in both societies asserted cultural identities independent of each other in conception though not in reality, emphasizing their differences in nativistic or nationalistic movements. These movements influenced the development of mythologies in both cultures, antipodal in form but sprung from the same historical womb. This is a different world of discourse from that of civilization versus savagery, and it leads to the discovery of a different world of facts. To affirm that European-Indian interaction has produced cultural origination and trait diffusion is to identify something different in form and substance from the continuous rebirth of society of the frontier historian. 31. The latter conception assumes the true existence, in ideal form, of only one society. It is properly to be compared, as a phenomenon of culture conflict, with the revelations of Indian nativist prophets. There is no need, however, to impose a specialized scientific terminology on every description of events. Plain English will serve the same end if it avoids the specialized terminology, conceptions, and purposes of myth. The historian cannot wholly free himself from the outlook of his own cultural tradition. In perceiving and reflecting upon the interaction of two cultures, he necessarily adopts a viewpoint somewhere in his own. The idea of a neutral ethno-history is itself a product of the scientific tradition of European culture. Because of this inescapable bias of outlook, reinforced by the historian's dependence for source materials on the literate European's corpus of documents, it seems desirable to make a special effort of imagination to see things as Indians might. A modern historian has remarked that he had not, for the most part, attempted to account for the actions and reactions of the natives. He took this approach, he said, by necessity, as well as by inclination. 3. An ethno-historian, I think, should not accept such a necessity or share such an inclination. When natives are regarded as rational human beings rather than mythical creatures, their actions and reactions do not seem so difficult to infer from both circumstances and the available documentary evidence. The same statement, it may be added, holds true for persons whose ancestors were natives of Europe. European explorers and invaders discovered an inhabited land. Had it been pristine wilderness then, it would possibly be so still today, for neither the technology nor the social organization of Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries had the capacity to maintain, of its own resources, outpost colonies thousands of miles from home. Incapable of conquering true wilderness, the Europeans were highly competent in the skill of conquering other people, and that is what they did. They did not settle a virgin land. They invaded and displaced a resident population. This is so simple a fact that it seems self-evident. All historians of the European colonies in America begin by describing the natives' reception of the newcomers. Yet, paradoxically, most of the same historians also repeat identical mythical phrases purporting that the land-starved people of Europe had found magnificent opportunity to pioneer in a savage wilderness and to bring civilization to it. As rationalization for the invasion and conquest of unoffending peoples, such phrases function to smother retroactive moral scruples that have been dismissed as irrelevant to objective history. Unfortunately, however, the price of repressing scruples has been the suppression of facts. The basic conquest myth postulates that America was virgin land, or wilderness, inhabited by non-people called savages, that these savages were creatures sometimes defined as demons, sometimes as beasts in the shape of men, that their mode of existence and cast of mind were such as to make them incapable of civilization and therefore of full humanity, that civilization was required by divine sanction, or the imperative of progress to conquer the wilderness and make it a garden, that the savage creatures of the wilderness, being unable to adapt to any environment other than the wild, stubbornly and viciously resisted God or fate, and thereby incurred their suicidal extermination, that civilization and its bearers were refined and ennobled in their contest with the dark powers of the wilderness, and that it all was inevitable. Allowing for reasonable qualification and modification, the grand myth is fallacious because there never were such absolutes as savagery and civilization, considered as savagery's antithesis, that play the myth's active roles. There was a cordon glyno triumph of civilization and no death of savagery. There was nothing in the product of the events to make their survivors inherently superior to mankind elsewhere, and only the events unwilled by human agency were inevitable. Historians have now begun to examine and analyze the origins of the myth. The present chapter exhibits still current assumptions and arguments that contribute to its maintenance. Henry F. Dobbins has remarked that the idea that social scientists hold of the size of the aboriginal population of the Americas directly affects their interpretation of New World civilizations and cultures. His statement holds equally true when reversed. The idea that scholars hold of New World cultures directly affects their interpretation of the size of aboriginal populations. Proponents of the concept of savagery stipulate, among other things, that large populations are impossible in savage societies. It follows that if aboriginal populations can be shown to have been large, they could not have been savage. A logical approach may thus be made into the whole question of the nature of aboriginal society and culture through the gate of numbers. Despite logic, nobody has ever compiled the data given in contemporary sources for America north of the Rio Grande, and nobody has ever subjected those data to reasoned analysis verifiable by standard principles of logic and criticism. There is not even a subject heading for Indians of North America population in the Library of Congress directory to subjects, although ponies and portraits are there. The lack of research. The subject will surprise students who have repeatedly seen assurances that the pre-Columbian Indians of North America, excluding Mexico, numbered approximately 1 million. This has been the standard authoritative estimate since its first publication in 1928 in a posthumous article by James M. Mooney. Mooney's work had been interrupted by his death in 1921, and his editor carefully explained that the published article was composed of provisional detailed estimates. The estimates were listed in tabular form, by region and tribe, without specific documentation. Discussion of the figures was general, and authority rested on a rather sketchy bibliography. A hint of Mooney's method appears in a remark about the estimates for New England. Mooney wrote that the original Indian population of New England was probably about 25,000 or about one-half what the historian John Gorham Palfrey makes it. Apparently Mooney had followed the tradition of Palfrey's own acceptance, that is, he took the estimate of a predecessor and discounted it. The same sort of procedure had been used by every generation of scholars since the original data were recorded in the 17th century, and by Mooney's time discount upon discount had reduced the accepted figures to a small fraction of what was mentioned in the sources. It is as if one were to estimate the population of white Americans in 1790 by successive slashes of the census data of that year on the grounds that the census takers were probably exaggerating their numbers for undisclosed reasons. Mooney's procedure is even less defensible because of a factor of strong ethnocentric bias. In acknowledging John Gorham Palfrey as an authority superior to the sources, Mooney accepted the implications of Palfrey's own biased interpretation of source data, and by having Palfrey's population estimates, he extended Palfrey's spurious logic further than Palfrey himself had gone. It appears that Mooney applied the same sort of logic to his estimates for all of North America, and his total of 1,100,000 was immediately challenged. One component of the total was an estimate of 150,000 population for the Ohio Valley. Archaeologist H. J. Spindon appealed to the evidence of the multitude of burial mounds in that region and declared that the eastern agricultural area alone must once have supported several millions. Anticipating what was to come, we may note that Spindon and Mooney agreed on one matter at least. Spindon called epidemic_disease the greatest factor in depopulation, and Mooney, according to his editor, attached the greatest importance to it. 7tt is strange therefore that Mooney's strongest supporter, upon entering the argument, ignored disease entirely in order to concentrate on social factors of some sort, especially warlike habits. This dictum by Alfred Lewis Kroeber has received acceptance because of Kroeber's tremendous authority as a scholar. 8. When he stated that a smaller density of population prevailed among East Coast horticulturalists than among California hunters and gatherers, his colleagues called the statement notable instead of incredible. 9. Kroeber adopted Mooney's conclusions almost without exception, and when a study of northwestern Mexico, based on original sources, conflicted with the Mooney-Kroeber estimates, Kroeber bridled. Though the region of that study is outside our present concern, the principles of criticism laid down by Kroeber are much to our point. Referring to the methods of C.O. Sauer, the dissident scholar, Kroeber admitted, it is difficult to meet Sauer citations of 17th-century figures except with the generic supposition that the Spaniards counted or estimated excessively. 3 pages later he decided that such difficulties did not really matter. Where Sauer shaves 16th and 17th century statements, I am likely to reject most of them outright. Finally Kroeber decided to dismiss altogether the evidence that conflicted with Mooney's and his own speculative authority. It is because Mooney was experienced in balancing and comparing, within his area, that most anthropologists will feel him a safer authority than Cortes or Las Casas, or registers of baptisms and deaths by priests knowing only some missions in one province. 10. This is a fairly breathtaking claim, especially in view of Kroeber's admission in another part of the same book that all of his own estimates for America north of Mexico were necessarily approximate and preliminary and that all he had done with Mooney's figures was to convert them into terms of Kroeber's own tribal classifications. 11. The dispute with Sauer was therefore more complex than a mathematical disparity. It arose partly out of opposed methods of scholarship and partly out of antithetical conceptions of the quality and capacity of aboriginal cultures everywhere in the Americas. In this latter respect Kroeber was gratifyingly explicit. He emphatically rejected the notion that the natives of North America could be considered capable of so ordering their societies and technologies as to increase their populations beyond a static and sparsely distributed token representation. Kroeber's allotment of 1 million persons, a deduction of 10% from Mooney's, divides into the total area of Canada and the United States, including Alaska, in the ratio of 1 person per 7 square miles. His explanation for this sparsity virtually blamed the condition of savagery, though he must be credited with avoidance of the term itself. He reasoned that Indian societies were characterized by insane, unending, continuously attritional warfare and by the absence of all effective political organization, of the idea of the state. 1-2 Although the political defect in Indian societies w as all-important, technological HACKW Ardness YLSN figured in Kroeber's assumptions. He knew well that the practice of agriculture had been the foundation of most large societies, and he knew also that many of the Indians of eastern North America were agriculturalists, but he rejected the obvious reasoning that agriculture should have had among Indians the same effects it had had among other peoples. Instead of concluding that he should revise his population figures upward to take account of agricultural surpluses, Kroeber held to his guessed numbers and deduced from them that the Indian was not a farmer in our sense of the word. How so? Agriculture, then, was not basic to life in the East, it was an auxiliary, in a sense a luxury. 1-3 Pursuing this train of thought, Kroeber summarized. We must think, then, of the East as agricultural indeed, but as inhabited by agricultural hunters. Not by farmers, peasants, or peons. There were no economic classes, no peasantry to exploit nor rulers to profit from a peasantry. Every man, or his wife, grew food for his household. He population RC_maintenance stationary, excess planting was not practiced nor would it have led to anything in the way of economic or social benefit nor of increase of numbers. 99% or more of what might have been developed remained virgin, and was tolerated, or appreciated, as hunting ground, as waste intervening to the nearest enemy, or merely as something natural and inevitable. 14. The error of this Olympian pronouncement is clearly evident in the historical sources that detail, for example, how the Jamestown colony Sts were kept from Staving rough gifts and purchases of surplus Indian corn. Another gauge of measurement is the strategy universally adopted by European troop commanders, who warred against Indians by destroying their crops, knowing that they thus destroyed the tribe's basic food supply. 1.5. These sources, as well as standard authorities on the methods and productivity of Indian agriculture, were easily available to both Mooney and Kroeber. Mooney's bibliography indicates that he consulted many of them only to disregard their evidence, while Kroeber seems to have been content to rely on Mooney's reading of the sources without checking them himself. It appears that Kroeber blindly supported Mooney because Mooney's findings were what Kroeber thought ought to be found. A careful distinction must be made between the two men. Though both avoided the terminology of savagery, Mooney let drop such phrases as half-Negro mongrels and fairly healthy blood, in reference to a whole community. 16. Such language was typical of genteel racism in Mooney's time. Kroeber, however, used cleaner terminology, and indeed Kroeber was one of the early initiators of the movement toward acculturation concepts and terms. I am not able to account for his lapse in the population study from his frequently stressed standards of empirical foundations for theory. Perhaps it derived from a belief in a variable progress of cultures that implied inequality among them of a moral sort as well as other kinds. 17. The constant curiosity and immense erudition of Kroeber's mind makes it necessary to introduce such a suggestion with diffidence. Yet, in his work on population, the words are before us and the characterizations of Indian cultures are non-empirical and value-laden, to the Indian's great prejudice. However, enough has now been said of Kroeber's individual contribution to the aboriginal population fallacy. His writing provides a convenient target for criticism, and it has been enormously influential because of his prestige as a world leader in anthropology, but his greatest significance for present purposes is his faithful echo of an enduring tradition. Among other factors, maintaining that tradition is the subtle, pervasive influence of the idea of progress. Since Europeans began to emerge from the endemic wars and epidemic diseases of medieval times, they have acquired an outlook in which the present seems better than the past and the future will be an improvement over the present. In this perspective, and against mountains of evidence, large-scale catastrophe becomes inconceivable. The fall of Rome was followed by an absolute decline in the population of all Europe, while plagues swept the continent from end to end. 18. In the 19th century, over a period of 80 years, the natives of Hawaii were observed to dwindle from diseases and demoralization introduced by Europeans and Euro-Americans. 19. These were peoples remote in time or place, and their disappearance has not seemed to philosophers of progress as more than a temporary aberration in a grand advance. Nonetheless, there has been catastrophe, and the realization of its effects during European invasions of America is as essential to an understanding of Aboriginal Indian societies as knowledge of the history of catastrophe during Asian invasions of Europe is essential to comprehension of the last decades of the Roman Empire. To envision the dimensions of what existed before the destruction, one must grasp the scale of the destructive process. Woodrow Bora and Sherburne F. Cook have provided an example of the profundity that can be achieved by scholars with such a vista. In a masterful summary of the history of Mexico from the Aztec Empire to today, they have written: to an already overextended population the Spanish conquest came as catastrophe. Destruction of war and the dislocation of productive and distributive systems were greatly compounded by the unwitting introduction within a few years and in rapid succession of the temperate and tropical diseases of the Old World. Within less than a century the population of central Mexico shrank from approximately 25 millions to under 2 millions, the tropical coasts became the disease-ridden wastes that they have remained until recent decades. Had the Spanish conquest taken place without catastrophic shrinkage of population, the history of Mexico might have been more nearly parallel to that of India or China, the superimposition of a numerically small ruling stratum that at a later date could be expelled by a reorganized native society. As events actually occurred in Mexico, the disappearance of the Indians made room for the addition of substantial contingents of Europeans and Negroes, who contributed the increasingly important and now numerically predominant group of mixed bloods, mostly the Indian-European mixture known as mestizos. Culturally, the shrinkage of the Indian population permitted the entrance of European elements on a scale and with a thoroughness that would otherwise have been difficult, if not impossible. The reorganization of social and political structures paralleled the decline in native numbers. 20. Bora and Cook's rough ratio of 90% decline within a century after European contact has been confirmed by other researchers in Spanish America, where work in the field is advanced far beyond anything yet done for the region north of the Rio Grande. 21. That ratio cannot be ignored by historians of Anglo-America. It is true that Mexico is not the United States and that the Aztec Empire was certainly grander and more complex than Indian societies farther north, but smallpox was smallpox on the north bank of the Rio Grande as well as on the south, and the Indians on the north had as little biological immunity to this epidemic scourge as the Aztecs had. FTHE is to biological distinctions between the great racial stocks of mankind, the Europeans' capacity to recite certain diseases made them superior, in the pure Darwinian sense, to the Indians who succumbed. Is it not strange, then, that this genuine sort of superiority is never mentioned by philosophical racists? The reason is that racism demands a moral superiority, for which presumed, and invented, biological distinctions merely serve as talking points. Even so, the European immunity was a matter of degree and historical experience rather than of absolute difference. Europeans had been through the plague sooner and had succumbed earlier. The great folk migrations of Europe's Middle Ages, with their accompanying pestilences, had left survivors with a genetic inheritance of partial or complete immunity to many diseases that the isolated Indians of the Americas had never encountered until European invasion. The raggy and epidemics of Europe's most tragic centuries repeated themselves in America. Not even the most brutally depraved of the conquistadors was able purposely to slaughter Indians on the scale that the gentle priest unwittingly accomplished by going from his sick cave administrations to lay his hands in blessing on his Indian converts. As the invaders were descendants of the Middle Ages, so the Indians, of today descend from those who could live through the trauma of a European Hick. Even the genuine racial distinction turns out to be a historical product. Europe's superiority was an earlier catastrophe. If we are to gain a reasonable impression of the dimensions of North American catastrophe, we must search in an era long antedating James Town. Permanent colonies are not a prerequisite for disease transmission, mere transient contact will do, and large numbers of contacts have been recorded for the 16th century. There were the well-known Spaniards on the Gulf Coast, Coronado, de Soto, de Leon, and their expeditionary forces, and the founding of St. Augustine in 1565. A Jesuit mission was attempted on the Chesapeake Bay in 1570. French colonies were attempted on what is now the coast of South Carolina from 1562 to 1565. Sir Walter Raleigh planted the first English colony in Virginia in 1585. Farther north, John and Sebastian Cabot sailed along the coasts before the 15th century had ended, to be followed by Thomas Aubert and Jacques Cartier. Many more might be mentioned. Besides these men with known names, the anonymous crews of thousands of fishing boats frequented the Grand Banks and traded with the natives on shore. Their numbers had grown to something like 500 ships each year by the end of the 16th century and continued to increase. 22 Even without recorded instances of disease, the R-laws of statistics would require a certain proportion of T's visitors to be sigmi n. The consequences were observable on a large scale. When Englishmen began to attempt permanent colonization toward the end of the 16th century, some of them noted that Indian populations had already dropped off sharply. The reason was not always clear to European observers. Attributing decline to war and civil dissent. Arthur Barlow found the Carolina Algonquians in 1585 to be marvelously wasted, and in some places, the country left desolate. But scientist Thomas Harriot noticed in 1588 that the people began to die very fast after Englishmen's visits to Indian towns, and many in short space, in some towns about 20, in some 40, in some 60, and in one score, which in truth was very minute in respect of their numbers. In 1608 another strange mortality was reported by Jamestown colonists to have smitten a great part of the people of Accomac on the Chesapeake Bay. 23. It should be noted that Mooney signally failed to allow for these phenomena. In treating the South Atlantic region, for example, he specifically put out of account the contacts of the 16th century. Remarking that we may date the beginning of the decline of Indian population with the founding of the Virginia colony in 1607. Although Mooney fixed upon this date as the time of maximum Indian numbers, both the historical sources and archaeological evidence indicate unmistakably that depopulation was already far advanced by 1607. John R. Swanton's independent research in the South Atlantic region produced the finding that at an earlier period, there are evidences of a great expansion of population. From the large populations signified by Swanton's archaeological evidence through the dwindling process reported by the earliest European observers, Indian numbers arrived at a low point in 1607 that Mooney arbitrarily designated as their highest point, a feat that he accomplished by simply ignoring the evidence. 24. Swanton's findings for the Southeast have been confirmed generally by William H. Sears, and James B. Griffin has extended them to the Northeast. Associating growth specifically with the introduction into the Northeast of the concept and practice of agriculture, Griffin has concluded from archaeological reports that the period after 800 AD showed marked population increase throughout the area, in terms of both the size of individual villages and the number of contemporary villages. 25. Reducing such generalities to tolerably reliable specific numbers is not easily done but not wholly impossible. Here and there in the historical sources are benchmark numbers. If the reality of catastrophic disease is accepted, the general ratio of decline established in Spanish America can be applied to the sparse northern benchmarks, and calculations can be extrapolated backward through the ratio to aboriginal times. The ratio itself is confirmed, though vaguely, by northern observers. In 1656 Adriaan van der Donck wrote from his experience in New Netherland that the Indians affirm that before the arrival of the Christians, and before the smallpox broke out amongst them, they were 10 times as numerous as they now are, and that their population had been melted down by this disease, whereof 9/10 of them have died. 26. Specific figures for the Huron Indians, confirmed in a variety of ways, show a decline from a minimum of 32,000 persons to about 10,000 in 10 years, largely from the effects of epidemic, with further decline attributable to catastrophic war as well as disease. These data originate from Samuel de Champlain and Jesuit missionaries and are based largely on information provided by the Hurons, with some additional observations made personally by the Jesuits. 27. Indian informants also provided the Jesuits with information about the Susquehannock tribe then occupying the Central Valley of modern Pennsylvania. From 1580 onward the Susquehannocks concentrated their people in one large community that occasionally moved from site to site. 28. In 1647 a Canadian missionary learned that a single village, it should be read as the single village of the Susquehannocks, had 1,300 warriors, which would conservatively imply a total population of 5,200 to 6,500. 29. War, as well as disease, reduced this number quickly. 30. A thorough archaeological examination of the site occupied by the Susquehannocks after 1652 indicates a population of 2,000 to 3,000. 31. By 1698 only about 50 men, some 200 to 250 people all told, were left. 32. It is true that an unguessable additional number may have assimilated by that time into the Iroquois Five Nations, but they also complained of being scourged by both smallpox and military casualties. In 1674 Daniel Gookin, the supervisor of Massachusetts' mission reservations, queried old Indians of the tribes of Lower New England. They told him that before the English coming the Pequots could raise 4,000 men, fit for war, but that only 300 men were left in 1674. The Narragansetts had declined from 5,000 warriors to barely 1,000. The Massachusetts Indians had dropped from 3,000 to 300 men. The Wamasets, Cookins Pawtuckets, had fielded 3,000 men and were reduced to not above 250 men. 3 confirmation comes also from the easily observed space of two small islands, Martha's Vineyard and Block Island, see Map 1, in Part 2. When the English first settled in Martha's Vineyard in 1642, according to the best available estimate the island's Wampanoag Indians numbered about 3,000. 34 Possibly this figure represents the effects of sicknesses already acquired from Europeans, because the island had already been much visited by explorers before being colonized. However that may be, the Vineyards Indians declined to about 800 in 1720 and further to 313 in 1764. In this instance no wars raged over the island's territory, so that the observed reduction in numbers can be confidently attributed to disease. 35. About 40 miles west and a little south of the Vineyard, Block Island had also been much visited and even warred against by the Massachusetts Puritans before 1662, the date of the first available estimate of Indian population. By then the English had established themselves as settlers and had confronted 300 unfriendly warriors, who with their families can be estimated to have represented a total Indian population of 1,200 to 1,500 persons. 36 It is certain that this figure showed a falling off from a greater predecessor, if only because of the effects of the Pequot War of 1636 to 1637, during which the English colonists had attacked the island, but the total of 300 warriors is the first specific figure we have to work with. It gains significance from subsequent decline. From 1662 to 1774 the Block Island Indians dropped from between 1,200 and 1,500 to a total of 51. 37 As the figures for the islands indicate, general decline continued well into the 18th century. In 1709 John Lawson wrote of the Carolina Indians, "I do believe, there is not the sixth savage living within 200 miles of all our settlements, as there were 50 years ago." 38 At mid-century the Swedish naturalist traveler Peter Kalm observed that Indian communities seemed to melt away. 39 Moravian missionary John Heckewelder commented on the Delaware Indians, "What the numbers of this nation were when the Europeans first came into this country is difficult to tell, all I can say is, that so early as 1760, their oldest men would say that they were not then as many hundreds as they had been thousands. They have considerably decreased since that period." Heckewelder wrote in his old age, in 1817. 40 The reality of catastrophic decline is surely beyond doubt. 41 The case tions at issue are its rate and extent. If decline was really as great as 90% within a century, then our understanding of what the population declined from must be very sharply revised upward from the limits given by Mooney and Kroeber. Such revision, of course, implies much greater densities of population than Kroeber allowed Indian cultures to be capable of maintaining. The historical sources show that agricultural Indians could indeed sustain those denser populations. The Hurons lived in a territory of roughly 800 square miles. 42 If we assume that they knew how to count their own people, we have a minimum of 32,000 Aboriginal Hurons in that area, giving a density of 40 Indians to the square mile. The 3,000 Indians of Martha's Vineyard lived in 109 square miles, in a density ratio of 27 persons to the square mile. Block Island has not more than 11 square miles, so its minimum population of 1,200 in 1662 must have been packed in at 109 persons to the square mile. 43 It is not surprising that the explorer Verrazano had commented that the island was well peopled, for we saw fires all along the coast. 44 More vaguely, the extensive country of the Narragansetts was reported by Massachusetts Governor John Winthrop in 1633 to be full of Indians, 4-5 and other sources described it as having been cleared of timber by those Indians for a distance of 8 to 10 miles from the coast. No small feat. 46 One of the earlier English settlers in the vicinity of the Narragansetts estimated, as of the 1630s or early 1640s, that he had 30,000 Indian neighbors. 47 The physical circumstances do not belie his credibility. To maintain so large an area as the Narragansett country free of the ever-encroaching bush would require a sizable number of people. 48 Daniel Gookin's informants from the lower New England tribes gave accounts for populations before 1,600 that add up to 18,000 warriors in 5 great confederacies. Allowing 3 or 4 dependents to each warrior, these data imply a range of 72,000 to 90,000 persons all told. It is possible to test these data by the 90% rule of decrease mentioned previously. As of 1674, when Gookin wrote, he had compiled population figures from English missionaries as well as Indian informants. As usual, the figures given were for warriors, adding up to 2,150. Allowing for dependents, they imply a total of 8,600 to 10,750 Indians in 1674. According to Gookin's figures, then, there was a decline from 72,000 in 1600 AD to 8,600 in 1674 AD, or if the larger dependency ratio is consistently allowed, the decline was from 90,000 Indians in 1600 AD to 10,750 in 1674 AD. Such rates of decline harmonize well with the rule established in the research in Spanish America. 49 In contrast, that rule is violated badly by Mooney's estimates, which allowed a total of only 25,000 New England Indians in 1600 AD. 50 A decline from this aboriginal figure to Gookin's collected data of 8,600 to 10,750 in 1674 AD is much too small to reflect what we know of the effects of disease on populations lacking immunity. Such a slight decline could be explained only by assuming either that Gookin did not know how to count or that smallpox had slighter effect upon New England's Indians than among similarly susceptible Indians elsewhere. The latter notion, besides being inherently implausible, is belied by many woeful stories in the historical records. As for adding Gookin to the long list of people supposedly without mathematical ability, is it not time to suggest that the skills of simple arithmetic are not a monopoly of any one era, race, or ideological sect? The American land was more like a widow than a virgin. Europeans did not find a wilderness here, rather, however involuntarily, they made one. Jamestown, Plymouth, Salem, Boston, Providence, New Amsterdam, Philadelphia all grew upon sites previously occupied by Indian communities. So did Quebec and Montreal and Detroit and Chicago. The so-called settlement of America was a resettlement, a reoccupation of a land made waste by the diseases and demoralization introduced by the newcomers. Although the source data pertaining to populations have never been compiled, one careful scholar, Henry F. Dobbins, has provided a relatively conservative and meticulously reasoned estimate conforming to the known effects of conquest catastrophe. Dobbins has calculated a total aboriginal population for the Western Hemisphere within the range of 90 to 112 million, of which 10 to 12 million lived north of the Rio Grande. 51 Another of the jobs waiting to be done is the calculation of the total population of North America Amerindians, Euramericans, and Afro-Americans at periodic intervals as European invasion progressed. Obviously a long time elapsed during which natives outnumbered immigrants even in the enclaves where the latter clustered most densely. European sources of the early 17th century speak unanimously of the multitudes of Indians surrounding each colony. Even in Massachusetts, where whole communities of Indians had been exterminated before Englishmen attempted to plant their villages and where accordingly few Indians lived immediately adjacent, Puritan and heretic alike wrote often and without dissent of the many thousands of natives in surrounding tribes. Bostonians and Rhode Islanders agreed on few other matters as on this. With the sources now available, there is no possibility of precisely calculating the numbers of either Indians or immigrants, but absolute precision is not always necessary. For some purposes approximations and comparisons will do. Available data for New England, for example, suggest that the entire 17th century was consumed in restoring the same level of total population that had existed prior to European colonization. We must use Gookin's figures of 1674 AD as our benchmark once more. The United States Bureau of the Census's closest estimate for New England's Euro-Americans is pegged, as of 1670 AD, at a figure of 52,000. 52. If we add Gookin's minimum of 8,600 Indians, we get a total of about 60,600 persons, English and Indian, as compared with the minimum of 72,000 Indians implied in Gookin's estimates for the period before English colonization. It may be noted that 1674 was a high watermark. Immediately afterwards the catastrophe called King Philip's War took great toll of life among both the English and the Indians, and the losses were not soon restored. With all their resources, and including both migration and natural increase, the English apparently required the full century to duplicate the populations that Indians alone had maintained in New England prior to invasion. It is admitted here, as throughout, that much speculation has entered into the writing of this chapter, but, such as they are, the evidence and reasoning have been laid out in plain view. However unsatisfactory by ideal standards, this evidence and this reasoning seem to me to be superior to the arbitrary processes by which figures have often been produced, without sufficient regard to the available evidence and largely without justification except by the myths of savagery. Certainly some method is needed to break through the circular fallacy in which the supposed condition of Indian savagery establishes the limits of population estimates, and then, in turn, the numbers so produced are used to prove the condition of savagery. It is customary for our histories to dwell at some length on the immensity of the task of settling North America, mentioning the hazards of vast wilderness, the logistical problems of supplying colonists from faraway Europe, the strangeness of the flora and fauna, and the hostilities that the natives were sooner or later bound to display. The implications of this use of the word settlement are worth notice. First, it vaguely implies that pre-existing populations did not classify as humanity, for it is not used to apply to Indians, only Europeans settle. It also dismisses the Indians' ability to wrest a generally satisfactory living from the wilderness and to travel over established T-rails to known destinations. Most inaccurate is the word's bland misdirection about the Europeans' intentions, for their common purpose was to exploit rather than to settle among the early European visitors. Residence was merely a means of increasing the efficiency of exploitation. A taste for permanent habitation came later. Regularly the first Europeans were welcomed by natives with gifts of food and tokens of honor until the moment came when the gifts were demanded as tribute and the honors were commanded as homage, a moment that sometimes came very rapidly. At the outset native hostility was never directed against European settlement as such, what made true ble was the European purpose of settling on top. To accomplish this end the Europeans did indeed face huge problems of logistics. The sheer size of their new world and its distance from home forestalled quick and easy occupation. There could be no massive, decisive, single crossing like that from France to England of William of Normandy. J. H. Perry's roughest of rough guesses puts something like 100,000 people in the class of permanent Spanish emigrants to the Americas during the whole 16th century. 2. The grim epics of Cortés and Pizarro, not to speak of Columbus himself, testify to the military abilities of Spanish soldiery, but these need to be compared as well with the great failures of Narvaez, Coronado, and De Soto. A decisive military victory was possible only where native populations lived under a centralized government that could be decapitated and put under Spanish direction. Scattered independent native communities simply could not be subjected and controlled with the available forces, or the effort was not worth the cost. And it must not be forgotten that the conquistadors, efficient killing machines though they were, did not conquer Mexico and Peru unaided. Native allies were indispensable. In a sense Spanish armed conquest was a judo carrot trick by which Europeans, assisted by the pox and the plague, used the Indians' own strength to overthrow the M3 north of New Spain. Invasion started later, so Frenchmen, Dutchmen, and Englishmen found native communities that had already been reduced by epidemic from base populations that had never approached the size of Mexico's. Yet the colonists of Jamestown, Quebec, and Plymouth immediately allied themselves to nearby natives to guarantee security. For Raleig's colony at Roanoke, which had made no formal alliances and had antagonized every Indian in sight, simply disappeared. 5. The necessity for native alliance was not merely a matter of armed manpower, it was desirable and indeed indispensable because of massive European ignorance. To the European who lacked woodcraft, knew not the native trails, and imagined Gothic horrors in every copse, the familiar hunting parks of the Indians were lethal wilderness. The European settlers, who knew nothing of tillage methods in America and were often revolted at the labor of farming, depended on Indian gardens for subsistence between the deliveries of cargoes from overseas. 6-7 Jail he pilgrims despaired when their beer ran out and, thidred total tobacco and that barbe rouse drink carriage water jl. What all this signifies is that technologies cannot properly be compared in absolute terms, in terms of direct management of aimer ICAs. Natural environment, Indians had developed a technology superior to that of Europe. 8 The Europeans wrote course, were certainly as adept in managing the European environment, but in America they were fish out of water. On the other hand, Europeans had developed techniques for managing other peoples. Despite their helplessness on strange land, they had become skillful on the seas, and they were technically capable of providing ample supplies to maintain beachhead colonies. They sometimes callously left their outpost colonists to make shift or die because other matters concerned them more. 9 In the 16th and 17th centuries Europeans had what we like to call an oriental disregard for human life. Adventurers abroad paid their own way or were abandoned. Reing una.let arrest a living for themselves from alien soil, they were often saved from th, through civilized neglect only by native charity, tribute, and trade. Europe's distractions were struggles over power and wealth, both within and between nations. Hernies were woe bbly wars endemic and chancy, and treasuries perpetually depleted. Christopher Columbus obtained no financing until Spain had conquered Granada. The tale of Queen Isabella's having pawned her jewels to back him is fanciful, more likely the Spanish crown invested part of its Moorish plunder. 10 Certainly the money was regarded as an investment, no matter where it came from. If religious mission figured as a motive of either Columbus or his royal sponsors, it does not appear in their agreements. The Articles of April 17, 1492, speak of merchandise and goods and merchants and traffic and business and tenths and eighths to be apportioned. Nor was there mention of missionary obligation as a condition of Columbus's titles and powers granted 2 weeks later. 1 His function was to find wealth, salvation would be offered in exchange later when it could be debited to the account. Missionary Father Ascension concisely summarized motivations in 1620, if the Spaniard does not see any advantage he will not be moved to do good, and these souls will perish without remedy if it is understood that no profit will be drawn from going there. 1-2. The remark also applied validly to other nations interested in the Americas. Direct financial involvement of their crowns was minimal except for carefully stipulated provisions about royal benefits from colonizing ventures. By and large royalty resorted to a medieval device for making conquests at the risk of other people. As the marcher lords of Charlemagne had led their own men and lived off the country, the gentlemen and merchants adventurers of the reconnaissance sailed to conquer with their own resources. Royalty's contribution was a charter. Thus Francis I granted Canada to the Seigneur de Roberval in 1541 in return for Roberval's undertaking to take and hold the place. After Roberval's failure the French crown took no further official notice of Canada for the rest of the century, although private enterprise brought thousands of ships there to fish and trade. 13 The second French effort at colonizing North America, just north of Florida in the period from 1562 to 1565, seems to have been intended as a base of operations against the Spaniards, it was financed by Huguenot Admiral Gaspard de Coligny and Associates, and it ended disastrously. 1. England's Queen Elizabeth was as thrifty as any other monarch. She authorized court favourites to make colonizing conquests in Ireland at their own expense and gave patents to two of the same men, Sir Humphrey Gilbert and Sir Walter Raleigh, to conquer in America also, all at their own expense. Gilbert and Raleigh reduced the drain on their finances by looting and privateering, but ultimately failed in all their overseas ventures. 15. The failures were succeeded by more durable enterprises at Jamestown, Quebec, New Plymouth, New Amsterdam, and Massachusetts Bay, for all of which the same rule held: sovereigns authorized, private enterprise organized. As in feudal times, royalty's authority rose and fell proportionately to its distance from the scene of operations and its participation in them. While monarchs gradually consolidated their nation-states at home, the substance of feudal lordship revived in the colonies, and for the same reasons that it had come into being originally. A crown could not enforce theoretical sovereignty until it could act through its own agency. Still, in the pattern of feudal times, this weakness of royal authority held terrible implications for the peoples indigenous to the territories being conquered. Centralized states may be indifferent to the welfare of particular persons, but they tend to be equally indifferent to all. A subject is a subject. Local lords strive ceaselessly for aggrandizement, and their extortions are refined by local knowledge. 1. Lacking better alternatives, Europe's feudal downtrodden had rallied to their kings for protection against local oppressors. This pattern, too, would be repeated in America as the crowns attempted, with erratic success, to enforce policies of ethnic accommodation against the heedless grasping and bellicosity of the colonials. The climax of English colonialism would come with a royal proclamation in 1763 to protect Indians in their territorial possessions, a colonial rebellion aimed in part at destroying the protecting boundary, and the fighting support of many Indians for their royal protector. 1 must remember, however, that royal concern was a function of royal interests and royal policy. The loyalist Iroquois of the American Revolution were abandoned without a qualm at the treaty table. It was not Indians as such that Louis XIV or William and Mary befriended, it was Indians claimed as subjects. The crowns restrained the petty greed of local lords in order to feed the grander though more diffuse appetites of the crowns. In the long run, the Indians of North America were hurt as severely by the kings as by the colonists. Distinctions of interests made small difference in outcome when the same Indians were required to effect both kinds of interest. 18 But schedules and processes varied according to the motives and choices of a multitude of persons. What must be seen is the enormous complexity of the struggles and conflicts hidden under the phrase "the conquest of America." To reduce the historical processes of centuries to the dimensions of a football game or a chess match, reds against whites, is an absurdity. Yet that fantasy has survived to proliferate offspring, among which the most pertinent at this point is the myth of the Indian menace. This Indian menace held small terror for the men of the reconnaissance. The journals of the invaders speak cockily of easy triumphs by handfuls of European soldiers over great masses of Indian warriors. 19 Firearms, armor, horses, ships, and strong forts enabled the Europeans to hold any beachhead they chose to take, as long as provisions held out and ocean-borne communication was maintained. To be sure, there were some who sang a song of savage threats for reasons of their own. Thomas Morton has told us of the busy traders of New Plymouth, and this as an article of the New Creed of Canaan: would they have received of every newcomer there to inhabit, that the salvages are a dangerous people, subtile, secrete, and mischievous, and that it is dangerous to live separated, but rather together, and so be under their lee, that none might trade for beaver, but at their pleasure. But I have found the Massachusetts Indian more full of humanity than the Christians, and have had much better quarter with them. 20 Undeniably there were times when Indians attacked European colonists, but such incidents give signs of prior provocation, of bullying and tyrannizing by the invaders, so that the attacks bear the character of reprisal and defense. The Indian menace, in short, when there was substance to it, was a boomerang effect of the European menace to the Indians. The greatest human obstacles to European colonization existed in Europe itself. The 16th century saw no successful imitation of Spain's conquests in America, largely because of exhausting strife among the nations capable of mounting overseas expeditionary forces. Protestant and Catholic fought each other and the Turk. Dynastic convulsions in England and France combined with religious struggles to nullify exploitation of the voyages of the Cabots, Verrazano, and Cartier. Spain claimed the entire New World and threatened all rivals, and Spain's power could not be disregarded on land or sea. Colonization lacked allurement when the same amount of effort and risk might yield vast and instant fortune from privateering, so the greatest effort of rival nations went into raids upon the treasure already concentrated in Spain's fleets and ports. 21 Coligny's French colony was intended as a base for systematic attack upon Spain's shipping. Spain's Philip II prudently and ruthlessly exterminated it. 22. A still more prudent Queen of England avoided such direct challenges to the greatest power in Europe by restricting her westward yearning gentlemen to clandestine hit-and-run adventures. The rich Netherlands across the North Sea could make no such choices. Subject to Philip II and possessed of more autonomy than he would tolerate, they reacted to his repressive measures by rebelling in 1568. Thus began the long, hard fighting that simultaneously drove Spain out of the Dutch Republic, made the Netherlands themselves an imperial power, and ended Spain's monopoly in North America. Alarmed by Spain's pretensions and omnipresence, Elizabeth allied England to the Netherlands in 1577. In 1578 she granted to Sir Humphrey Gilbert her first patent for colonization in America. 23 But Philip's menace could not be ignored even after the defeat of his mighty armada in 1588. So long as he lived, no colonizing effort could be sustained by any of the nations he threatened. France, England, and the Netherlands had to wait for opportunity until Philip died in 1603. Then their migrations began in earnest. The dates tell the story. Jamestown was founded in 1607, Quebec in 1608. Fort Nassau began the Dutch presence in 1614, where Albany subsequently grew. Plymouth began in 1620. More Dutch settled near Manhattan in 1624. The Massachusetts Bay Grand Fleet landed in 1630. Maryland's colonists arrived in 1634. These were the larger and more enduring colonies among an astonishing variety of initiatives. Even Sweden founded a short-lived colony on the Delaware River in 1638. The nations that combined to end Spain's monopolistic regime had united against Spain rather than against monopoly. Each aspired to take Spain's place as the dominant or only power in America, and each employed all available devices. After the founding of Jamestown, the Indians never succeeded in overwhelming the colonial presence of a single European power. New Sweden was conquered by the Dutch in turn by the English, and France and England contested for a century before England triumphed, only to be defeated after all by her own colonists. All these conquests were part of the conquest of America, and none of them was a conquest either of or by Indians alone. Wars of empire were more frequent and more dreaded than race wars. Indians did participate in the imperial conflicts, but always in combination, overtly or covertly, with European allies. Yet Elise.m. Jansparent, Vikala.mjg at Haft and the se wasting imperial wars for the Europeans emerged stronger and more numerous while the Indians constantly declined in strength and numbers. Apart from the effects of disease, which have been noticed already, the simplistic notion of conquest by combat cannot explain either this phenomenon or the many decades of peaceful commerce and alliance between Indians of particular tribes and Europeans of particular colonies. The conquest of America was a mingling of conflict and cooperation, in which Indians and ally became not merely weaker than Europeans generally but also dependent upon them. The process was further complicated because at particular times and places, and for specific purposes, particular Europeans were dependent in a variety of ways upon particular Indians. That superb historian J. H. Perry opened a wide window with the comment that Columbus did not discover a new world, he established contact between two worlds, both already old. 2. For the word contact properly suggests the reciprocity of discovery that followed upon European initiatives of exploration, as surely as Europeans discovered Indians, Indians discovered Europeans. There are other subtleties of implication in contact that will be discussed a few pages farther on. Its everyday meaning will do for present purposes. Initial contacts between Europeans and Indians were made in harbors or navigable rivers, and the circumstances sharpened each participant's consciousness of the differences between the two peoples. European technology boasted no more advanced product than ocean-going ships armed with cannon and furnished with charts and instruments of navigation. 25. We can hardly overestimate the shock of such an apparition to Indians gazing up at the wooden walls from their lowly canoes. Nor can we much exaggerate the contempt mixed with the curiosity of the seamen looking down. The contrast in power over material things increased when Indians saw the effect of firearms and compared steel implements with stone counterparts. Indians instantly felt themselves to be poor and craved a share of the vast wealth of their visitors. Reciprocally, the Europeans envied the products of Indian specialized crafts. In the northern regions beyond Spain's control, Europeans most coveted the fur pelts so casually tossed about by the natives. The simple basis for all trade existed from the first: each party had something expendable that was wanted by the other. Prolonged contact between the two societies create interdependence and cultural hang. Indian culture was revolutionized in at least 6 clearly identifiable ways. Because Indians preferred European implements and cloth to the products of their own Neolithic crafts. They became involved in and dependent upon the European market economy. Competition for advantage in the market impelled them to unprecedented large scale warfare against each other and frequently to subservience toward their European trading partners. Firearms, obtainable only through trade and reparable only by the European smiths, 26 became the sine qua non of Indian existence, not only in warfare but in the commercianting had rose to dominance in Indian economy. Alcoholic drinks, introduced by the Europeans, created mass drunkenness and demoralization. 27 European diplomacy and religious missions worked schism and factionalism upon Indian institutions, and European expansion of colonization led to dispossession of Indians from their political territories and real property. The attritional long-term effects of these changes were magnified by the continuing ravages of epidemic disease through 4 centuries. To Europeans, intercultural contact was more benign. Indians fed the earliest colonizers and taught them how to grow strange crops under new conditions of soil and climate. Indians guided explorers and traders over established trails and routes through the wilderness that was otherwise so mysterious and frightening to the newcomers, and Indians gave instruction in transportation and survival techniques. They stimulated European industry to greater production, particularly the textile industry so critical to the developing Industrial Revolution, by paying for its products with furs and hides, and the exorbitant profits of the Indian trade concentrated capital among merchants on both sides of the Atlantic. Indians conveyed improved lands. Europeans were uninterested in forest and swamp in the form both of subsistence hunting parklands that had been cleared by burning over and of croplands and town sites that had been cleared by girdling trees and grubbing up their roots. There was a fundamental disparity in the exchanges between Europeans and Indians. After the Europeans had been taught how to make and use canoes, moccasins, buckskin clothing, and backwoods shelters, they could dispense with further Indian guidance. When Indians granted or sold lands, the territory became European forever. In return, the Indians received trade goods but not the means or skills of making and repairing such goods themselves. Becoming addicted to European productives, Indians soon lost their own Neolithic skills through disuse. Bowmakers found no apprentices where hunters and warriors knew the advantages of guns, and an artisan gap of a single generation can wipe out a craft in an illiterate society. In the trade, that thus came to dominate their economy, the Indians had no choice but to supply the commodities demanded by the Europeans. Apart from personal and military services, the Indians' only commodities of value were food, peltry, and lands. When European farms and herds began to flourish, the demand for Indian-produced food dropped off. Commercial hunting and the sale of lands perpetually depleted the stocks of the very commodities on which the Indians depended. Military services destroyed their bodies as well. Through such processes as these, the dependence of Europeans upon Indians declined, while the dependence of Indians upon Europeans increased. Social and political factors were involved as well, which will be noticed in due course, but underlying all others was European domination made possible by an exchange in which the Indian gifts were greater. Civilization was not brought from Europe to triumph over the Indians, rather the Indians paid a staggering price in lives, labor, goods, and lands as their part in the creation of modern American society and culture, and their influence upon today's Europe was not negligible. 28. The one sure truth in this long process is that both Indian and European societies underwent constant transformation and evolution throughout the centuries of their interaction. Francis Parkman Savage hewn out of a rock. The Indian who would not change never existed but in an ideological stereotype. 29. Indians, like Europeans, could make certain choices about direction of change, and individual Indians did choose a wide variety of adjustments and experiments in their behavior, but the one choice never within their power was to stay exactly the same. To say this is to state both a principle and a problem. If the principle be true, the problem is to uncover successive layers of acculturation in order to see the societies as they were at time of contact, and the effort to solve the problem reveals ambiguities in the significance of contact. In the larger sense, contact occurred between the whole of European society and the whole of Indian society on October 12, 1492. In both societies there were immediate reverberations throughout their continents. Europeans were stimulated to launch more ships and men, while disease and trade goods raced among the Indians far ahead of European explorers. People of each society who had never seen representatives of the other became conscious of each other and of each other's ways of conduct. Because of the resonance of first contact, subsequent behavior was modified on both sides, so that one cannot speak of the establishment of Roanoke Colony, much less of Jamestown, as a contact in the same sense as the original one. The Powhatan who greeted John Smith was perhaps as knowledgeable in the ways of Europeans as Smith was about Indians. Yet in a sense permanent colonization by Europeans at any given site did inaugurate a new era there, and so may properly be conceived as a contact period. For clarity it seems advisable to distinguish between macro-contact and micro-contacts. Students of ethnology, who place great importance on the data associated with the contact period, will do well to remember that such data vary in every micro-contact case, partly because of repercussions from previous contacts. The historian's maxim of the uniqueness of events must here stand as a warning to theorists for whom all contacts were created equal. What was in the beginning has never again been quite the same. In early medieval Europe the greatest resistance to the powers of both church and state originated in the stubbornly maintained tribal customs of pagan or heathen countrymen. Etymologically the words pagan and heathen derive respectively from Latin and Anglo-Saxon terms for dwellers in the country or heath, and our modern word peasant is in the same line of descent as pagan. These country people harbored ancient nature cults with their own deities and priests. For government they counseled among themselves, and their kings were merely chiefs of kindreds. The inheritors of what was left of ancient Rome knew that such materials would have to be remolded before Rome's glories could be recreated. As Henry Osborne Taylor has remarked, with Charles Martel, with Pippin, and with Charlemagne, Latin Christianity is the symbol of civilized order, while heathendom and savagery are identical. Two Christian lords and bishops made no distinction between civilizing and converting the rural brutes and wild men. The alliance between church and state became a condition of thought as well as a necessity of action. Until yesterday, historically speaking, no cultured European could conceive of a society's being stable and enduring unless it was founded on the sanctions of the only true faith, whichever that happened to be. It followed logically that religion was too much the center of social concern to be left to the vagaries of individual choice. It followed also that societies came to be seen through their religions as through refracting lenses. A religion became much more than a set of doctrines and rituals, it was immanent in the total behavior of its adherents. 3. When a religion was bad, its people were necessarily also bad. It did not natter that hagaln ever done wrong to the Christian contemplati and them, they were enemies to God. They were therefore also enemies to God's people. The Middle Ages bequeathed to the Renaissance and the Reconnaissance this unquestioned assumption. Only was religion an acceptable sanction for conquest, it was the only unarguably proper ani. Henry Osborne Taylor asks, with whom should wars be waged if not with hostile aliens of different faith? He continues, when at the close of the 11th century the heathen were not so close at hand in Western Europe, the West began a series of distant holy wars. The religious motive was indeed the torch which fired the whole train of feudal, economic, fanatical combustibles. For this religious motive, however, was a complex aggregate of doctrine and appetite. Its unresolved contradictions and confusions appear clearly in the detailed specifications of the bull of Pope Nicholas V, previously noticed in Chapter I. Nicholas felt obliged to bestow suitable favors and special graces on those Catholic kings and princes, who, not only restrain the savage excesses of the Saracens and of other infidels, but also for the defense and increase of the faith vanquish them and their kingdoms and habitations, those situated in the remotest parts unknown to us. For this great work of propagation of the faith even to persons who offered it no threat, Nicholas granted to King Alfonso of Portugal free and ample faculty, to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagans whatsoever, and other enemies of Christ wheresoever placed, and the kingdoms, dukedoms, principalities, dominions, possessions, and all movable and immovable goods whatsoever held and possessed by them, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, counties, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, and to convert them to his and their use and profit. 5. With sanction like that Pope Nicholas's beneficiaries may perhaps be excused for some confusion in motives. Historians have had no less difficulty in sorting them out. For the moment, however, we need concern ourselves only with that quality of infidelity that justified its conquest. In an age of absolutist dogma one attribute was enough. Regardless of whatever apparent merits or virtues might be possessed by religions other than Christianity, their otherness was all that mattered. The religions of persons situated in the remotest parts unknown were nevertheless known to be evil. The reforms of Protestantism did not extend to change of outlook toward non-Christians. The first fury of Spanish conquest became tempered by gropings toward a theory of natural rights to be recognized as belonging to even the most barbarous peoples, and the Dominican jurist Francisco de Vitoria argued in 1539 that idolatry probably was not cause in itself for a just war. 6. Perhaps this was merely the theoretical kind of justice that best serves the interests of the country that has already made its conquests. By depriving ambitious competitors of easy justification for new wars, such a theory could do little harm to Spain's empire in being, and it might be useful in diplomatic contention against climbers. Thus Spain's government, though initially resentful, gradually embodied much of the natural rights theory in law. However that may be, Protestant England ignored it in the 16th century. In 1578 Queen Elizabeth I authorized Sir Humphrey Gilbert to seize remote heathen and barbarous lands. 7. And again in 1584 she issued a patent to Sir Walter Raleigh in the same language. 8. Neither patent mentioned intent or obligation to convert the destined prey to Christianity. Both spoke at length of seizure of property and imposition of government. The Protestant Reformation brought with it an increase rather than a decline in fear and hatred of infidels. Turkish conquests in Eastern Europe alarmed the Protestant Germans, who poured out a copious propaganda of purported description of Turkish customs and religion, unrestrained by considerations of actuality. A recent study of this propaganda finds that the medieval Christian heritage of anti-Muslim prejudice determined the European image of the Turk down to the last detail. 9. So also in America, What Europeans saw of Indian religion passed through refracting and filtering lenses of preconceptions formed and crystallized in the propaganda of aggressive expansion. No effort will be made here to describe the many manifestations of Indian religions. Such descriptions have filled many large books, and it would be impossible to do justice to that subject without distracting from the purpose at hand. Present concerns are with European conceptions, their correspondence to the reality as it is now understood, and their implications for intersocietal relations. Some part of the ideas of Elizabethan English colonizers were brought to America from their previous experience in Ireland. Nicholas P. Canny suggests that their years in Ireland were years of apprenticeship. These adventurers had gone to Ireland, he adds, with a preconceived idea of a barbaric society, and they merely tailored the Irishmen to fit this ideological straitjacket. They and their successors carried the same preconceptions to America to fit onto Indians, using the same pretexts for the extermination of the Indians as their counterparts had used in the 1560s and 1570s for the slaughter of numbers of the Irish. What is especially to the present point is that the English had convinced themselves that Irish religion varied so much from English orthodoxy that it was really not Christian at all. Once it was established that the Irish were pagans, the first logical step had been taken toward declaring them barbarians. The Irish became a savage nation that lived like beasts, a lower order of humanity. 10 The years of English expansion to America were simultaneously years of aggressive voyaging all over the world. Sir Thomas Smythe, who held the post of Treasurer of the Virginia Company from 1609 to 1620, was simultaneously Governor of the East India Company and had previously been a founder of the Levant Company. 11 In his Virginia Company's employ was that omnipresent adventurer Captain John Smith, who took the same eyes to the Holy War against the Turks and the invasion of America. In Virginia, Smith unsurprisingly found native religion to be devil worship. With his preconceptions and utter lack of self-doubt, he described an initiation ceremony for adolescent boys by turning it into a solemn sacrifice of children, and portrayed other Indian rituals with more contempt than confirmability. 12 Such aspersions on barbarians echoed the practice, already common in Ireland, of accusing the natives of obscene behavior, even to calling them cannibals. 13 Although John Smith's range of experience was wider than most men's, his perceptions of Indian religion were typical of travelers' literature on that subject. David Ingram gave circumstantial to take in 1369 about the_tndia nsk koilichio or dev il, who the do worship. Ingram claimed to have encountered this colloquio in an Indian's house, with very great eyes like a black calf. Ingram and his two companions, both conveniently dead at the time of this tale's telling, piously blessed themselves and defied the evil one, who presently shrank away in a stealing manner forth of the doors, and was seen no more unto them. The rest of Ingram's yarn is demonstrably no better than this in some of its episodes, but he had influence on the gentlemen in the circle of Sir Humphrey Gilbert and the Hawkloots. 14 Henry Hawks, in 1572, wrote that the Indians of New Spain used divers times to talks with the devil, to whom they do certain sacrifices and oblations, many times they have been taken with the same, and I have seen them most cruelly punished for that offence. 15 The London-based instigator of expeditions, Sir George Peckham, wrote in 1583 of winning the savages from the devil to Christ, from hell to heaven. 16 For various reasons there were exceptions to the chorus. The promotional literature of Sir Walter Raleigh and the Virginia Company soft-pedaled savage horrors, apparently in order to attract settlers to the colonies. William Penn probably had the same motive in 1683, but his remarks were notably more sympathetic and perceptive. He not only avoided devil language but also took pains to mention that the Indians he knew believe a God and immortality, without the help of metaphysics. 17 These were indeed exceptions. In the 16th and early 17th centuries devil language was the rule. The Dutchman Adriaan van der Donck, the Swede Peter Lindestrom, and the Englishman Samuel Purchas, Roger Williams, and Cotton Mather, all good Protestants, separately and independently put the devil into the savage's religion, however much they differed in observed details. 1-8 In this respect they were members of a great company and in full agreement with the Jesuit missionaries of New France. 1-9 It is impossible to say how much of their narrative output was tailored to serve the varied interests of church, state, or commerce. Certainly a large and perhaps preponderant share of misconception, and misperception, was caused by the inability of ethnocentric minds to transcend their own cultures. What the European saw in Indian villages offended his deepest sense of right conduct. It seemed irrational, filthy, and it was certainly heathen. As Peter Lindestrom remarked, these wild people in New Sweden, they are not wild because we believe them to be mad and insane, but on account of their idolatry and error in religion. 20 Thai Indians had no scriptures or reasonical theologue. When a European tried to inquire into their metaphysics, he was likel carrot to hear traditional tales in which men turned into an imals and vice versa, people journeyed into supernatural realms and returned, animals conversed with each other and humans, and the spirits of rocks and trees had to be placated. The European knew that such nonsense was rank superstition, and it never occurred to him that there might be historical events in it, disguised by alien metaphor. 21 Nor did he see any likeness between his own theologically certified miracles and mysteries of Christianity and the traditionally certified myths of the Indians. Then, there were the wildly irrational antics of the INDE and powwows, the priest-physicians who donned eared masks and costumes, cast spells, and howled and cavorted about their patients' bedsides. 22 But there was plenty of superstition remaining in European medicine in the 17th century. 23 Perhaps superstition could be ascribed simply to ignorance and childish minds, but filthiness was sin. 24 Every European knew that the Christian moral law was founded in the laws of nature. Here were these natural people violating these supposedly natural laws without compunction. They showed small concern about covering their nakedness. Were happily loose about premarital sex. 25 Women were mistresses of their own bodies. They had no real marriage at all in the eyes of some Europeans. Divorce was easy, anutterist abomination malagi homosexuality was tolerated openly, even institutionalized. 26 Indian rituals were often held outdoors, whether they involved a cantico community dance or the deeply private sojourning in a wild place of the individual seeking a dream or trance revelation. Although Europeans sometimes held processions on holy days, their worship was mostly conducted indoors in specially constructed and consecrated places. Even their private searches for revelation were likely to happen in clerical studies or in solitary meditation in or near the church. To them outdoor rituals smacked of irreverence and shameless casualness or, worse, of devil worship. 27 Thgra was __th pound. Indians astonishing, and surely superstitious, ritual of daily washing. We read so much about dirty waves of demoralized and inculturated tribes that we are apt to overlook the early observers' reports of the cold plunges at dawn performed by villages en masse. 28 These were purification rites that happened also to accord with modern notions of hygiene, but the 17th century European was neither so superstitious as to believe in the religious motivation nor so silly as to get himself wet all over on a chill November morn. The craze for daily bathing had to overcome tough resistance before it penetrated European culture. Perfume was more rational. The social functions of religion in any society are to unify outlook and regulate conduct. Among Europeans and Indians alike, ruler and priest cooperated for mutual benefit. Religious sanctions supported the enforcing systems of custom, law, and individual morality. The two cultures did differ, as has been already noticed, in their notions of rationality, and it showed particularly in their conceptions of the natural as distinguished from the supernatural. 29 Oddly, though, the most rationalistic and literate of European faiths was also the most literal in its adherence to certain beliefs about the supernatural that accorded closely with Indian conceptions, even as it violently denounced Indian superstition. The demons who stalked through Cotton Mather's pages clanked the chains of Puritan fundamentalist dogma supported always, of course, by prodigiously reasoned argument. There is often a curiously childlike quality about the reasoning of both Cotton Mather and his father, Increase. When Cotton got no response to his effort to exorcise a demon from a young woman by using Indian words for his incantation, he petulantly concluded that the Indian language was so hard and stupid that not even demons understood it. Increase Mather delighted in rain magic. He twice gave minute details of Puritan congregations praying up rain and gloated that they had succeeded after Indian powwowing had failed. The incidents shed some light on what Puritans meant when they denounced Indian superstition. The Indians were not superstitious because they had a ritual for persuading divinity to make rain, their superstition lay in sending their prayers to the wrong address. 30. Puritans as well as Indians believed in witches and punished them. Everyone knows of Salem's horrors, and Salem was exceptional only in quantity of victims. A scholar has at last performed the practical chore of tabulating witchcraft incidents in the 17th century. Frederick C. Drake counted 95 incidents involving colonials with witchcraft before 1692, in which 22 people were executed and others severely punished. Almost all of them occurred in Puritan New England. Aside from killings performed by sailors at sea, no witches were executed by colonials other than Puritans. 31. To pinpoint the issue specifically as a matter of religion rather than regionalism, no cases whatever of witchcraft occurred in Rhode Island, where scornful Gortonage heretics defied the Puritans with the sacrilege that there be no other witches upon earth, nor devils, but your own pastors and ministers and such as they are. 3. The Indians priest was also his physician. It followed that the Indians' conception of medicine was shaped in accordance with his conception of religion. The natural and supernatural cohabited comfortably under the same term, to the bewilderment and disdain of the European onlooker. 33. Prayer, fetishes, magic, witchcraft, surgery, and herbalism were all medicine. 3. What made the mixture more confusing was its apparent efficacy. Even today Indians are apt to respond more positively to their own medicine men than to Euro-American physicians. As this chapter was being written, the United States National Institute of Health decided that the medicine man's efficiency was worth preserving and funded a training program for an enlarged new generation of these practitioners among the Navajos. 35. In colonial times lowly practitioners of European folk medicine picked up the Indian herb lore, blended it with their own variants of superstition, and practiced in a shadowy region largely unexplored by scholars. The powwow of the Pennsylvania Dutch got his name as well as a bag of tricks from the powwow of his woodland neighbors. 36. But educated Europeans refused to learn the genuinely effective Indian remedies because of the powwow's hocus pocus and the heathen superstition that tainted his medicine. They paid a heavy price in lives for their stubbornness. Jacques Cartier learned and used an Indian cure for scurvy, but Europe forgot the lesson and continued to endure the disease until a British naval surgeon read Cartier's account 2 centuries later. Indians did the pharmaceutical spade work, that led to the discovery of inulin, acknowledged by the discoverer. 37. Modern obstetricians have learned but only since World War II of the superiority of Indian obstetrical practices to European, and childbirth was the great killer of Europe's women. 38. The Indians used American foxglove as a cardiac stimulant for centuries before digitalis was discovered in England. 39. Their knowledge of the properties of plants has been summarized by Virgil J. Vogel in his recent study, American Indian Medicine. Vogel notes that more than 200 indigenous drugs used by Indian tribes for curative purposes have been included at one time or another in the Pharmacopoeia of the United States of America or in the National Formulary. Only a handful of indigenous vegetable drugs known to science today were not used by Aboriginal Indians, and the Indian usages generally corresponded with modern approved practice. Vogel properly adds that, although Indian herbalism was not a science, 17th century European medicine was not much of a science either. 40. The brevity of European life expectations in that era is confirmation enough. As one of the strongest unifying factors in any Indian community, the Indian medicine man became the object of the most intense hatred of Europeans striving to weaken and dominate his tribe. Vogel remarks that all of the principal forces of European erosion of Indian society have been brought to bear in the assault against the medicine man. To the extent that his influence was weakened, white influence was able to penetrate. For one, Europeans, for the most part, did not expect to learn anything from heathen religions. The professed goal of European colonization was to convert the heathen to doctrines of truth rather than to learn from them the errors of evil. These professions may be seen in several aspects, however. Undoubtedly Europeans of all ranks valued their faiths far higher than those of naked wild men, and undoubtedly also sincere, devout religionists among the Europeans were motivated by altruism to save the heathen for the heathen's sake. The Jesuit martyrs of New France were not cynics. But these were exceptions. The tough and callous men commanding colonies regarded the natives as mere objects for their own enrichment and advantage. For the colonists in general as well as their commanders, the purpose of proselytizing was to create firm allies among the natives. Englishmen were not merely Christians, they were Protestants, and they converted Indians to Protestantism rather than just to Christianity. Frenchmen converted their Indians to Catholicism. The 17th century was an era of merciless war between Protestants and Catholics, and Englishmen instigated their Protestant Indians to attack Catholic Indians with at least as much energy as went into attacking heathens. Englishmen quickly found that missions could be practical after another fashion. They discovered what may be most concisely termed the missionary racket. Perhaps the English were not alone in this discovery, but only English missions have been researched for this study. Both in Virginia and New England missions were organized to extract from pious Englishmen Anglicans in the one case, Puritans in the other, donations that were diverted to ends other than pious. The Puritan missions are examined in detail in Chapter 14 below. Here we may glance briefly at the earlier missionary project of the Virginia Company. 42. The Virginia Company followed the standard pattern by stressing conversion of the Indians as one of the company's great objectives. 43. For this announced goal the Crown ordered a general contribution in 1615 and again in 1617 in all the parishes of the Church of England, with the proceeds to found and fund a college for the Indians. 44. Gratifyingly large sums poured into the company's treasury, 1,000 acres of land were set aside for the college at Henrico, and a committee of choice gentlemen was set up to supervise the weighty business of the college, it being so great, that an account of their proceedings therein must be given to the state. 45. The Crown's earnestness in the project seems beyond question, but the company disposed of what the Crown proposed. As the money came in, the company's treasurer borrowed from the college fund to pay back debts and finance the company's other business. He proposed in 1619 to put off actual building on the college grounds, suggesting instead that its funds be invested and that the college be built out of the annual income rather than out of the capital. His proposal, duly adopted, turned out to be a device to divert the college fund to pay for the company's annual supply ship to Virginia. The excuse given for this diversion was the sending of 50 tenants on that ship to work on the lands set aside for the college. Half the proceeds of their labor theoretically would be put into the college fund. 46. This was the fund's investment. After the supply ship brought the tenants to Virginia, they were seized upon by pre-established planters and put to work on private plantations, and the man who had been placed in charge of them, with certain private understandings, as he alleged, was later found guilty by the company in London of reprehensible behavior, which probably means that he had diverted to his own pocket what they had intended for theirs. A dissident faction in the company confessed that the greatest part of the stock belonging to the college was wasted in an unsuccessful iron works. 47. The college was never built. No indication exists in surviving records that a single Indian was ever proselyte through its agency, with or without buildings. The famous conversion of Pocahontas occurred before the college's creation. The hard fact is that the Virginia Company never transported a single missionary to America. Some confusion on this point has arisen because of the presence in Virginia of a Mr. George Thorpe, who seems to have talked religion to his Indian neighbors and to have made efforts to ingratiate himself with them, much to the disgruntlement of hardliners among the English. A minister named Stocksom growled that persuasion was useless, that till their priests and ancients have their throats cut, there is no hope to bring them to conversion. In the circumstances, perhaps he was right, for Thorpe was killed in the Indian Rising of 1622. Whatever proselyting he had attempted among the Indians had certainly been his personal enterprise. The company had assigned him no such responsibility. His function for the company was to oversee its investment, as the deputy of the college lands. 4-8 When a minister named Pemberton offered, July 3, 1622, to employ himself for the converting of the infidels, the Virginia Company confined its encouragement to giving him the freedom of the colony. On the same day, however, the company appointed the Reverend Patrick Copeland as rector of the intended college. Copeland had earned high favor by collecting £70 from a warship's crew for a free school in Virginia, an extraordinary feat. But he had paid this donation to the treasurer on November 21, 1621, and the delay of over 7 months until his appointment as rector is curious. In any case, his missionary talents were never tested. The Virginia Indian Uprising had occurred more than 3 months before his appointment, and the colonists had become more concerned with exterminating Indians than converting them. Besides this rather decisive circumstance, Copeland's title as rector of the intended college only seemed to imply a missionary responsibility, although doubtless that seeming was intentional. The function actually assigned to him was the pastoral charge of the college tenants, who were English workmen. 49 Fairly plainly, everyone who could get near the college treasure put his fist into it. So far as the company and planters were concerned, the Indians were irrelevant to the whole business except as a pretext to extract money from the gullible English faithful. The Indian Rising spoiled everything. Although the company tried hard to keep the college project going, 50 Crown officials were so startled by the violence that they investigated and found evidence of much mismanagement. The Crown had heard earlier complaints about abuses by the Virginia Company. As one of its money-raising devices, the company had conducted lotteries toward the advancement of that plantation, and the relief of the distressed colonies, but the Privy Council began to wonder who was being advanced and relieved. After complaints by members of the House of Commons, Council suspended the lotteries in March 1621. When the Indian Rebellion burst out a year later, it impelled Council to command submission of the company's books for investigation, but the order was resisted and circumvented, whereupon Council confined several company officials to their homes for contempt. Finally, the Privy Council seized all the communications on a ship from Virginia. These apparently clinched the case for revocation of the company's charter, and the Crown assumed direct government of Virginia. 51 Until the uprising, however, the Indian college mission device had been most lucrative, and the gentlemen interested in overseas affairs kept it in mind for resuscitation when opportune. Copeland, who claimed that he had been the initiator of the Virginia project, later advised New England's Puritan leaders on missionary methods, and when the Puritans tardily concerned themselves in this field, they immediately solicited a collection in all the churches of England for its financial support. They encountered skepticism and resistance, but they propagandized hard and were rewarded by the formation in 1649 of the President and Society for Propagation of the Gospel in New England. 52. There was more difference between Protestantism and Catholicism in the 17th century than there is today. Both were conquest religions, but with different implications. The Catholic Church aspired to convert and include people all over the world. Spain's conquistadors were followed by missionaries who labored mightily in their cause. So also in New France the Jesuits took themselves into Indian villages to endure sacrifice and martyrdom. The Protestants produced no missionary martyrs, though some Protestant clergymen died violently along with laymen during Indian wars. 17th-century Protestant ministers stuck close to their colonial settlements, venturing forth only when a special congregation had been collected to listen to a sermon. This seems odd when one considers the evangelical missionizing fervor that Protestantism would take on in later centuries, but the data are there. I do not mean to imply by the contrast in the foregoing paragraph that all Catholic missionaries were possessed of superior virtue or necessarily were sympathetic to Indians or accepted human equality with them. 53. With all homage to Las Casas and others like him, the missionary priest could become the missionary despot easily in any faith. The very condition of being a missionary implied assumptions of superiority in the knowledge of the most important truth in the world, to which all other knowledge is subsidiary and inferior, and a man with such assumptions is not likely to be modest when he compares himself with his innocent or evil charges. One man with God is a majority, it has been remarked, and nobody is more aware of it than the one man. The sincere missionary desired most of all to reduce the heathens to a proper submission to his God, and he would rejoice over their physical calamities when he thought his spiritual goal was furthered by them. This was much in the tradition of the Inquisition's willingness to burn bodies to save souls, and indeed there was burning enough in New Spain. Nevertheless, the Catholic imperative for converting and including the heathen compelled Catholics to learn something about them in order to do the holy work effectively. 5. While the Protestant principle of elitism worked out in practice to exclusionism and indifference. The difference in attitude is sharply illustrated by contrasting approaches to Indian medicine. New England's Puritan missionaries had so closed their minds that after nearly 3 decades at their task they knew nothing of Indian medicine. Surviving today is a drug list prepared for the use of Massachusetts troops in King Philip's War. It contains not a single medicinal product of American origin. In Canada, however, Jesuit Father L. E. Mercier carefully distinguished between the Hurons' prayers to the devil and their natural remedies, and he asked for instruction in the remedies. 55. Such contrasts explain why the Jesuit relations are today an invaluable mine of ethnological information in spite of bias and cant. There is nothing comparable in Protestant literature until we reach the reports of Moravian missionaries in the mid-18th century. In his book on the Canadian fur trade, Harold A. Innes has conceived of the contact between Europe and the Americas, not as a collision of civilization and savagery, but as a meeting of two civilizations, one relatively more complex than the other, but both extremely responsive to each other. One Innes's comment referred particularly to economic relations, which will be discussed at length hereafter, but it is also applicable in other contexts. If the two societies were comparable as civilizations, then their member persons were comparable as human beings. To the persons involved in contact situations there was at first some doubt on this score. For a brief while Columbus's crew were persons from the sky to the West Indians, and the Mexicans debated too long for their own good whether Cortez's troops were gods. To Indian disillusionment was not long postponed. Europeans, however, have had a longer struggle with their primitive conceptions. Deluded by successes, they have preserved assumptions that worked, selecting and perceiving phenomena in accordance with the assumptions. The very name Indian bears witness to Columbus's resistance to a novel idea. The modern Mexican scholar Edmundo O'Gorman has argued that America had to be invented because of its explorers' reluctance to discover it. 3. This chapter is slightly modified from a paper read at the nth annual meeting of the Northeastern Anthropological Association, April 9, 1971, State University of New York at Albany. This study focuses on the conceptions of Englishmen rather than Spaniards, more particularly the varied shapes in which Englishmen conceived the savages of America. A basic rule was that any given Englishman at any given time formed his views in accordance with his purposes. Those who came for quick plunder saw plots and malignancy on every side, in a mirror image of their own intent. Their savages were sinister and treacherous, envisioned much as the English saw Turks and Spaniards, who were likewise fit objects of prey and likewise intransigent about accepting their role. When Indians were regarded as partners in profitable trade, the appeared less threatening, and their vices were excused. When they resisted eviction from lands wanted by the colonizers, they acquired demonic dimensions. When they were wanted as soldiers for war against the French, underscore the martini abilities of these demons were appreciated rather than decried. In short, like the most modern of architects, The _ Englishman devised the savage's form to fit his funct ion ***, for the word savage thus underwent considerable alteration of meaning as different colonists pursued their varied ends. One aspect of the term remained constant, however, the sauvage was always inferior civilized men. Ethnocentric historians have been quite correct in asserting that English colonizers never adopted the conception of the noble savage, although they sometimes looked for noble classes in Indian society. Even William Penn advocated justice for Indians on the grounds that we make profession of things so far transcending the conscience of the poor Indian. 5. The constant of Indian inferiority implied the rejection of his humanity and determined the limits permitted for his participation in the mixing of cultures. The savage was prey, cattle, pet, or vermin, he was never citizen. As the myth of the ignoble savage gathered momentum, it came to deny the Indian citizenship even in his own community. Upholders of the myth denied that either savage tyranny or savage anarchy could rightfully be called government, and therefore there could be no justification for Indian resistance to European invasion. Even Helen Hunt Jackson, that staunch champion of fair treatment for Indians, rejected feeble sentimentalism to declare, of the fairness of holding that ultimate sovereignty belonged to the civilized discoverer as against the savage barbarian, there is no manner nor ground of doubt. 8. This comment hints of one reason for inventing savagery, a reason that was stated more explicitly by Chief Justice John Marshall when he argued with impeccable logic from a false assumption to a conclusion that he admitted would be criminal if not for the assumption. The tribes of Indians inhabiting this country were fierce savages, wrote Marshall in a landmark decision in 1823, whose occupation was war, and whose subsistence was drawn chiefly from the forest. That law which regulates, and ought to regulate in general, the relations between the conqueror and conquered was incapable of application to a people under such circumstances. 6-7 To invade and dispossess the people of an unoffending civilized country would violate morality and transgress the principles of international law, but savages were, except Iona L. Being uncivilized by definition, they were outside the sanctions of both morality and law. The condition of savagery therefore involved more than aesthetic sensibilities, and the Chief Justice of a country espousing separation of church and state could show no official concern about Indians' lack of Christianity as criterion of legal status. For Justice Marshall, the fundamental criteria of legal savagery were two: subsistence from the forest and the occupation of war. Since it could hardly be argued that civilized societies eschewed war or withheld honor from professional soldiers, the critical factor in being savage reduced to a mode of subsistence. In that mode both the kind and place of activity were important. Insofar as the difference between civilized and uncivilized men is concerned, the theorists of international law, whom Marshall followed, have held consistently that civilized people stay in place and thus acquire such right in their inhabited lands as uncivilized wanderers cannot rightfully claim. Emmerich de Vattel, a noted 18th-century expounder of international law whose views were influential among American statesmen, used comparison to make the issue precise. While the conquest of the civilized empires of Peru and Mexico was a notorious usurpation, the establishment of various colonies upon the continent of North America might, if done within just limits, have been entirely lawful. The peoples of those vast tracts of land rather roamed over them than inhabited them. 8. The premises of these legal philosophers corresponded not at all with the actual state of Indian societies at about the time of French and English invasions. The natives of the Atlantic coast and the St. Lawrence Great Lakes inland coasts supported themselves by hunting and fishing alone or by hunting, fishing, and agriculture. Since the character of hunter was ascribed to all Indians, it is essential to notice that among the East Coast tribes south of present-day Maine hunting was a supplementary activity in a predominantly agricultural or, to be precise, horticultural economy. 9. The quality of both the hunting and the horticulture has been much misunderstood. Even in a land lush with wildlife, a hunter has to know the habits of his prey in that locality, he has to know the salt licks and water holes and breeding places, the peculiarities of local climate and weather. Without such specialized information, even the most skillfully trained user of weapons can go hungry in the woods or lose himself and die of exposure. 10 Indian hunters, whether full-time or part-time, worked in well-defined territories in which they claimed varieties of property right. 11 Sometimes they maintained trap lines along fixed routes. Sometimes they preserved particular areas as subsistence hunting territories. Among the agricultural Indians a custom widely prevailed of maintaining large parks for hunting to supplement the produce of tillage. Once or twice each year the men of a village gathered to burn away the brush. Much labor obviously went into these burnings, a purpose of which was to provide pasture land for deer as well as to ease the passage of the hunters. 1-2 No distinction is here made between communal property, family property, and personal property. All three kinds seem to have existed and evolved. The point is merely that given localities belong to particular persons or groups who confined themselves to those territories and excluded outsiders from using them. Fishing also involved knowledge and craft. Compilers Harold E. Driver and William C. Massey have concluded that fish were obtained by Indians in every major manner known to modern commercial fishermen. Again, knowledge of specific localities was important to the fishermen. Like trap lines, weirs were maintained more or less permanently. 1, in Boston, has been dated by carbon-14 analysis as 4,000 years old. Shellfish beds were visited regularly by whole villages for harvesting. Need it be argued that oyster beds are not portable? 13 Indians, lacked plows, but their horticulture was both intensive and productive. Their maze complex of crops and cultivation techniques was as productive at their own hands as it is today among the people to whom they taught it, and they grew a great variety of plants besides maize. A student of Indian farming practices makes the interesting suggestion that European improvements in cultivation methods provided the chief requisite for soil erosion by stirring the soil over the entire field. For this reason it appears that the Indians were able to grow corn on the same field longer than the white settlers. 1-4 A Smithsonian scholar estimated in 1929 that about 4/7 of the agricultural production of the United States, farm values, are in economic plants domesticated by the American Indian and taken over by the white man. 1-5 Labor was divided on the Indian farm. Men girdled and felled trees to open up crop and then broke the sod. Women sewed and dwed, wherein they exceeded our English husbandmen, according to William Wood in 1634, keeping it so clear with their clamshell huies, as if it were a garden rather than a cornfield, not suffering a coking weed to advance his audacious head above their infant corn. Weeding was so constant an activity among Indians that cessation of it drew alarmed attention from the English. In 1644 New Englanders suspected warlike intentions because their Indian neighbors had left their corn unweeded. In Virginia shiftless colonists who neglected their weeding were ridiculed by the painstaking Indian women. 16, see Figure 1. Before European invasion most Eastern Indians subsisted largely on the products of their farms and fishing. A nutritionist has concluded that the Indians of southern New England ate only about half as much meat per capita as Americans do today. A Dutch colonist reported that the Indians do not eat a satisfactory meal without cornmeal mush. 1-7 The basic difference between Indian and English subsistence economies was not farming but herd ing. Far as meat products were concerned, this difference was minor, but herding has other implications. Indians had no dairy products in their diet. Although they wove reeds into mats and baskets and practiced finger weaving, they failed to develop looms, and their shortage of textiles was felt so keenly that woolen blankets and garments became the great counter-staple of the fur trade. 1-8 As regards animal management, the English kept herds of domesticated livestock, often letting them run free, however, to forage as they might. To call swine domesticated, when raised in such circumstances, may be stretching a point. The Indians' livestock had never been domesticated, except for the dog, but, as has been noticed, Indians created pasture law and DTHAT attracted grazing animals. After contact with Europeans some Indians came to speak of the deer as their sheep. 19 In the 18th century an Oneida chief rationalized the difference between European and Indian management thus: the cattle you raise are your own, but those which are wild are still ours. 20 Indian pasture was made by communal effort, English by private. Actually the colonists of the early contact period avoided the heavy labor of clearing woods whenever possible, bending their chief efforts instead to acquiring the lands already cleared by Indians. 21 In respect to herding, Englishmen introduced not only livestock but also the forage crops necessary to the European method of maintaining animals in a narrowly restricted habitat. Forage grasses were unknown in Aboriginal America, and the browse that sufficed for deer at scattered intervals was inadequate for the concentrated herding of the colonists. The introduction of English grass, bluegrasses, ryegrasses, bents, and white clover made large herds of grazing animals possible, manageable, and profitable. 22 The herdsman transformed the browse pasture into the forage pasture, and, in New England particularly, he raised meat for the market as well as for subsistence. 23 Some of our earliest cowboys worked in Harvard Yard. Contrary to assumptions of inadequate yields from Indiap cultivalian, there is considerable evidence of production and storage of surpluses. 24. Uniformly the early European colonists depended on such surpluses for survival. On this point Jamestown's John Smith thought that the worthy discourse of a stout young Indian deserved to be remembered, and he gave it thus: "We perceive and well know you intend to destroy us, that are here to entreat and desire your friendship and to enjoy our houses and plant our fields, of whose fruits you shall participate, otherwise you will have the worst by our absence, for we can plant anywhere, though with more labor, and we know you cannot live if you want our harvest, and that relief we bring you. If you promise us peace we will belay of you, if you proceed in revenge, we will abandon the country." Smith promised peace. 25 At this stage of colonization, notably, the colonists preferred the company of competent farmers to the land that would be free for the taking if the farmers removed themselves. As Arthur C. Parker so eloquently has said, the cultivated maize of the Indians was the bridge over which English civilization crept, tremblingly and uncertainly, at first, then boldly and surely to a foothold and a permanent occupation of America. 26 Apart from the desperate situations of THES-TARVNG times of the colonists, Indian surplus crops often became a commodity in trade. 27 In Aboriginal times the Hurons of the Great Lakes region had laid the foundations for a trading empire by carrying their surplus corn as a commodity to the hunting Indians of northern Canada. 28 In Virginia there were communal storage houses. In New England families kept individual storage bins underground. 29 The Narragansett tribe of New England cleared twice as much ground as was planted each year, in order to let fields lie alternately fallow. 30 They gave and sold large quantities of corn to the colonists of Massachusetts Bay. 31 In another respect also the English farmer and herdsman depended upon their Indian neighbors, namely, to keep down the numbers of wolves and other predators that otherwise would have oppressed the colonists. 32 Indians were as much tied to particular localities as were Europeans. John Smith carefully itemized the territories of Virginia's natives. 33 Edward Winslow, in 1624, noted that every sachem in New England knew how far the bounds and limits of his own country extendeth, and that is his own proper inheritance. 3-4 Whether hunters or farmers, all Indian bands or other organized community groups lived in territories marked by specific natural boundaries such as mountains or streams. Their lives were governed by cycles of movement within their territories. When fish shoaled, plants fruited, and animals seasonally migrated, Indians revisited familiar spots. Both hunters and farmers gathered at certain seasons in tribal centers or villages for the performance of unifying rituals and public business as well as for simple sociability. 35 Agricultural villages had permanent buildings and were occupied during the entire planting season. When the ground became infertile through constant replanting, those Indians who did not fertilize their lands, some of the coastal peoples did remove their villages to new sites. Ordinarily, however, even this movement was cyclical, since the old sites were likely to be reoccupied after a lapse of some years. 36. An Indian who wandered into the territory of an alien tribe, or who poached on the hunting grounds of a fellow tribesman without permission, committed thereby an offense that might be punished by death. 37. Farmers planted in tracts assigned to them by their chiefs. 38. In the most literal sense, every Indian knew his place on the land and was kept in it by enforced custom. 39. The Indian did not wander, he commuted. 40. In this discussion, care has been taken to limit the remarks to subsistence hunting. There was another kind that served as a basis for the far-ranging Indian of the hunter stereotype, but it had not been a feature of Aboriginal society. This was the commercial hunting produced by the impact of European colonization, and it was dictated by the combined pressures of the international market in furs and the Indian dependence on Yafophan products that occurred after native sea rafts fell into disuse. An early Dutch observer noted that Indians hunting at a great distance had to take food with them. He clearly distinguished between the subsistence hunting for deer near the seashore and rivers where the Christians mostly reside and the commercial hunting for beaver that were mostly taken far inland, there being few of them near the settlements. 4.1 Whether searching for food or for commodity, the Indian hunter always returned after the chase to his native village. It is clear enough that there was a difference in quality between the cultures of Indians and those of the colonizing Europeans. What is being argued here is only that the difference was relative rather than absolute. Without the shadow of a doubt, it was of a nature that permitted and even encouraged interaction between the cultures, and was thus contradictory to John Marshall's edict that Indians were a people with whom it was impossible to mix, and who could not be governed as a distinct society. 4.2 Defined by technological standards, Indian culture has been called Neolithic or primitive. By sociopolitical criteria, however, recent theory suggests that Europe's intrusion transformed Indian communities into peasant societies. What has been lacking to make recognition explicit is the realization that invasion-era Indians made up what A.L. Kroeber has called part societies. Expounding on Kroeber's concept, Robert Redfield held that a peasant's community is only a part community, his society is incomplete without the town or city. To the extent that the trade of the tribesman with the town becomes necessary to him and requires him to enter into some relationships of personal and moral dependence on the townsman, that tribesman, to that extent and incompletely, is less of a tribesman than he was and more of a peasant. 4.3 If such distinctions between primitives and peasants have validity, then the Indians who traded and treated with Europeans in the 17th and 18th centuries had departed absolutely from their pre-contact primitive state. It is impossible not to fit the facts of their lives into Redfield's economic criteria for peasantry. It is the market, in one form or another, that pulls out from the compact social relations of self-contained primitive communities some parts of men's doings and puts people into fields of economic activity that are increasingly independent of the rest of what goes on in the local life. The local traditional and moral world and the wider and more impersonal world of the market are in principle distinct, opposed to each other, as Weber and others have emphasized. In peasant society the two are maintained in some balance, the market is held at arm's length, so to speak. 4.4 Eric R. Wolfe has substituted political criteria for Redfield's economic standards, but his model fits Indian contact communities just as closely as Redfield's. It is the crystallization of executive power which serves to distinguish the primitive from the civilized, rather than whether or not such power controls are located in one kind of place or another. Not the city, but the state is the decisive criterion of civilization, and it is the appearance of the state which marks the threshold of transition between food cultivators in general and peasants. Thus, it is only when a cultivator is integrated into a society with a state, that is, when the cultivator becomes subject to the demands and sanctions of power holders outside his social stratum, that we can appropriately speak of peasantry. 45 The first thing that European invaders did was to claim the Indians as their subjects and to enforce the claim where feasible. Those Indians who escaped full subjection in fact did so only by becoming clients of one European polity or another, and the acceptance of protection invariably implied acceptance, to greater or lesser degree, of the demands and sanctions of the European power holders. by either economic or political criteria. Therefore, American Indians departed from the primitive state, the only condition to which the term savage has any conceivably objective reference when European traders and governors appeared on the tribal doorstep. How, then, did the observed data of the Indian peasant turn into the myth of the roaming savage? Part of the answer is found in the deliberate intent of propagandists to create opinion in England favorable to aggressive policies in America, but another part is contained in the development of connotations that became incorporated in the term and acquired a life of their own. This development was long peculiar to English. In Dutch, Swedish, and German, the Romance word savage failed to find a welcome. Colonizers from the Netherlands used wilden for the Indians, and German translates savage people into wildsvolk. In Swedish the Indians were wildar, 46 in French savage was used ambiguously with connotations of noble primitivism or of bestiality according to the outlook and mood of the writer. Marc Lescarbot, who used savage consistently in his own writing, objected to its use in a pejorative sense. If we commonly call them savages, the word is abusive and unmerit, for they are anything but that, as will be proved in the course of this history. Throughout the 18th century French colonials seem to have used the term as a mere synonym for Indian, and their meanings vacillated with their attitudes. Not until the 19th century did French usage harden into the pattern already long established in English. 47 The Latin root silva, meaning woods, took two directions in English to make sylvan and savage. Sylvan now portrays woodland serenity and beauty. Through French savage, however, the idea of ferocious wild beasts came as one of the word's meanings into English. The term did not gain general currency as a substantive denoting a human person of the wilderness until late in the 16th century. At that time it was used as an adjective applying indifferently to plant, animal, or person. 48 An early Jamestown narrative refers to wild and savage people that live and lie up and down in troops like herds of deer in a forest. These people were very loving and gentle. 49 The special development of savage in English was a stress on beastly ferocity that displaced simple wildness as the dominant meaning of the word. Thus savage persons came to be wild like wolves instead of wild like deer. This development was long and uneven, and only its first phase can be shown here. Eucarat as *563 J. Ian Ribot's narrative of Florida referred only to people and Indians, who are unfailingly described as gentle, save AOE is not to be seen. 50 In 1566, after the destruction of the Huguenot colony on the Carolina coast, Nicholas Le Chalot survived to take refuge in England. In his account of the colony there were savages, but they were kind and gentle. The human beings described as more cruel than wild beasts were the Spanish exterminators of the colony. 51 The simple meaning of wild person continued in the extensive use of savage by the two Richard Hakluyts, lawyer and geographer, who kept in touch with the explorers and colonizers of their day. In his Notes on Colonization, written in 1578, printed in 1582, Hakluyt the lawyer used savage more or less synonymously with inland people. 52 In 1580 the geographer Hakluyt probably wrote the dedication to the first English translation of Jacques Cartier's Travels. It asked pointedly why no effort had been made to send colonies to reduce this savage nation to some civility, and it also described the people, though simple and rude in manners, and destitute of the knowledge of God or any good laws, yet of nature gentle and tractable, and most apt to receive the Christian religion, and to subject themselves to some good government. The translation of Cartier thus introduced was curious in more than one respect. It was a translation of a translation, and it showed a definite feeling by translator John Florio about the use of savage. Cartier's manuscript had not yet been published in France, so Florio had to work from a version published in Italian by a Venetian geographer. In this the word salvatici, the Italian cognate of savages, appeared frequently, but Florio nowhere translated it as savage persons. In one passage where dedi salvatici appeared 3 times, Florio Englished it twice as said wild men and the third time simply as said men. On the other hand, Florio translated le besti as savage beasts. Clearly Florio, who was an Oxford scholar, identified savage with wilderness and animals, but distinguished human beings by other words. 53 In 1583 another member of the Hakluyt Circle, Sir George Peckham, emphatically and repeatedly stressed the heathenism of the Indians, arguing that it is lawful and necessary to trade and traffic with the savages, and to plant in their countries, his justification being the obligation to save savage souls, and in 1584 the geographer Hakluyt picked up this theme in his highly influential Discourse of Western Planting, in which he continued to refer to Indians as these simple people that are in error into the right and perfect way of their salvation. 5 Generally it appears that the Hakluyts and their friends wanted to present Indians in an attractive light because of their desire to interest backers for their colonization schemes. In 1585 the elder Hakluyt, lawyer, set forth his inducements to the liking of the voyage intended towards Virginia in admirably clear and succinct language. The ends of this voyage are these: 1. To plant Christian religion, 2. To traffic, 3. To conquer, or, to do all three. 5 For such purposes mild and tractable Indians would be best. In the same year colonist Ralph Lane, though apparently brutal in his treatment of the Indians, wrote home from Roanoke to say that the soil is of an huge and uncommon greatness, and very well peopled and towned, though savagely. Lane added, savages, possessi the land. 6 An interested friend of the Hakluyts was William Shakespeare, whose omnivorous appetite for colorful words did not neglect savage. Bartlett's Concordance quotes 42 phrases from Shakespeare using savage, savagely, savageness, and savagery to express attributes of wildness, rudeness, bestiality, and cruelty, and the words were sometimes applied to persons. But Shakespeare was a wild-eyed poet. The solid, steady scholars who produced the King James Bible in 1611 avoided savage. 7 The term gradually gained form and acceptance through its use by the people engaged in colonizing, and they continued to use it uncertainly for a couple of decades. They obviously regarded it as a slur associated with heathenism, nakedness, and general contemptibility, but equally obviously they saw exciting possibilities in the savages for easy exploitation. Although the savages were wild people, and therefore an inferior sort, they were still people. In 1606 the Virginia Company of London instructed its colonists to buy a stock of corn from the naturals before the English intention to settle permanently should become evident. The company's chiefs were sure that you cannot carry yourselves so towards them but they will grow discontented with your habitation. Nevertheless, the colonists were to offend the natives as little as possible, consistent with their mission of trade and plantation, because the presence of the natives was essential to the mission's fulfillment. So long as trade with the natives remained a dominant purpose, this logic prevailed. Savages, when so named, were discussed in relatively mild and tolerant terms, and no one tried to exterminate the Indians either factually or metaphorically. The official instructions of the Virginia Company were careful to refer to the Indians as native people, naturals, and country people. 8 In an oddly mixed official publication of a slightly later date, the natives are Indians when mentioned in trading contexts, savages when the necessity for defense is mentioned. At one point this tract cautions that there is no trust to the fidelity of humane beasts, except a man will make league with lions, bears, and crocodiles, but the only specific use of savages is distant in the text from this beast imagery. 59 Even tough John Smith, for all his swagger and bluster, was ready to regard Indians as peers when the price was right. Certainly no Christian Englishman should have tolerated the thought of another Englishman in savage servitude, but Smith carried young Henry Spelman off to a nearby chief, and as Spelman later complained, unknown to me Smith sold me to him for a town called Powhatan. 60 Change came with the Indian uprising of 1622. 61 Before that war the Hakluyt tradition had been continued in London by the Reverend Samuel Purchas, who boasted of how carefully the Virginians had conciliated the salvages and of how the English paid invaluable commodities for all their newly occupied land, a thing of no small consequence to the conscience, where the mild law of nature, not that violent law of armes, lays the foundation of their possession. 6.2 But contention over the land was exactly what had precipitated the war. The discovery of tobacco's profitability had altered the Virginians' attitudes toward native neighbors. So long as the colony depended heavily on trade for skins and furs, nearby trading partners were an asset. They changed into a liability when trade became secondary. The colonists could and did raise tobacco by themselves. The Indians had taught them well, and they now coveted their neighbors' cleared lands more than their company. The lucrative weed stimulated a reorganization of Virginian society involving large grants of lands, accompanied by rapid growth and scattering of the English population. How Indians were persuaded to part with lands during this period is not clear. Despite boasts of purchase, there are no deeds to show for it such as appeared later in New England. Between 1618 and 1622 English numbers appear to have doubled, and Indian hostility grew with them. Finally the alarmed Indians rose in a desperate effort to drive away or exterminate the intruders. It was then that John Smith and Samuel Purhas gave a sharp twist to the meaning of savage that originated its present ugliness. Smith was moved by the Virginia War to dilate upon his habitually uncomplimentary references to Indians. Where formerly he had dwelt on their supposed treachery and other evil qualities in terms that he might have used interchangeably for Turk or Spaniard, he now adopted the beast imagery latent in savage and fastened it explicitly upon savage persons. In his Generale Histone of Virginia, New England, and the Summer Isles, published in 1624, the perfidious and inhumane people became cruel beasts with a more unnatural brutishness than beasts. Throughout Smith's account of the Indian massacre, savage appears prominently. This is the more notable because 8 years earlier Smith had railed against a personal enemy for treachery among the salvages whom he had identified at that time as poor innocent souls. 6.3 Smith's admiring friend Purchas joined him in the turnabout. Purchas contributed complimentary verses to the Generale Histone, remarking that Smith's forge mens all, makes shens for savage nation/freeze, feeds the rest. 6.4 A year later Purchas published his own magnum opus, Hakludus Posthumus, or Purchas His Pilgrims, in part of which, contrary to his usual practice of presenting edited versions of others' writings, he spoke at length in his own voice to formulate an elaborate and seminal rationalization for colonization by conquest. 65. Smith and Purchas presumably were familiar with the circumstances of Virginia related by one Captain Butler in the winter of 1622. Butler unmasked the colony in a denunciation of its managers for their neglect and exploitation of the settlers. There having been, as it is thought, not fewer than 10,000 souls transported thither, there are not, through the aforenamed abuses and neglects, above 2,000 of them at the present to be found alive. Instead of a plantation, it will shortly get the name of a slaughterhouse. Of the 8,000 dead immigrants, 347 had been killed in the Indian massacre. If Indians deserved a bad name because of the 347, what might the Virginia Company's gentlemen deserve to be called for the other 7,600? 6.6 But Smith and Purchas were not interested in even-handed distribution of blame. 67 Both wrote under great pressure to counteract the bad effect on public opinion of the company's bankruptcy and dissolution in 1624. 6.8 There can be little doubt that the company had been looted by its organizers. If the public were to become generally conscious of its bad management and scandalous peculation, investors would withhold funds from the future colonization to which Smith and Purchas were committed. A scapegoat was needed, a manageable scapegoat that could be heaped with blame for past disasters, then safely got out of the way to remove fears of the future. Smith's book provided the goat. Purchas sacrificed it. 69 Purchas's unique distinction was the invention of the non-person-land qualities of savages and the world they lived in, the depersonalization of persons who were wild. Turning away from his pre-war boasts of how Englishmen had conciliated the savages, Purchas justified, in 1625, the Virginians' retaliatory massacres of the Indians. He argued that Christian Englishmen might rightfully seize Indian lands because God had intended his land to be cultivated and not to be left in the condition of that unmanned wild country, which they the savages range rather than inhabit. 70. It is instructive to dwell for a moment on that last phrase. Purchas may have picked it up from the Jesuit missionary Pierre Bayard, who had described the Indians living farther north, thus 4,000 Indians at most roam through, rather than occupy, these vast stretches of inland territory and seashore. For they are a nomadic people, living in the forests and scattered over wide spaces as is natural for those who live by hunting and fishing only. 7.1 But Purchas knew perfectly well that the Virginia Indians were sedentary and agricultural and that the Jamestown colonists had been preserved from total starvation by Indian farm produce. Before Purchas wrote, a Jamestown colonist had actually gloated over the occurrence of the Indian uprising, for reasons that make stark comment on Purchas's trustworthiness. We, who hitherto have had possession of no more ground than their waste, and our purchase, may now by right of war, and law of nations, invade the country, and destroy them who sought to destroy us, whereby we shall enjoy their cultivated places, turning the laborious mattock into the victorious sword, wherein there is more both ease, benefit, and glory, and possessing the fruits of others' labors. Now their cleared grounds in all their villages, which are situate in the fruitfulest places of the land, shall be inhabited by us, whereas heretofore the grubbing of woods was the greatest labor. 7.2. Although Purchas's range rather than inhabit phrase was contrary to known fact, it held the magic of a strong incantation and the utility of a magician's smoke screen. It became an axiom of international law, although it does not appear in the works of Hugo Grotius, the so-called founder of international law. 7.3 And its capacity to smother fact was still so highly valued as late as 1830 that Secretary of War Lewis Cass synonymized it elegantly, traversed but not occupied, to justify the expropriation of the sedentary and agricultural Cherokees. 74 Purchas's chief pronouncement was that the Indians had become outlaws of humanity. He fumed against the unnatural naturals who had forfeited by disloyal treason their remainders of right. He verbally abolished their personal existences along with the rights natural to persons. They became like Cain, both murderers and vagabonds in their whatsoever and howsoever own, and therefore I can scarcely call them inhabitants. Having committed their monstrous crime against English humanity, they had lost their own natural, and given us another national right, so that England may both by law of nature and nations challenge Virginia for her own peculiar propriety. 7.5 Having laid claim to Virginia, Purchas prescribed the righteous duty of its colonists not to make savages and wild degenerate men of Christians, but Christians of those savage, wild, degenerate men. Even the land was transformed with wordplay characteristic of the then fashionable literary style. All the rich endowments of Virginia, he declared, her virgin portion from the creation nothing lessened, were wages for converting the savage countries. 7.6 It is all true and it is all false, true as metaphor in a system of ideas designed for a conqueror's needs, and false as representation of fact. Certainly Purchas understood what he was doing, and he was never foolish enough to believe that Virginia was really virgin land devoid of natives. Pursuing a constant practical objective, he advocated that the metaphorical non-inhabitants be servilely used, that future dangers be prevented by the extirpation of the more dangerous, and commodities also raised out of the servileness and serviceableness of the rest. 7.7 Before Purchas, his mentor Richard Hakluyt had also waxed euphuistic about metaphorical virginity and his patroness queen. 7.8 But Elizabeth had been 2 decades dead when Purchas wrote. Hakluyt had been very much interested in savages as persons to be traded with and ruled over. Rhetorical virginity in the land waited for Purchas to define it as non-habitation. The process of reifying metaphor into purported actuality developed further in New England, where Purchas's logic was refined into the practical form of a legal fiction, an abstract idea accepted by courts as though it were a fact taken in factuality and function to the fiction that General Motors or the Standard Oil companies are persons. This development was contributed by a Puritan lawyer, Governor John Winthrop, Sr., of Massachusetts Bay. Winthrop was not interested in fanciful plays on the idea of virginity in the land, but he seized on the equivalent conception that it had never been used. Responding to scrupulous objections against seizing Indian property, Winthrop declared in 1629 that most land in America fell under the legal rubric of vacuum domicilium because the Indians had not subdued it and therefore had only a natural and not a civil right to it. 79 Such natural right need not be respected in the same way as civil right, only the latter imposed the obligations of true legal property. Morally, and pragmatically, Winthrop's Puritans were obliged to leave individual Indians in possession of tracts actually under tillage, because such small plots of cultivated land obviously qualified as subdued according to English cultural assumptions, but hunting territories were regarded as waste available for seizure, no matter what status they held in native custom. Inherent in this doctrine was the notion that no Indian government could be recognized as sovereign over any domain, and therefore no legal sanction could exist for Indian tenure of real estate. Seizure of open lands was nothing new to Englishmen. Since the Statute of Merton in 1235 AD, English manorial lords had been enclosing lands sometimes waste, sometimes commons, and sometimes cropland with little regard for the welfare or customary rights of local peasants. 80 Massachusetts Puritans carried on this ancient practice with only a slight change of rationalization. To meet moral criticism on this issue, as on others also, they relied on their status as the elect of God. For their ultimate authority the Puritans scorned matters of mundane fact to appeal to Holy Writ in a neat selection of texts. They quoted Psalms 2:8, "Ask of me, and I shall give thee, the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession." For enforcement of this large donation they cited Romans 13:2, "Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist, receive to themselves damnation." 8:1 References to such biblical texts were incorporated into the laws that ostensibly guaranteed Indians a title to land, so that once the scriptural citations were included, they too became an integral part of the law. 82 For convenience the Puritans reinforced scripture with the temporal authority of their patent from the King of England. Difficult subjects though they were, they recognized his sovereignty, as they recognized Indian property, for the single purpose of conveying the recognized right to themselves. 83 An anonymous humorist has summarized all this authority in a syllogism that he attributed apparently apocryphally to a Puritan town meeting: voted, that the earth is the Ford's and the fullness thereof; voted, that the earth is given to the saints; voted, that we are the saints. 84 Whether or not any town was ever indiscreet enough to commit such a resolution to record, that was the Puritans' logic. People possessed of such marvelously self-serving doctrine had no difficulty in classifying land as vacant or virgin when it actually held inhabitants with aboriginal rights of tenure. In the Puritans' rationalization the land had never been made property by English law or, more properly, by provincial law, and it was therefore vacant in fact. The deductive imperatives of authority were reinforced in the 19th century with developed conceptions of inequality and social Darwinism. Francis Parkman pronounced the Indian to be a true child of the forest and the desert. The wastes and solitudes of nature are his congenial home. 85 George E. Ellis echoed that the Indians simply wasted everything within their reach. They required enormous spaces of wilderness for their mode of existence. 86 Frederick Jackson Turner conceived this wilderness as free land, and Walter Prescott Webb brought the whole process back to its beginnings, upside down. He took the myth that had formed from a legal fiction and converted it into the fact that made an action legal. This free land, as he saw it, was land free to be taken. 87. E. Zancai Esterkman, who has often been called the greatest of American historians, wrote in the 19th century that the Indians melted away, not because civilization destroyed them, but because their own ferocity and intractable indolence made it possible that they should exist in its presence. One setting aside ferocity for later treatment, let us now examine a giant social organization that stands in manifest refutation of the other myths in this capsule of ideology. The intersocietal institution of economic exchange, imprecisely called the fur trade, required enormous labor from Indians and depended utterly for its existence upon cooperation between Indians and Europeans. The trade was possible because of compatible traits in the two cultures. Europeans seeking wealth and dominance in America found peoples there who already understood and practiced division of labor and exchange of commodities. Contact and trade between the two societies caused internal change in both. For the Indians there was paradox. Contact with the more complex culture of Europe did not stimulate the development of greater complexity in Indian culture. On the contrary, Indian industry became less specialized and divided as it entered into closer relations of exchange with European industry. For the Indians intersocietal commerce triumphed by subordinating and eliminating all crafts except those directly related to the European-Indian trade, while intertribal trading relations survived only insofar as they served the purposes of intersocietal trade. Pre-contact trade between Indian tribes had involved a variety of goods. Copper was mined in northern Michigan and traded over great distances. The colonists of Jamestown found it among their neighboring Indians. Catlinite stone used in the manufacture of ceremonial peace pipes, calumets, was quarried in Minnesota. Mica has been found in the Great Temple Mounds of Ohio, although it does not occur naturally in that vicinity. Flint and flint-like stones formed an object of exchange. Obsidian for the making of arrowheads was brought into the East Coast region from distances as great as 1,700 crowflight miles away. In the reverse direction, multicolored stratified slate was traded from the coast to the Mississippi River. One tribe became known as the Tobacco Indians because of its production of that crop in quantity for trade. The agricultural Hurons traded maize for the meat and fish of the Nipissing hunters of the north. Only one tribe in all of North America has ever been discovered that did not possess objects obtained through trade with other tribes. The exception was the polar Eskimos, who lived so isolated an existence that they believed themselves to be the only people on Earth. The nature of this intertribal trade was transformed by the introduction of European trade goods among the eastern tribes. New commodities displaced old. Iron and steel implements made copper and stone obsolete. Instead of exchanging surpluses of their own products, the tribes abandoned their crafts in order to concentrate on obtaining surpluses of the goods desired by Europeans. Their new objectives created intertribal tensions where former trade had favored the friendship born of mutual advantage. Interior tribes that once had desired trade with Eastern peoples came to regard the Easterners as obstacles to a more desirable trade with Europeans. The Eastern tribes strove to keep the advantage of brokering from the coast to the interior, and previous intertribal cooperation turned into competition and conflict. While trade with Europeans transformed intertribal relations, it also metamorphosed the tribes' internal economies. All attention was turned to acquiring the goods produced by Europe's more advanced technology, and all energies were bent toward the means required for getting ngth precious goods. Because Europeans would readily hang their commodities for fur, Indians turned to hunting with an intensity previously unknown. No longer did they merely harvest the game to satisfy needs for meat and garments. Their new circumstances reaped them to produce great surpluses of peltry for exchange. In short, they added commercial hunting to subsistence hunting. Just as commercial agriculture producing staples for the market differs from subsistence farming, so commercial hunting differs from subsistence hunting. Subsistence hunters restrain themselves to preserve breeding stock, they conserve as well as kill. But supply European demands FNR for Indians had to hunt with such destructive intensity as to exterminate commercially valuable game. Thus they eventually destroyed the basis for the very economy they were trying to practice and, in the end, rendered themselves superfluous to the European traders on whom they had come to depend. As Indians devoted increasing amounts of time and energy to activities associated with the fur trade, the resulting processes came to stand in direct contradiction to Frederick Jackson Turner's suggestion of a return to primitive conditions on a continually advancing frontier line. For primitive conditions do not include a world market. The frontier line was dotted with trading posts connected directly to the world market through European merchants. Indians may be said to have entered the market through trading post gateways, and the gates swung only inward. Once inside, the Indians became dependent upon the Europeans who controlled the markets functioning in America. For both Indians and Europeans the trade was a movement forward but not always upward. A return to primitive conditions for Indians would have been a return to increased agricultural production for self-sufficiency in an ecologically balanced habitat. 5 primitive conditions for Euro-Americans would have obliged them to hunt their own peltry instead of importing cloth and firearms from Europe to pass on to Indians for furs. The trade was ultimately self-destructive. It served while it lasted as a means to draw Indians and Europeans together. The Wade Peter Lindestrom once remarked on the futility of attempts to exterminate Indians, explaining that the trade, traffic, and commerce of the Christians would be of small value without Indians. 6. In essence the trade was a means of unstable symbiosis for two societies. Europeans benefited from it both in the colonies and on their home continent. Europe's industries were stimulated by what Harold A. Innis has characterized as the overwhelming task of continuously supplying goods to the Indian tribes of North America, of maintaining the depreciation of those goods, and of replacing the goods destroyed. 7. For the colonists the trade was generally beneficial long after their settlements had become stable and permanent, because the trade yielded a continuing income and especially because that income was derived from an extractive industry that produced goods that Europe wanted and could not produce itself. Thus peltry provided a means of reducing the colonists' perpetual deficit in the balance of payments of their own trade with Europe. 8. For Indians the advantages of the trade were local and temporary. Over the long term the commercial transformation of their society implied its decay. To the calamities of epidemics and alcoholism were added trade wars of the most destructive sort. Firearms acquired in trade enable particular tribes to gain advantage and supremacy in competition. Other tribes. 6. The general effect of the trade wars was depletion of all the participants, victors and vanquished alike. With these large-scale beaver wars Indians truly entered upon an era of self-destructive frenzy. The trade became omnipresent in Indian society and ramified extensively in Europe. It has become a research specialty for historians, anthropologists, geographers, and economists who follow the French and English traders westward to where they encountered the Russians who had traded eastward through Siberia and Alaska. Only a brief overview can be given here of the trade's effects on the cultures of northeastern Indians and northwestern Europeans. The particulars of market diplomacy, transportation routes, and routines of commerce, fascinating in themselves, have been capably and lucidly reported elsewhere. What follows in this chapter will first attend to the trade as it appeared in Indian society and then as it appeared in Europe, and will conclude with a brief comparison of the two cultures. The trade was a process of exchange between two industries. We are accustomed to the notion that European trade goods were the product of manufacture, but somehow the Indians' furs and hides seem like raw materials or natural resources, that is, objects consonant to a savage society. In fact, the peltry was the product of extensive labor and organization and much skill. It was raw material for further processing only in the sense that a bolt of cloth is raw material for tailoring. Although the Indians' industry involved operations at widely dispersed sites, it may be considered by 3 criteria as analogous to cottage industry in Europe. 1. The Indian's own home in his own village served as the base of all operations. 2. The hunting Indian was a self-employed craftsman who purchased his own tools and sold semi-finished products. And 3. The workman often operated on credit supplied by a merchant entrepreneur. 9. The factors of an extractive industry, as identified in the terms of abstract economic analysis, existed in real circumstances peculiar to Indian society and culture. The simple barter of the earliest days of the trade provided Indians with steel hatchets and knives and later with firearms, implements by means of which their craft could be conducted more efficiently. 10. After the trade had become well established, Indians regularly obtained goods and implements on credit, to be repaid by their peltry product, that is, they borrowed operating capital from European traders. 11 other articles of operating capital, such as canoes, were created by the Indians themselves because their product was superior to anything Europe had to offer. 1. To land was the Indians' own contribution until such time as they were dispossessed. Labor was varied in a number of operations and was performed by both men and women. Men in work gangs traveled for months away from home and lived at their site of operations. They located the special kind of raw material incorporating their desired commodity, the beaver and other fur-bearing animals, and extracted the raw material from its site. This extraction involved a number of processes hidden under the rubric hunting, and it required skilled labor as well as the expenditure of operating capital. Having acquired his raw material, the Indian hunter turned skinner, spending more labor on extracting the commercially valuable part of the material from its associated waste product. He then became porter and freight manager to get his peltry back to his village, and on the way he might be obliged to turn soldier to protect it from hijackers. At the village further work was done, comparable to a tanner's, to dress the skins. Then the Indian transported his product once again, sometimes for distances of hundreds of miles, to the marketplace maintained by a European merchant, and there the Indian turned trader. Sometimes, if he could not get the terms he wanted, he might pick up his goods and carry them to another market, but if he was in debt he was obliged to deal with his creditor. When the merchant packed peltry for shipment to Europe, it was already a semi-manufactured product that had been handled and treated many times. No living, breathing, raw material beaver got into the cargo. 13. The sheer hard work, as well as the technical skills, involved in this industry has become hidden behind the myth of the lazy savage, perhaps because hunting is recreation rather than work for so many modern Americans. Europeans of colonial times were content to leave the production of marketable peltry entirely in the hands of Indians until Daniel Boone and other Kentucky hunters revolutionized the trade, late in the 18th century, by substituting themselves in the Indians' roles. Massachusetts' S. William Wood observed in 1634 that the beaver, whose pelts were the most wanted products of Indian industry, were too cunning for the English, who seldom or never catch any of them. Therefore we leave them to those skillful hunters whose time is not so precious, whose experience bought skill hath made them practical and useful in that particular. 1. For a 19th century scholar remarks slurringly that organized commerce could compel industry, could exact all the spasmodic labor possible to the barbarian. 1.5 The 17th century knew the worth of that spasmodic labor. Adrienne van der Donck wrote that the Indians, without our labor or trouble, bring to us their fur trade, worth tons of gold, which may be increased, and is like goods found. 1.6 Van der Donck's final phrase is at the heart of the confusion. The peltry was raw material for European commerce and industry. The trading post was the only point of contact between the industries of Europeans and India NS, and no European concerned himself to study the processes of Indian industry as a whole until modern scholars began to reconstruct it from bits and pieces of description. Some of those processes are worth a moment's attention. Although some Indians hiked to the hunt, others anticipated the burden of a peltry pack by traveling via canoe and portage. First, however, they had to make their canoes. For birch bark canoes the materials had to be collected in the summer while the bark would peel off easily. At the time of construction the stored bark and other materials were assembled by a crew of workers, ideally 2 men and 4 women, over a period of 10 days to 2 weeks. With care the canoe might last several years, but birch bark canoes were fragile and easily damaged. Harold E. Driver and William C. Massey have observed that the making of a good birch bark canoe is a detailed and skilled task which no doubt required some centuries to perfect. 1.7 Roger Williams described the construction of the alternate type of canoe, the dugout. The craftsman went alone into the woods with some parched corn for sustenance. There, according to Williams, he continues burning and hewing until he hath within 10 or 12 days, lying there at his work alone, finished. 1.8 It will be noticed that those were dawn to dusk days. About the journey to distant hunting territories, two facts may be noted. The hunters moved over networks of trails that were soundly enough laid out to serve as the basis for the wagon roads and automobile highways of times to come, and the journey was made in all sorts of weather. 19 Adrian van der Donck described how the Iroquois organized a commercial hunt. For beaver hunting, he wrote, the Indians go in large parties, and remain out from 1 to 2 months, during which time they subsist by hunting and on a little cornmeal which they carry out with them, and they frequently return home with from 40 to 80 beaver skins, and with some otter, fishers, and other skins also. 20 Taking all of van der Donck's estimates at maximum, 80 beaver skins does not seem like an overwhelming reward for 2 months of 7-day work weeks of a large party. The travel itself could be heavy going, as we are quick to conc when we describe the fatigues and travails of white frontiersmen wading through HS streams up to the ir necks and shuddering dry without a fire for fear of betraying their whereabouts, or getting caught in rain or snowstorms far from the comforts of home. Thoftundians had condominiumation themselves to stoic endurance, such experience were nomore pleasant for flesh in redskins tihan in witty. We need not and should not give way to romantic mentality in order to recognize the very plain fact that hunters and warriors loafed in the villages where Europeans saw and described them in order to rest and recuperate from the exhaustion of the hunt where the writing kind of European does not seem to have followed. Sir William Johnson was one of the 18th century's most acutely perceptive observers of Indian culture. He understood well the Indian men's disinclination to remain long in one place without action. It was a certain maxim, he wrote, that although in their own villages they spend much of their time in indolence, yet, when abroad they must be employed in war, hunting, conferences, or trade. 2-1 When the Indian men returned from the hunt, there was work for the Indian women. If he brought back beaver skins, she scraped their inner sides and rubbed them with marrow. Then she trimmed each one into rectangular shape and sewed together about half a dozen with moose sinews. The robes thus made were worn by the Indians with the fur next to the body for 15 to 18 months, after which the furs commanded top price in the market. 22 In southern regions deer skins became the staple of the trade. These too required special treatment to enhance their value. In the mid-18th century James Logan of Pennsylvania classified them into 3 types at corresponding prices, ordinary at 1 shilling each, fall at 1 shilling and 9 pence each, and Indian drayist at 3 shillings and 6 pence each. 23 What Indian drayist meant was described by an English observer of the late 18th century, who transmitted to the Royal Society a description of the Indian way of dressing buckskins with brains in Carolina. This was always done by women, and the job was so complex and tedious that no more than 8 or 10 skins could be prepared per day by a single worker. It involved soaking and scraping the skins, heating them together with the animal's dried brains in a kettle, scouring them, twisting and untwisting them, and forcing the water out of them by rubbing them with a dull hatchet until they became perfectly dry. Clearly this was an industrial process. 24 Villages not connected directly with the hunt might yet participate indirectly through the manufacture of wampum out of seashells. Authorities differ as to whether wampum had been used as native money for purely commercial purposes before contact with Europeans. They agree, however, that the painstakingly wrought strings of shell teds were highly valued by all coastal Indians as objects for use in religious and governmental procedures and for personal adornment. 25 Under the stimulation of European trade, the Eastern Indians carried wampum to the interior and acquainted landlocked tribes with its many functions. For a while in the 17th century, wampum as a medium of exchange was as necessary to European colonists as to Indians. In a period when the hard coins of Europe had to be reserved for purchases in Europe, colonists adopted wampum as legal tender for internal circulation. 26 Indians were the mint masters of this shell currency because of the specialized skills and painstaking labor required in its production. Counterfeits produced by colonial or European manufacture were readily recognized as an inferior product, although the sheer necessity for a circulating medium often made them pass. They sold at discount. Genuine wampum set the standard. 27 Wampum production was localized where beaches could be harvested for the right kind of shells. On the North Atlantic coast the periwinkle used for the purpose did not spawn north of Cape Cod. Mints were located among the Narragansetts and other coastal Indians of the mainland and among the Indians of Block Island and Long Island, especially around Gardinas Bay. 28 These tribes were blocked from access to commercial hunting territories, but they participated in a subsidiary branch of the trade through their specialized industry. J.N.B. Hewitt has described the manufacture of wampum as follows. The process, though simple, required a skill acquired only by long practice. The intense hardness and brittleness of the materials made it impossible to wear, grind, and bore the shell by machinery alone. First the thin portions were removed with a light sharp hammer, and the remainder was clamped in a size sure sawed in a slender stick, and was then ground into an octagonal figure, an inch in length and half an inch in diameter. This piece being ready for boring was inserted into another piece of wood, sawed like the first stick, which was firmly fastened to a bench, a weight being so adjusted that it caused the size sure to grip the shell and to hold it securely. The drill was made from an untempered handsaw, ground into proper shape and tempered in the flame of a candle. Braced against a steel plate on the operator's chest and nicely adjusted to the center of the shell, the drill was rotated by means of the common handbow. To clean the aperture, the drill was dexterously withdrawn while in motion, and was cleared by the thumb and finger of the particles of shell. From a vessel hanging over the closely clamped shell drops of water fell on the drill to cool it, for particular care was exercised lest the shell break from the heat caused by friction. 29. And so forth. In New England the beads were usually valued from 4 to 6 to the penny, and a fathom of 240 to 260 beads was worth 5 shillings, or 60 pence. 30. It seems plain enough that such prices would not pamper a lazy workman who had to go through what Hewitt described in order to make one bead. Another specialized occupation connected with the trade showed itself among the Huron Indians, who became brokers between French merchants and the hunting Indians of the distant west and north. 31 Other tribes seem to have practiced similar brokerage at least some of the time. In the 18th century the Kaufnawega Indians were hired by provincial merchants to pack furs and trade goods in a heavy illicit traffic between Albany and Montreal. 32 Similarly the Indians who lived near Niagara hired themselves out as laborers for the portage required there. 33 Finally there were extremely intricate and time-consuming political processes connected with Indian industry and commerce that were prerequisite to their success. Hunters passing into or through other Indians' territories traveled on sufferance of the local people. Permission might be obtained through alliance or by payment of toll. It might be forced by fighting. It could never be taken for granted, and the time and energy devoted to obtaining it were never negligible. For Indians as for Europeans, trade followed the flag. 34 One student has remarked that trade and war appear as alternative forms for Huron dealings with contiguous non-Hurons, and his comment seems applicable to other tribes as well. 35 The collapse of intertribal trade in Indian commodities surely contributed to a general increase in hostilities by establishing competition as a greater source of advantage than cooperation. There can be no doubt at all of the increase in hostilities stimulated by the arrangements of the new trade with Europeans. Although the resulting carnage has been called the Beaver Wars, it might be as justifiably called the Firearm Wars, Kettle Wars, or/et Wars. Competition and conflict between Indians arose from two sources. In part it reflected the competition between Europeans of diverse nationalities and interests whose client tribes were drawn into the patrons' struggles, and this source of conflict increased in importance as the Europeans consolidated their positions and increased their dominance. In the 16th and early 17th centuries, however, the tribes often warred on their own initiative for what they perceived as their own interest. Aimed at control over gainement of goods and access to suppliers, TH's wars for tribal supremacy ranged over the entire space from El Trapline to Trading Post. Relations between tribes were strongly influenced by their locations in the configuration and movement of the trade. The tribe neighboring a trading post could gain a broker's profit as long as it could block more distant tribes from direct access to the post. Distant tribes could get better prices by breaking through the obstruction. European attitudes were mixed. Although nearby tribes were more manageable and reliable as allies, the traders' basic policy was to keep the channels of supply free of hindrances. Like the more distant tribesmen, European traders also wanted to eliminate the Indian middleman's profit. The mixture of parties, motives, and goals kept the trade constantly in a state of tension and flux. Historically, the trade began at the coast and remained a fully commercial exchange between societies until Euro-Americans began hunting for themselves late in the 18th century. The basic strategy of the European trader in America was not to get at the animals but rather to get at the Indians, either by going directly to them or by bringing the Indians to himself. In the earliest years, while substantial populations of Indians and game animals still lived in coastal regions, the traders needed only to make their presence known. C.H. McIlwain has remarked that, as far as we can look back, in the very earliest recorded voyages we find that the Indians had collected stores of skins in anticipation of trade with the Europeans, and that the voyagers in turn had invariably brought with them goods for this traffic. 3.6 Sometimes, indeed, the voyagers prepared so carefully as to bring counterfeit wampum, as in the case of John Winthrop's journey of 1629 to 1630. 37 fishermen trading on the beaches where they dried their catch were followed by explorers who engaged in trade in order to pay the costs of discovery. French trade began at least as early as Cartier's voyages in 1J34 and 1535. 38 After the explorers, came the merchant ships that ranged the coasts only for trade, or a little piracy if opportunity offered. From trading on shipboard the merchants moved naturally, as they gained confidence, to setting up stations on shore, manned by a few men who collected and stored skins while awaiting the ship's return journey. These transient settlements were followed by the colonizing ventures of the great companies, which were always placed in locations that promised enough trade to make the colonies profitable. The early Europeans mostly preferred to stick close to the ports that seemed like the uttermost outreach of their familiar homelands, but they soon learned the lessons of interposition and leapfrogging. Very early in the 17th century Quebec and Fort Nassau, near Albany, were founded on navigable streams far inland, and some enterprising Virginians set up a trading post where the Susquehanna River falls into Chesapeake Bay. 39 Montreal took Frenchmen deeper inland to a strategic juncture of waterways in 1642, and Frenchmen soon afterward plunged deep into the woods to get the commercial advantage of dealing directly with the interior tribes. The coureurs de bois of Canada made possible the early exploitation of the tremendous Great Lakes St. Lawrence waterway system and the Mississippi River network, and it was renegade coureurs de bois who taught the English of New York and Pennsylvania how to voyage inland. 40 Not a single step of all this inland journeying was taken out of idle curiosity, and none was done alone. Every voyager directed himself toward communities of Indians. Every voyager had business with the Indians as his purpose. As soon as he left the decks of European ships or the close environs of a European settlement, every voyager was taken along his route by Indian guides and was fed and sheltered in Indian villages. As the French became more familiar with the trails and tribes, they established LGHTLY manned outposts as far inland and as Michilimackinac at the juncture of Lake Superior, Michigan, and Huron. The Dutch and English produced few frontiersmen to rival the coureurs de bois. Until the 18th century they continued to rely on Indians to do their inland commercial traveling. When the English did move inland, they, like the French, followed the trails of the trade, but, unlike the French, they moved massively and displaced Indian communities in order to occupy new territories with their own people. For Indians, therefore, trade with Frenchmen had different consequences than trade with Englishmen. Dealings with the French brought Indians into economic and political dependency, but dealings with the English brought dispossession also. The swift penetration of the North American continent profoundly modified the history of Europe and Euro-Americans as well as that of Indians. Europe sought trade with Indians because Europe needed what the Indians had to offer. Indian commodities became an important factor in the European commercial system. Indian demand stimulated particular European industries, and the meshing of the Indian trade into the world market modified to a degree the functioning of that market and the relationships of its national components. European trade in furs long antedated 1492. In medieval Europe winters were cold, open heart HS gave little warmth into fiery halls, arid for garm and tsp reclaimed thua lthjfhdsta2s of their were-ars. 41 In the dark ages of small population and great forests, local hunting in Central and Eastern Europe provided a sufficiency, but as human populations grew and wild animal populations declined, trading organizations reached farther and farther east for sources of supply. Medieval Kiev had traded extensively in furs with Byzantium, and the Russians had become adept in the dressing of the peltry as well as in its acquisition. In the 16th century England and the Netherlands began to develop trade with Muscovy via the Baltic Sea, and during the 17th and 18th centuries Russian traders and hunters worked their way ever deeper into Siberia. A European market in furs grew up, with its major headquarters in Amsterdam. 42. 41 Elspeth M. Vila, The English Fur Trade in the Later Middle Ages, Oxford, 1966, Chapter 1. 42 Raymond H. Fisher, The Russian Fur Trade, 73-50-700, University of California Publications in History, XXXI, Berkeley and Los Angeles, 1943, 190-193. For a brief historical summary of the Russian expansion into Siberia, see James R. Gibson, Feeding the Russian Fur Trade, Provisionment of the 98th The Invasion of America, Part I. This market was an immense and complicated structure that marched over the land masses of the north as the market in spice and sugar sailed to the islands of the tropics. As in all markets, fluctuations in one sector affected all the others. The extent of interdependence is curiously illustrated by one practice of the ubiquitous Dutch merchants. After they had opened trade with American Indians, they often carried furs all the way from America to Russia. It seems like carrying coals to Newcastle, but it worked. Age-old familiarity with furs had taught Russian craftsmen techniques for combing beaver pelts in such a way as to remove the woolen hairs that felted best for hat manufacture, while leaving intact the guard hairs that were necessary to the fur's quality as a coat. Thus the Russians converted one Indian caught pelt into two commodities for Dutch merchants. The Dutch returned to pick up the treated furs for transport back to their market at Amsterdam, profiting at every stage in the cycle. 43 The anticipated and real demands of Indians as consumers shaped imperial policies and influenced the development of England's greatest industry, the mall trade. In 1584 Sir Walter Raleigh commissioned Richard Hakluyt to argue that after the seeking the advancement of the kingdom of Christ, the second chief and principal end of colonization should be the vent of the masse of our cloths and other commodities of England, and in receiving back of the net full commodities that we now receive from all other places of the world. Hakluyt noted that the imports would not be finished products like those of France and Flanders, but rather all substances unwrought, to the employment of a wonderful multitude of the poor subjects of the realm. For these motives continued to carry weight in England. In 1681 William Penn echoed Hakluyt with a suggestion that Englishmen should consider how many thousand blacks and Indians are also accommodated with cloths and many sorts of tools and utensils from England, and that their labour is mostly brought hither to England, which adds wealth and people to the English dominions. 5 Such expectations were soundly based. Although decline in Indian population implied correlated decline in consumption of trade goods, Indians manned the markets, so to speak, until English colonial populations acquired significant purchasing power. Contrary to the popular impression that Indians traded mostly for gimcracks and baubles, traders soon discovered that the goods most in demand were those adapted to practical use in the Indian way of living. Firearms and ammunition were extremely important, of course, as necessary implements in the hunting industry and in war. Woolen cloth and cloth garments also made up a major proportion of all goods traded. 46 THIRD-WORLDISM affected England's wool production quantitatively and regionally. Although statistics are not at my disposal, the circumstances in America suggest that woolens entering English colonial ports were traded and retrade far inland to be consumed not only by Indians under English protection but also by the far Indian clients of France. 47 Indian customers were the more appreciated because English woolen exports to the continent of Europe were encountering difficulties in the 17th century. 48 One region, in particular, had reason to be pleased with the Indian trade. The scarlet and blue cloth made in the Stroud or Stroudwater Valley of Gloucestershire became an Indian favourite and remained so during the 18th century. The valley was distant from the great highways leading to London, and its clothiers turned naturally to nearby Bristol for outlet. Merchants trading with Indians in the colonies kept in touch with Bristol because the cloth they wanted was cheaper there than in London. 49 The clothiers of the Bristol region enjoyed their greatest prosperity between 1690 and 1760, the span of greatest activity in the English Indian trade. 50 It was in this West Country wool district that English weavers first sank from the status of self-employment to that of hired hand. To pursue the subject further is impossible here, but we can speculate, did the profits accumulated from Indians make possible the proletarianization of these English workmen? Credit was the mechanism through which the weavers mortgaged their tools and property and finally lost them to the wealthy entrepreneur who could ride out the bad times while the workmen lost their savings. Stroudwaters were dyed cloths and, as such, were far more profitable than the cheap undyed textiles sold to Flanders and France. Some, at least, of the money lent to the English workmen had been made from the Indians. 51 First the Netherlands and then England became the most advanced industrial nation of Europe. In the same sequence they built the greatest merchant and naval fleets to command the sea lanes to America. And in the same sequence also, they administered trade at the location called Fort Orange by the Dutch and Albany by the English. The great activity generated at this spot created competition with New France that became an important factor in the diplomacy of the powers in their homelands. Trade goods at this location were almost always cheaper and more plentiful than in New France. Sometimes Montreal's prices were double Albany's for the same sort of goods. Price-conscious Indians preferred to trade in Albany when the proper arrangements could be made, which meant when the Mohican and Iroquois tribes of that vicinity would permit. 52 French strategy for overcoming this handicap relied on gaining advantage at the other end of the trade. While the Netherlands and then England mastered the westward-moving supply of European manufactures, France concentrated on controlling the eastbound products of Indian industry. 53 The French were helped by an accident of geography. They had been first in the St. Lawrence Great Lakes system of waterways, and the cold regions first penetrated by their explorers and colonists supported an animal population with furs thick enough to withstand subarctic winters. Such furs moved at the top of the market. What first fell to the French by chance, they subsequently took pains to maintain. By diplomacy and military action they repelled every effort of Dutch or English agents to reach their controlled tribes. 54 The historical importance of Albany and its Indian trade can be seen in patterns in the American economy today. If we think only in terms of port cities and their physical hinterlands, the whole Great Lakes area should naturally be the hinterland of Quebec, and the Mississippi Valley. Commerce should be at the command of New Orleans. In spite of the compulsions of geography, however, New York City exerts enormous influence in the basins of the lakes and the Mississippi. The city's success is only partly owing to the Erie Canal and the New York Central Railroad. These constructions merely improved a trade route that had previously been active for nearly 2 centuries. By means of Albany's market, New York City began to exert its sway over the lake's hinterland Indian populations long before the Midwest was resettled by Euro-American immigrants. The immigrants followed the Indian trade routes westward and continued to use them for their own trade. In the 17th century the French contended against Albany and Albany's client tribes by spreading themselves thinly over vast territories. From the base of their communities on the St. Lawrence, they extended trading posts halfway across the continent. Jesuit missions became resorts for coureurs de bois who were followed by government administrators. Robert Cavalier de La Salle carried goods and the flag down the Mississippi. After some hesitation in Paris, a policy of imperial expansion was adopted, and in 1700 a new French colony was founded in Louisiana to complete the military encirclement of the English colonies. Vast distances between forts make the idea of effective encirclement seem silly on the map, but the open spaces were inhabited by Indians controlled through the trade conducted at the forts. Each fort functioned like a medieval castle as an administrative center for a native dependency or province. The fort secured the trade secured the people, and the people under France's direction genuinely did encircle the English colonies, as the 7 Years' War in America would amply prove. 55 English counter-strategy varied with time. During the 17th century, except for a few turncoat coureurs de bois, the English depended on their allied Indians to find the way to the interior peltry and bring it back to market. Far-reaching adjustments in Indian demography and diplomacy were implied by these commercial travels. Some Western tribes came east to be within easier reach of English markets. All the tribes trading with the English became pioneers for the English trading system's penetration of the French protectorate, and they were necessarily thrown into attitudes of hostility toward the French and their allies. However, as tribes were dispossessed and forced westward, their functions and relationships changed. English traders followed them over the Appalachian Mountains so that the familiar journey to the market towns became largely a thing of the past. Sharing habitation in territories claimed by France and France's allies required negotiation of political arrangements in which automatic hostility to France also receded into limbo. In brief, no matter how unintendingly, the English forced their Indians into the arms of France at precisely the historic moment when the French became most anxious about the survival of their empire. The horror that ensued was called by the English, the French and Indian War. Although the trade was as eagerly sought by Indians as by Europeans, its effects upon the two societies were conditioned diversely by pre-existing traits of their cultures. In the long run it helped to make Europeans dominant and Indians dependent. It stimulated European industry and enriched European merchants while destroying Indian crafts and impoverishing the tribes. It opened to the Europeans vast new territories and provided the means for their acquisition, but it set the Indians against each other in a deadly competition for subordinate supremacy that ultimately resulted in the dispossession of them all. Apart from the incessant demographic erosion of disease and war, what traits in Indian culture made the trade itself so deleterious? The myth of shiftlessness has already been disposed of, but we cannot be fully satisfied with European avarice and villainy as explanation. Rampant as these unlovely characteristics were, they were not monopolized by Europeans. Indians also showed themselves capable of cutthroat dealings in trade. Although the Indians never quite acquired the ability to meet Europeans as full peers in that sort of skill, Sir George Clark's comment on 17th-century business practices can be applied to both societies. Armed aggression, when all is said, was the heart of commerce. 5-6 Undoubtedly merchant controls over credit played a part in America as in England, but this still falls short of sufficiency to account for the phenomena. Although some English workmen broke out of their class ranks to rise in the world, Indians failed to amass property as defined by Europeans. The tribute paid to chiefs did not become the chief's property, rather it was a sort of trust fund out of which the trustee chief cared for visitors and the indigent and provided for hard times generally. 57 Indians who constantly engaged in trade never got rich at it even under the most favorable circumstances. Frequently selling their rights to large territories, they soon dissipated the sometimes considerable payments they received. In this sense, and in terms of European values, the Indians were indeed improvident. They failed to acquire property because they did not accept the European cultural trait of capital accumulation. In commerce every Indian traded for himself, even the chiefs. Apparently Indian culture provided no means of adapting the shared economy of the king group to more purely specialized commercial activity. Although the Hurons specialized in trade, they were a tribe of traders rather than a trading tribe. 58 No equivalent to a joint stock company or a European merchants rationalized organization came into being anywhere among Indians. Perhaps the Indian's utter individualism in commerce derived from his identification of trade as an extension of the tribal custom of prestation, or gift-giving between peers. 59 Such a conception would block understanding or acceptance of the hierarchical and bureaucratized structure of European business organization. Certainly lavish distribution of presents militate against capital accumulation by the tribal leaders, who would naturally have become property owners under other sanctions. 60 The Indian's culture permitted and encouraged him to become a trader, but it forbade him to be a merchant. In a sense one can say that the Indians universally jailed to acquire capital because they did notw and it. Hereby they sacrificed status as well as opulence and incapacitated themselves for assimilation to the dominant European society except as laborers, fighters, or small peddlers. In this respect the cultural values of Europeans proved as unalterable as the Indians. Despite the loftiest sentiments of morality and religion, Europeans have never been able or willing to devise a secure place in their midst for persons, other than those in holy orders, who care nothing about wealth. Nor have the Americans of European extraction been willing even to leave Indians alone so long as the latter occupied land that could be turned into wealth. Ironically it has been the Indians. Egalitarianism and generosity traits much admired in European culture had doomed him to the lowest echelon of the European social structure. This is a far cry from the mythical attributes of laziness and shiftlessness. Perhaps there was a certain nobility about this savage after all. Europeans used a great variety of means to attain mastery, of which armed combat was only one. Alternative means were adjusted to definable, attainable, and gainful goals. In some and in time these goals, along with their unplanned accompaniments, added up to conquest by Europeans generally over Indians generally, but along the way to that epical climax specific situations required particular Europeans to cooperate with particular Indians. In pursuit of an immediate end the actual historical Europeans of events, as distinct from the abstract Europeans of theory, allied themselves with certain Indians on terms of formal equality. As occasion permitted, the Europeans pressed to turn alliance into clientage and clientage into subjection, with variable success. The European assumed the sovereignty of his own Christian prince over the American land and its heathen inhabitants claimed by that prince, but this assumption was shared neither by the natives nor by competing Europeans. The natives, of course, held the naive view that they were entitled to rule themselves in their own lands. All Europeans agreed on the error of that belief. Sooner or later the natural subordination of the Indians was to be translated into formal subjection. For Europeans the issue was not whether they should rule, but which of them should do it. 5 principles were available to a European sovereign for laying claim to legitimate jurisdiction over an America and territory and its people: papal donation, first discovery, sustained possession, voluntary self-subjection by the natives, and armed conquest successfully maintained. Protestants and French Catholics could not hope for papal donation but they used the other 4 principles in a wide variety of situations. In practice the claim to sovereignty impressed no one until a colony had been planted on the territory at issue. The colony was the means of translating a formal claim into the effective actuality of government, and it was colonial in both senses of that ambiguous word. The huddled villages of Europeans were colonies in the sense of being offshoots or reproductions of their parent societies, and these villages exerted power over larger native populations in the sense more clearly implied by the word colonialism. Formally the colonies were created in the same way that the frontiers of feudal England or Charlemagne's empire were conquered and organized, and to some extent settled, by emigrants. This was the process of chartered expansion, the stages of which were as follows: a head of state laid claim to territories previously outside of his government. 2. He authorized a person or an organized group by charter to conquer the claimed territory, and 3. If the conquest was successful, the conquering lord, whether personal or collective, became the possessor and governor of the territory, subject to the terms of the Charter and his acknowledging the sovereignty of the Charters. Issuer 1-2 Thus, England's expansion in the 17th century was not without precedent. The Plantagenet kings had ruled over a feudal empire that comprised vast and varied dominions overseas as well as the sceptred realm. By the time Jamestown was planted, the English Chancery had been familiar for centuries with the functions of a colonial governor, though, as Julius Goebel points out, the office was known under such aliases as Seneschal, King's Lieutenant, Warden, or Lord Deputy. In one royal dominion especially, that of Ireland, striking resemblances have been seen between the general situation respecting law administration in the 13th century and the situation that later developed in the American colonies. More than coincidence was involved. Ireland had been the one medieval dominion where an Anglo-Norman colony was sent forth from England, was planted in the midst of a native population that successfully resisted total conquest, and was governed by royal authority with frequent royal intervention. 3. In America, the chartered lords of Virginia and Massachusetts were companies. In Maryland, Lord Baltimore preserved the personal feudal pattern beyond a shadow of doubt. The Duke of York's conquest of New Netherland, under sanction of his brother the King, filled in the space between New England and Maryland, and Pennsylvania was carved as a fief out of New York. Connecticut and Rhode Island were invaded by adventurers on their own account, who hastened to legitimize themselves with royal charters. Plymouth failed to obtain a charter and was gobbled up by Massachusetts as New Haven had earlier been swallowed by Connecticut. Maine was the chartered fief of Sir Ferdinando Gorges. The language of these charters, it is nothing new to say, was feudal through and through. Some were modeled on the charters of the Marchland Palatine counties of Durham and Chester. For as has often been remarked, the Crown lawyers knew no other forms in which to phrase their documents, but it would be wrong to infer that any other form would have been appropriate, for the substance of the charter's powers and duties was as feudal as their terminology. The Crown lawyers explicitly stated their understanding of the status of colonial governments as that of lordship. In Calvin's case, 1608, Sir Edward Coke reached back to medieval precedent to define the colonies as dominions of the king, distinct from the realm. The practical effect of Calvin's case was to assure that these dominions would be supervised by the Privy Council instead of Parliament. 5. As late as 1702, when the Crown moved to revoke colonial charters, it described the grantees as proprietors of the soil and lands comprehended within the said places, but also lords and governors thereof. Named explicitly as falling within this description were the diverse governments of Massachusetts Bay, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Providence Plantations, Connecticut, East and West New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Carolina, and the Bahamas, Virginia and New York having previously been transformed by law into royal provinces. 6. The direct tie of vassalage between the colonial lord and the king was so clearly understood that Parliament refrained from interposing its own authority except during the Commonwealth, when Parliament substituted itself for the king. The colonies were supervised by the king in his council, and when their affairs became complex the king established a special council to manage the details. In the reign of William III, when Parliament moved to set up a system of select councils for colonial supervision, William forestalled the encroachment on his prerogative by setting up his own Board of Trade and Plantations. After the Board of Trade's creation and until the 7 Years' War in America, Parliament confined itself, with insignificant exceptions, to regulating the colonies in their external relations only, and when Parliament later began to intervene in internal affairs the colonies apprehended the new policy as encroachment on their own rightful domains, and they went to war to stop it. Although their declaration of independence loaded blame on the king, and the Crown was surely striving to reduce the colonies to a state of meek subjection, the constitutional issue of the Revolution was hammered home by a deluge of pamphlets. It was, in the first place, Parliament's attempt to nationalize the colonies by legislating directly for them that the colonial lordships would not tolerate. 7. This situation was not new in British history. In 1460 the Anglo-Norman colonists of Ireland had tried something similar when their Irish Parliament declared the land not subject to the laws of the English Parliament while continuing to acknowledge allegiance to the English king. The precedent aborted, however, when those colonists failed to make their independence good. They knuckled under with Poyning's laws in 1494 to 1495, by means of which their parliament abjured its attempts to legislate independently of royal approval. 8. The nature of lordship is to stand intermediate between sovereign and subjects, but to so state the case is to prejudice it toward the legal ideal of a nation-state. Practically speaking, lords assume powers and privileges based on custom or simple gall and become to a degree autonomous. Persons theoretically subject to the king were practically ruled by their lords and were never permitted to forget the fact. This contradiction is familiar enough to medievalists who routinely examine feudal social relationships for the specific liberties of each lord and the specific obligations of his dependents. 9. However, some American historians have dwelt on our origins in terms that vaguely imply that the colonies had always been a nation-state in embryo, that the developed nation of England had reduplicated itself in its colonies. Charles and Mary Beard, for example, remarked that to this continent the English colonial leaders, like the Greeks in expansion, transported their own people, their own economy, and the culture of the classes from which they sprang, reproducing in a large measure the civilization of the mother country. 10. Insofar as such general statements suggest that the colonies were miniature Englands, they are erroneous in several respects. Although colonial politicians frequently appealed to parliamentary examples and to the laws of England, colonial governments and laws evolved on paths distinct from the evolution of English government and law. For example, no colony had a House of Lords, and in no colonial assembly did there develop a responsible cabinet system of government, such as grew up in 18th century England. The English crown had neither the technical resources nor the inclination to establish a developed bureaucracy within each colony. Grappling with the semantics of definition, C.M. Andrews concluded that in reality these settlements were not colonies, they were private estates. 1. His remark appears baffling to the logician. When is a colony not a colony? The answer is, when it is an issue in law. Andrews perceived the distinction between a colony as a social phenomenon, a community, and as a legal construction, a province. Because the early English settlements could not conform to the type of the bureaucratically administered province, he resorted to the name estates to clarify their legal status, and the colonies simply disappeared. Such verbal magic works only on the beholder. The colonies continued to exist both as settlements and as estates, and as estates they included claimed jurisdiction over natives as well as immigrant settlers. Andrews simply ignored the problem of native jurisdiction, as he generally ignored the Indians' existence. The Beards reduced the problem to a dilemma that enabled them to dismiss it in a sentence: instead of natives submissive to servitude, instead of old civilizations ripe for conquest, the English found an immense continent of virgin soil and forest, sparsely settled by primitive peoples who chose death rather than bondage. 1-2 This is good melodrama and it has stalked many a stage, but we are dealing with real life rather than heroic bombast. Few Indians chose either death or bondage, and the colonists were rarely able or eager to enforce such a limited choice. They aimed instead at reducing the Indians to political subjection or dependency, and they were often obliged to reconcile their de jure assumptions in this regard with an acute de facto awareness of deficiency in the power necessary to translate Indian subjection from theory to fact. It was not always a sensible procedure for a handful of Europeans to inform the chief of thousands of nearby warriors that a piece of paper had reduced the chief and his people to subjection. Even the sometimes stupendous arrogance of 17th-century Europeans knew some prudence. Responsible men of affairs temporized onward and upward, grasping power by little and by little. 1-3 Lacking royal armies and royal courts of law, and seeing the royal navy only at such moments as suited the royal convenience, colonial lords reverted to methods tested in the feudal era of their own homelands. They tried to make inferior vassals out of Indian chiefs. 14 Up to a point this effort succeeded, but it encountered difficulties inherent in the differential development of the two societies. After their improvised beginnings, colonial governments were under constant pressure from abroad to rationalize their organization and to imitate the forms already developed in the increasingly bureaucratic nation-state in Europe, though colonial conditions did not permit exact miniaturization of England's governmental forms. Indian society, which was structured by kinship and tradition, more strongly resisted the impersonal forms of rationalization becoming dominant in European-style government. The kinship states of the Indians could not be integrated with the developing bureaucratic states of the Europeans. The irreconcilability has served as still another proof to some students that Indians were incapable of civilization, that, in fact, the Indians had no genuine government at all, since true government, like true religion, existed only in the civil society patterned on European conceptions of law and the institutions for its enforcement. Indian resistance to a particular alien culture of written laws and stratified hierarchy became an Indian incapacity for civilization per se. Lewis Henry Morgan believed that the passion of the red man for the hunter life required that Indian government be adapted to the hunter state. Thus, the effect of this powerful principle has been to enchain the tribes of North America to their primitive state. It followed that the red race has never risen, or can rise above its present level. Using Morgan as a source, historian Francis Parkman described Iroquois government at length and concluded that no Iroquois was for a moment divorced from his wild spirit of independence, explaining further that, where there was no property worthy the name, authority had no fulcrum and no hold. A multitude of writers have worked variations on these themes. 10. It was true that unassimilable tribal blocks maintained villages and territories separate from the European colonists, sometimes, indeed, by force of colonial segregation laws, and held to their own custom rather than accept European law. 16. The only political point of contact between colony and tribe was the treaty conference where lord and chief negotiated. The ideology of power produces many contradictions. Europeans' pronouncements that Indians had no government were contradicted by their practice of dealing with Indian chiefs through the protocol of diplomacy with sovereign states. The bulk of evidence about Indian communities implies structures of political association irreconcilable with assumptions of anarchy. From anthropology comes the root conception of the kinship state, a community of families and clans in which some of the ordering functions of society are performed by the kin groups individually while others are assigned to officers and counselors chosen cooperatively. 17. In this structure, as European observers were quick to notice, there was no law in the European sense, and no specialized apparatus of law enforcement. Binding decisions were made by legitimate officers, however, and before the intervention of Europeans eroded the chief's authority there were forceful sanctions for both occasional decisions and enduring customs. In a community where every man bore arms no need existed for a corps of specialized police, any man could be appointed to act guard or do executioner's duty. 18. Early 17th century observers reported that the paramount chiefs of the tribes sometimes inflicted corporal punishment upon criminals with their own hands. 19. Families also bore responsibility for protecting their kinsfolk, and the accompanying threat of vengeance sanctioned by custom proved an effective deterrent to potential wrongdoers. Such sanctions in their social context were more effectual than European procedures of criminal justice. Adrienne van der Donck wonderingly noticed how uncommon crimes were among the Hudson River Indians. With us, he continued, a watchful police is supported, and crimes are more frequent than among them. Not recognizing the sanctioning functions performed by means that he had himself described, he was baffled to understand how there could be so little crime where there is no regard paid to the administration of justice. 20. A lawyer himself, van der Donck could recognize due process only when it appeared in the forms to which he had been trained. That fault was shared by other Europeans contemporary with himself and in following generations. Indian processes of internal criminal justice might stimulate mild curiosity among Europeans, but other functions of government excited the most intense and sustained interest. These had to do with what would traditionally be called foreign relations. Naturally enough, Europeans best understood those processes and agencies with which they regularly dealt directly. They were concerned with military power and the means of controlling and directing it. They were also much concerned about territorial jurisdictions and the means of withdrawing land from tribal jurisdictions to bring it under their own. Pursuing such objectives, Europeans learned that Indian communities were not so unqualifiedly egalitarian as myth maintains. Although social status was less stratified than in Europe, the Indians did recognize distinctions of hereditary right as well as individual accomplishment. A great warrior might become a military chief, but he could not succeed to the supreme leadership of his tribe unless he had been born within the appropriate degree of kinship to the incumbent paramount chief. A common rule among the Algonquians, for example, was the election of the new paramount chief from the sons of a sister of the old one, a procedure that guaranteed bloodlines more effectively than Europe's patrilineal system. 21 chiefs were not always male. Queens occurred among some Algonquian tribes. Among the Iroquois, certain old clan matrons were the kingmakers. 22 The titles of chiefs were generally rendered into European spelling as cacique in Florida, Wirrawants in the Chesapeake Bay region, and sachem or sagamore farther north. In Upper New England a sagamore might be the principal leader, but in Lower New England he was more likely to be a sub-chief. I use the phrase paramount chief as a neutral term of classification rather than as a specific title. 23 The paramount chief's duties probably varied from tribe to tribe. Among the Carolina Algonquians he was responsible for a community storehouse to provide against famine. 24 New England Algonquian chiefs also stored food that had been collected as tribute by sub-chiefs and distributed it to the needy, besides using some for hospitality to travelers and diplomats. 25 Some examples show Algonquian paramount chiefs leading their men to battle, but the Iroquois tribes divided responsibility among war chiefs and peace chiefs, who alternated in primacy according to circumstances. 26 In some tribes the paramount chief allocated cleared lands to each family for tillage. 27 In all tribes he was the guardian of the tribal territory. 28 The paramount chief ruled with the advice and consent of a council. As Roger Williams wrote, from his experience with the tribes of Lower New England, the sachems, although they have an absolute monarchic over the people, yet they will not conclude of aught that concerns all, either laws, or subsides, or wars, unto which the people are averse, and by gentle persuasion cannot be brought. Williams's comment is typical of those of other observers. Even John Smith, who liked to portray Powhatan as the complete despot, noted that the laws whereby he ruleth is custom, and that his inferior kings were tied to rule by customs although they had power of life and death as their command in that nature. 29 The qualifications for council membership and the duties attached to it seem to have been insufficiently studied in general, but we know that the political ingenuity of the much-researched Iroquois tribes produced an astonishingly elaborate traditional structure of offices and responsibilities. 30 It seems reasonable to assume that the neighbors of the Iroquois, whose cultural development was of the same general level, would have possessed at least a substantial portion of their political sophistication. William Fenton has noted more cultural resemblances between the Iroquois and nearby Delawares than between the Iroquois and their linguistic relatives the Cherokees. 31 The assumption of regional diffusion of political sophistication gains weight from the consideration that Iroquoian dominance over neighboring tribes did not become a fact until after European contact altered all the political rules. 32 Scholars have condemned the European explorers' habit of referring to Indian chiefs as kings and emperors, and certainly no valid comparison could be made between the state of a Powhatan and that of a Stuart or Bourbon. 33 However, it seems extremely unlikely that such a comparison was ever intended by the ethnocentrically proud Europeans. Their language is explained by their own history. Anglian and Saxon chiefs of the tribes who invaded Britain after Rome's withdrawal were called kings because they headed kins or kindreds. 34 Kings long antedated the nation-state in Europe. Englishmen knew no other title for King Ethelbert of 7th century Kent, for example, who was overlord of the other tribal chieftains, also called kings, of Essex, Wessex, Sussex, East Anglia, Mercia, and Northumbria, all of whom together ruled a territory roughly equal to that of modern New York State, all of whom ruled over heathen, clan-structured polities and led companionships of warriors, and none of whom controlled an impersonal bureaucracy. 35. Powhatan could well deserve a title to compare with Ethelbert's. Through the 14th century the native Irish chiefs of kindred styled themselves kings of nations and were so described by Anglo-Norman colonists, who simultaneously asserted that these Irish kings were vassals of the King of England. 36. The seemingly trivial semantic issue holds importance because the identification of Indians as kings has been waved aside as another example of how the early explorers did not really understand what they were looking at. While it is true enough that they did not see through our eyes, we should not be so quick to waive the rules of historical evidence, one of which commands us to try to look through theirs. We do not have to agree with their interpretation of what they saw, but we must try to understand it. Whatever the defects in observation of these adventurers and colonizers, they knew how to discover holders of power, and they were adept at dealing with them. A government constructed on the basis of kinship can be effective only insofar as genetic or active kin relationships are conceivable. 37. By its nature such a government depends on clearly understood interpersonal relationships, which must be maintained in a preliterate society through face-to-face contacts. Kinship states are local governments. 38. This fact in no way diminishes their effectiveness within their bounds, but the bounds are small, and the number of independent governments is large. Indian governments, like nation-states, were potentially or actively hostile to all other governments with which they had not concluded agreements of amity or alliance. Many governments produced many wars, but the same logic that multiplied the wars kept them small. They were not anarchic, however, for they conformed to the definition of war as conflict between organized governments, and they were conducted in aboriginal times according to forms prescribed by well-established customs. 39. The complexity of this subject requires separate discussion in Chapter 9, below. An Indian emperor, or paramount chief, was head of a confederation of local governments and was obliged to exert his authority, whatever it may have been, through their means. Individually the local chiefs were formally subordinate to the paramount chief, collectively, however, because of his dependence upon them, they were his master. In this dependence lay a weakness in Indian confederations that exposed them to European manipulation. Lacking a standing army, a paramount chief had few alternatives when a subordinate chief chose to secede. Indeed, secession seems to have been tolerated by custom in much the manner that Europe's Middle Ages permitted free men to transfer their allegiance from one lord to another. 40. Indian tradition is full of stories about groups breaking away from parent communities to migrate and establish new tribes. At a certain density of population the practice would be simple common sense. 41. While secession cannot be reconciled with the demands of total sovereignty, it once seemed consonant with civilized government to a large body of Americans in the 18th century, and again in the 19th century, nor is it wholly inconceivable as a future response to gigantism and oppression. Indian toleration of secession, however, provided Europeans with ready-made handles for breaking off bits and pieces of tribes, and when the process incensed a tribe to consider forceful recovery of the seceders, Europeans interposed their own protection. 42. Such seceders, of course, gained merely the illusion of independence. When they changed protectors they changed masters. Europeans adopted the detaching tactics as a second choice. They would have preferred to keep tribes intact under the management of chiefs unqualifiedly loyal to themselves. Toward this end the Jamestown colonists received orders from London to acquire formal suzerainty over Powhatan's whole empire by a vassalizing ceremony in which Powhatan was to be crowned as a subject king of England's James I. John Smith wrote of inviting Powhatan to come to his father Newport to receive presents and be crowned. Powhatan immediately recognized that acceptance of presents from a father would imply his acceptance of a filial relationship, whereunto the subtle Salvage thus replied: "If your king have sent me presents, I also am a king, and this my land, 8 days I will stay to receive them. Your father is to come to me, not I to him, nor yet to your fort, neither will I bite at such a bait." Shrugging the rebuff aside, Captain Christopher Newport doggedly went on with his intended ritual at Powhatan's capital instead of his own. In Smith's account the result was farce. All things being fit for the day of his coronation, the presents were brought, his basin, ewer, bed and furniture set up, his scarlet cloak and apparel, with much ado, put on him, being persuaded by Namontaka they would do him no hurt. But a foul trouble there was to make him kneely to receive his crown, he neither knowing the majesty, nor meaning of a crown, nor bending of the knee, endured so many persuasions, examples, and instruction, as tired them all. At last by leaning hard on his shoulders, he a little stooped, and Newport put the crown on his head. In the midst of it all, Powhatan kept his head. With simple symbolism he demonstrated unmistakably the terms on which he had accepted Newport's presents. He gave his old shoes and his mantle to Captain Newport. A subtle salvage indeed. 43 In the conditions of the time there was no way to erect a bureaucracy for direct government of the tribe as a whole even if it accepted subjection. The only possible way of regularly controlling its conduct was through the voluntary cooperation of its effective chiefs. It was not the absence of Indian government that baffled the English, but rather the effective resistance to subjection by the stubbornly existing governments. With time, however, the English learned how to combine force and favor to persuade certain chiefs to acknowledge a degree of subordination to the great king over the water. The final sticking point came when the local colonial lords demanded the further subordination of the Indian chiefs to themselves. The chiefs would not be vassals of vassals. In one instance the Narragansetts subjected their whole tribe directly to England's crown precisely in order to avoid coming under the rule of Massachusetts Bay, and the Iroquois Five Nations repeatedly stressed that their acknowledgement of subjection to the crown did not imply an obligation to take orders from New York. They were a free people, they insisted, and their cooperation with the colony had to be renegotiated every year. There is an echo here of medieval Irish kings who accepted the distant overlordship of the King of England, but would not tolerate another lord, a mean lord, between them and the sovereign. Iroquois statements on the matter of subjection often seem contradictory, being influenced by expediency and pressures. The actual situation has to be deduced from the Indians' actions rather than their equivocal words. Although New York claimed the Five Nations as a dependency, and France recognized England's suzerainty over them after 1712, the Iroquois treated with whatever colonies they pleased, including New France. Perhaps the best description of their status is their own characterization made in 1684, a free people uniting themselves to the English. 5 English officials understood this. In a letter to Sir William Johnson, dated October 7, 1772, General Thomas Gage remarked, "As for the 6 nations, the original 5 nations plus the Tuscaroras having acknowledged themselves subjects of the English, that I conclude must be a very gross mistake. I know I would not venture to treat them as subjects unless there was a resolution to make war upon them." 6 The vassalage of Indian chiefs whose tribes held together was not quite the same thing as the vassalage of lesser lords in Europe's fully developed feudal era. The Indian chief made a restricted and temporary contract of allegiance or alliance. In practice, the realities of politics and economics usually attached him and his tribe for long periods in a factual dependence upon one colonial lord. In form, however, the dependence manifested itself as an alliance repeatedly renewed rather than a legal bond perpetually continued. And there were tribes who changed alliances. The Shawnees, especially, moved restlessly about. Allowing for this formal distinction, the effect of which was real and substantial, we must still face the relationship that quickly became normal after the establishment of permanent colonies, namely, an alliance that was in fact clientage and that was renewed so regularly that its parties functioned in effect as lord and vassal most of the time. It cannot be pinned down to any formula without qualification because it was an arrangement construed by the different parties according to their different preconceptions and expectations. Accordingly, it was like one of those gadgets, beloved of souvenir collectors, that display a certain picture when tilted at one angle and show a wholly different image in the same space when turned to another angle. The image of colonial Indian relationships was changed by the different angles of view created by the Europeans' acceptance and the Indians' rejection of the conception of European sovereignty. Tilted away from that conception, agreements between Indian and European are alliances. Tilted toward European sovereignty, the agreements display the Indian chief as vassal and his tribesmen as subjects. Events sometimes rocked the images back and forth in considerable confusion. There seems to be no word in English that properly fits the situation. Our language tidily sorts out dependence, independence, and interdependence, of which the last comes closest to defining the whole relationship between Indians and Europeans, but if we want to categorize the special status of Indians as both dependent and independent, the language fails us. Perhaps we should coin a new term, such as ambipendence or ambiguipendence, that could be useful generally to identify such objective situations as often exist where the subjective attitudes of people are ambivalent. 47 Indians had to cope with ambipendence for centuries. Like other handicapped people, they evolved customary routines for living with their problems, and some of these routines became the institution familiar to historians as the Indian Treaty. In its fully developed form, the Indian Treaty is represented by innumerable examples recorded by colonial scribes, and it has long been regarded as a curious branch of literature. 48 But it was not intended as literature, it was both an agreement and the meeting that produced it. Treaty is one of our ambiguous English words that can refer either to a process or a product. Reserving discussion of the product to a later place, let us examine the procedure here. It was as serious and ritualized an affair as anything that happened over the baize-covered tables in London or Paris, and although what might be called the High Church Treaty, the full protocol solemnity grew slowly out of Indian rather than European antecedents, the procedure was easy for English colonial lords to adjust to. 14th century Anglo-Norman lords in Ireland had routinely treated with Gaelic chieftains, even forming alliances with those who were technically Irish enemies. 49 It is essential for the student to recognize in all such arrangements, whether in Ireland or America, the distinction between forms and functions. The English had a long tradition of suspending, without entirely abandoning, jurisdictional pretensions that were practically unenforceable, and their justifications for pragmatic procedures sometimes muddled together a mixture of propaganda, wishful thinking, and excuses that reveal more about their prejudices than about the objects of description. An example in point is the splutter of William Samuel Johnson in the 18th century when he reconciled his hurt pride to the necessity for negotiating with Indians. When the English treated with them, it was not with independent states, for they had no such thing as a civil polity, nor hardly any one circumstance essential to the existence of a state, but as with savages, whom they were to quiet and manage as well as they could, sometimes by flattery, but oftener by force. Who would not treat if he saw himself surrounded by a company of lions, wolves, or beasts whom the Indians but too nearly resembled, ready to fall upon him and even call them friends and allies too, if he thought it would for a moment repress their rage, and give him time to take measures for his security, but you would not therefore immediately call them an independent state, though independent enough God knows, because they hunted the same forest or drank at the same brook. This notion of there being free states is perfectly ridiculous and absurd. Without polity, laws, etc., there can be such thing as a state. The Indians had neither in any proper sense of the words. 50 Regardless of such outbursts, Indians and Englishmen developed customary procedures for negotiations that took the form of agreement between governments. At first the English paid little attention to Indian protocol. Early meetings typically show an Indian chief or his ambassador, with entourage, appearing before a colonial council, and the negotiations appear as an item of business on the council's agenda, or a European presents himself to an Indian council and becomes part of its business. As time went on, the Europeans adapted themselves to Indian forms of ritual in order to ingratiate themselves with the chiefs or to create a sense of solemn obligation, and the treaty conference became an affair in its own right in which the councils of both sides met each other on formal terms of parity. 51 Such master diplomats as Canada's Count Frontenac and New York's Sir William Johnson even joined the natives in ceremonial dances. It makes a vivid scene the elegant gentleman, in his silks and laces and ribbons and plumes, stomp dancing with the sweaty warriors in the flickering firelight and no doubt sweating a bit himself. From the records familiar to me, a small portion of the available total, I have formed an impression that the treaty protocol of the northeastern region was developed primarily by the Iroquois Five Nations and taught by them to both Indians and Europeans with whom they did business. 52. The beginnings are discernible in the late 17th century, and the minutes of mid-18th century treaties show the full pomp. The fully elaborated treaty form required due notice to be given by one side and accepted by the other. Advance preparations sometimes involved both Indians and Englishmen in exploratory discussions with their tribal or colonial allies. When the treaty conference convened, whether outdoors around a council fire or inside the Albany Town Hall, for example, the Indians formed themselves in a semicircle on one side, with their great chiefs in front and the younger men well to the rear, and the English lined up facing them. The meeting opened with the formal expression of condolences by one side for the death of leaders of the other side. 53 presents would be offered as part of the consolation for the afflicted. A calumet pipe of tobacco might be handed about and a puff or two taken by each leader in turn as a means of showing goodwill, invoking divine medicine, and inducing a meditative frame of mind. One side's spokesman would step forward and line up a series of strings and belts of wampum before him as tokens of agenda. Taking them up in turn, he recited the proposition accompanying each and passed it to the other side. If the wampum was accepted, the recipient was understood to have taken its proposition under consideration, but a reciprocal belt was required to signify agreement. Refusal to accept a belt denoted immediate rejection of its proposition. The size of the wampum symbol signified the importance attached to its proposition, ranging from small single strings for relatively trivial business to broad belts 7 hands long for matters of utmost urgency. White wampum went with peaceful issues, black with propositions or declarations of war. Figures in the belts gave them the individual identities necessary to distinguish propositions of the same importance but different substance. For the Indians these belts served as mnemonic devices and permanent records. They were carefully preserved in council houses and reviewed regularly by the old chiefs, who recited their contents to younger men and required the latter to memorize them as a way of preserving continuity of tribal policy and as a further means of keeping a check on the written minutes of the English scribes, who were deservingly suspected by the Indians of biasing the records. The student of treaty minutes should always note carefully, in cases of dispute, whether wampum was passed when the disputed proposition was made. Remarks without wampum were just talk trial balloons, perhaps, or polite diplomatic hypocrisy that carried no obligation whatever though scribes might try to give them the appearance of pledges. 54 As in European diplomacy, speeches were translated after having been delivered in the speaker's own language. The interpreter often became a very influential person, for his skill and intentions might make or break a treaty. Few Europeans spoke Indian languages, so the colonial governments depended heavily on certain individuals who acquired status as diplomats in their own right instead of being merely translators. Pennsylvania's Conrad Weiser comes to mind. Indian speakers at the treaties often were not the great chiefs of their tribes. They might be lesser chiefs chosen for oratorical skill. 5 And many an Englishman complained privately of their infernal long-windedness. Other English, especially those who knew Indian languages, acquired a taste for Indian rhetoric. Dead silence and absolute decorum prevailed while the speaker had the floor. Robert Beverly tells of a Virginia chief who tomahawked a tribesman for the presumption of interrupting the chief in the midst of a treaty speech. 56 The silent solemnity remained unbroken throughout a treaty conference, except when a chief invited his company to intone a ritual yoha to show hearty agreement or gratitude. 57 Indian custom ordinarily dictated that no proposition should get a response on the same day it was offered, and sometimes the chiefs would cause an English aristocrat to fume in wounded pride for days while awaiting an answer to an imperious demand. 58 After both sides had presented their initial propositions, the meeting adjourned till the morrow, and the sides withdrew to council separately. During these intervals there might be informal discussions between leaders of both sides, or individuals might conduct an intrigue, commonly involving bribery. This sort of affair could be lucrative to individual chiefs and was often winked at by their fellows, but it could also be unhealthy for the chief who had lost touch with tribal opinion. The famous Iroquois speaker Kanezatigo may have been executed by his tribesmen for unacceptably wide discrepancy between his cupidity and their policy. 59. A conference lasted at least 10 days and might go on for many more. At its end each side gave presents to the other. As a matter of prestige, the English customarily calculated the value of the Indian gifts and returned a value noticeably greater. 60 astute Indians would devote weeks to accumulating as large a stock as possible for their treaty donation, obviously in expectation of making a large profit on the exchange, but the ritual of present giving must not be too simplistically dismissed. It had deep roots in Indian custom, and the mere fact that the English took such pains to give the greater value shows their understanding of the act's importance for establishing respect and preserving loyalty. The present giving, in some instances, came to be the reason for holding the treaty. Annual or occasional presentation of English gifts became a form of tribute, demanded by the Indians and much grumbled at by some gentlemen who thought the lowly Indians should be paying the tribute to their betters. But policy makers understood the delicate balance of power between the colonies of France and England and wooed the Indians who could tip the scales. Realistically, they were also aware that the money would all come back through profits in the Indian trade. 61. Depending on the negotiators' credentials and instructions, they might be able to arrive at a binding agreement during the treaty conference, or they might have to take their treaty home for ratification by the tribal or colonial council, or both. This point is especially worth noting because much error has been perpetuated in our histories through the interpretation of unratified treaties as binding contracts, and much invective has been directed at tribes who broke their promises or betrayed their trust when they were really deciding that the promises in question were such as they did not care to make. 62. Let it be repeated that the foregoing description in its fullness applies to 18th century treaties. The forms and processes of the 17th century were more varied. The later model has been described here because elements of it appear in even the earliest years, which may be best understood in the perspective of their continued evolution. In any case, the treaty institution plainly was not the product of a society that lived in conditions of wild anarchy. Nor was it something invented by the English to shape up the Indians to make them governable. Treaty protocol was of Indian manufacture. 63. Englishmen adapted, not always willingly, to a device that made coexistence possible between two organized societies, interdependent and ambipendent. By the end of a successful treaty conference, the parties had made a contract that existed in two forms, wampum belts and treaty minutes. Sometimes the English asked the Indian chiefs to subscribe their marks on an especially important contract to validate it indisputably, but the student who considers these documents must preserve some skepticism about that indisputability. The question is always to be asked, did the Indians know what they were signing? The answer varies. Procedure usually called for the English to read the document aloud to the Indians before the signing, and they did not always read what was on the paper. The Indians signed for what they had heard. The English held them to what was written. 64. Treaty contracts could be made for any sort of mutual interest or enterprise, but the bulk of them dealt with military affairs, trade arrangements, and land cessions. In return for untroubled frontiers, an English colony would undertake to protect the Indians from disturbance by its own people or other English colonies. It sometimes pledged protection against the French also, but such promises were rarely fulfilled militarily. They usually produced legal maneuver and indignant letters, which the French responded to as they chose. Trade agreements and land cessions were made in complex circumstances that are treated more fully in chapters 6 and 8 of this study. The net effect of all these agreements was to create a symbiotic political relationship between a colony and the tribes it contracted with, regularly often mentioned as our Indians, the colony's government being the stronger, dominant partner. This relationship usually created channels of trade, and it enabled the colony to do things through Indian agency that it otherwise dared not or could not undertake. To see these maneuvers we must look past the issue of Indian versus European to focus upon the ever-present issue of European versus European. European lords aimed at dominion not only over the natives but over each other. At a time when chartered boundaries often overlapped and had rarely been surveyed, lords resorted to the ancient principle that actual possession, if maintained long enough, would sooner or later be recognized as legitimate jurisdiction. Possession might or might not be attained through direct action. If the lord preferred to act indirectly, he might make use of Indians in a variety of ways. Most obviously, Indians were military manpower. Overtly they might be hired, as individuals or by the tribe, to fight the lord's lawful battles, i.e., those taking place when empires were at open war or when colonies declared war on other Indians. Covertly, it seems, Indians were used by one colony to harass another at times when they were formally at peace. So, at least, the colonists believed. Charges abound in the sources, in a round robin of Swede against Dutchman, Dutchman against Englishman, Englishman against Frenchman, and so on. Nor were Englishmen of one colony free of suspicion about other Englishmen in competing colonies. Rarely were Indians instigated to attack Europeans in such covert battles. The basic strategy generally was to hurl the Indians allied with Colony A against other Indians allied to Colony B. Until the conflict, B was understood to have an overlord's claim to the territory of its Indian allies. Upon their defeat, A claimed their territory and persons by right of conquest, thus cancelling out B's previous claim and enlarging A's jurisdiction beyond its chartered bounds. The rights of conquest device had numerous variations. A successful one was Connecticut's use of the Mohegan Indians to gain dominion over the territory of the defeated Pequot tribe. Although Massachusetts claimed part of the Pequot's territory and authorized its allied Narragansetts to hunt and fish in the disputed lands, the Mohegans harassed the Narragansetts and occupied the territory. Eventually Connecticut made good its claim. 65 On the other hand, a later attempt by New York to claim Detroit, on the basis of an Iroquois conquest of a bygone time, was ridiculed by the French because the Iroquois had been unable to maintain occupation had in fact been driven out of their conquest. Nevertheless, the English crown lawyers argued New York's case in international negotiations, and it has often been repeated in histories. 66 George Edward Ellis has remarked that only because Indians were set against Indians, giving opportunity to the whites to find most effective allies in their forest warfare, could the early colonists from Spain, France, or England have been so uniformly the conquerors, adding trenchantly that if the natives of this continent had been at peace among themselves, and had offered a united resistance to the first feeble bands of European intruders, its occupation would have been long deferred. 6-7 The truth of his observation is not lessened by his evident desire to make Indians share the moral responsibility for their own conquest. European desire to make use of Indians was matched by the readiness of many Indians to be made use of, and the phenomenon had varied implications. The reasons for Indians to curry European favor depended on their status. Common to all were the desires to obtain favorable conditions of trade and to ward off European hostility. The very universality of those aspirations led to competition among Indians, not just for favor, but for greater favor than their fellows enjoyed. A most favored chief might be permitted and aided to make war for his own immediate interests. A sub-chief or common warrior might be encouraged to break away from his customary allegiance or to vie for his tribe's paramount chieftainship. The government of his sponsoring European colony could promote his interests by supplying him with goods or weapons, but it had also the often decisive instrument of diplomatic recognition. When a challenging Indian was recognized for treaty purposes as sachem by a colonial government, the challenged leader had to have strong loyalty among his people to keep from being deposed. 68 Such relationships and processes gave Europeans a measure of control over the internal political institutions of Indian tribes. Since clientage of one sort or another was necessary to the tribe's political survival, its leaders sooner or later became those persons who were most adept at finding effective European patrons. In many situations such Indian leaders seem to have played a role comparable to that of vassalage in feudal Europe. maintained in power over specified persons and lands by the recognition and patronage of a colonial lordship. Their reciprocal obligation was to provide troops and sometimes tribute on demand. Outright vassalage of this sort did not occur everywhere. Some tribes learned the knack of playing off one colony against another so as to be able to maintain their traditional processes of selecting tribal leadership and keeping it responsible to the tribal membership. Of these, the Iroquois Five Nations were the most successful. Paying a hideously costly tuition, the Iroquois learned some of the lessons of realpolitik and managed to make themselves into a sort of intermediate lordship between the English colonies and other Indian tribes. 69 In the end, even the Iroquois went down before the relentless drive of Europeans to dispossess and evict. However, to repeat, the cooperation of some Indians was essential to the process of dispossessing all. Indians were the colonists' foremost pioneers politically as well as physically. After a client tribe had subdued the environment or another tribe, colonists would acquire permission to share its territory. More colonists moved in, and at a critical moment the Indians were forced out. In achieving dominance over Indians, Europeans in North America have had to come to terms with tribal institutions of government from the 17th century to the present day. During all this time, Euro-American governments have also been evolving, sometimes very rapidly, in structure, function, and rationale. As the military and economic strength of the turn societies changed in relation to each other, their devices of accommodation reflected the realities, but Euro-American rationalizations for exerting power have more and more diverged from the realities. Colonizing Englishmen maintained themselves as an ethnic caste, enforcing colonialism upon the Indians of their vicinity. In this colonial society, a fundamental inequality existed between all Indians and even most lowly Englishmen, but so long as the Indians could preserve solidarity within their tribes and a minimum distance from Euro-American communities, they could keep a degree of independence within their caste. The thrust of Euro-American power has been to destroy the tribes and the ever-diminishing degree of personal independence preserved within the tribes, thus converting the Indian person from membership in an unassimilable caste to membership in a social class integrated into Euro-American institutions. In myth, however, the Euro-American pleads not guilty to killing tribal government. Ele could not have committed such a crime, he says, because the victim never lived. The logic is as simple, faulty, and compelling as that of most other fallacies. Civilization is that quality possessed by people with civil government. Civil government is Europe's kind of government. Indians did not have Europe's kind of government, therefore Indians were not civilized. Uncivilized people live in wild anarchy, therefore Indians did not have any government at all. And therefore Europeans could not have been doing anything wrong, were in fact performing a noble mission by bringing government and civilization to the poor savages. Chapter 8 The Deed Game. During the whole of the colonial period, Amerindians and Euro-Americans lived as neighbors in the long strip of country between the Appalachians and the Atlantic. Necessarily they adjusted to each other's presence by arrangements to share the land, generally in separate communities under separate governments. XHGJJL and T5FXCT of those AR arrangement TS was TODISP ASUS the Indians, depriving them simultaneously of government over persons and ownership in L and. In legal terms, THE lost both sovereignty and property. The distinction must be closely attended to. Conquest by Europeans of other Europeans, though resulting in transfer of sovereignty, did not necessarily imply depriving the vanquished of their property. When, for example, the Duke of York conquered New Netherland, he left Dutch landholders in full possession of their own, requiring only that they transfer allegiance from the Netherlands to himself. York's conquest destroyed the political entity of New Netherland, but he recreated former property rights under the laws of New York. One abstractly, property is a legal right derivative from the sovereignty that recognizes and enforces it. When an old sovereign power departs, its laws and institutions go with it. The new sovereignty creates its own laws. Although they may be word for word the same as formerly, their source of authority and enforcement is the new sovereign. So also with property, it does not legally exist until recognized by the new sovereign. Prior possession may be generally accepted as a moral right, but legal sanction is required to create property right. It follows that the acquisition of landed property by Euro-Americans from Amerindians was a function of relationships between their respective governments as well as the result of negotiations between buyer and seller. Loose talk of the conquest of the Indians has obscured the fact that Indians relinquished much jurisdictional territory by negotiated voluntary cession appearing in the form of the sale of property. 2l phrasing uses terms of European law. Warner F. Gookin has given an Indian formulation. The sale in the Indian's mind meant the admission of the white man to a sachem's rights within the area specified. 3. I would add, however, that the European not only was admitted to the rights of the sachem, he was substituted for the sachem in the enjoyment of those rights. Thus it was not possible for a free Indian, living under his independent terrible government, to sell only his proper tie, unencumbered by jurisdictional ties, to a Euro-American living under a colonial government. Such a transaction was impossible in law. The Euro-American 1m not ax ptt hegent dia ps of the pribe, when tte bought, he intended to put his land under the jurisdiction of his own colonial government and to secure recognition from that government of his property right. For neither was it possible for an Indian to enjoy property under colonial law while he refused to subject his person to colonial jurisdiction. There was a sort of legal valve controlling the conveyance of land so that it always moved from Indian to Englishman and never reversed direction. This situation was peculiar to colonialism. It did not apply between the subjects of different European nations. A Frenchman, for instance, might buy an English estate while still preserving his French nationality and allegiance, and his property right would be recognized and protected by English law. The Indian tribe gave up jurisdiction simultaneously as the Indian landlord quitted his property, whatever that may have been. 5. From the Indian side the transaction was therefore absolute and final unless an easement had been reserved, as frequently happened, to permit the Indian grantor to hunt and fish and perhaps to maintain a residence and cultivate a garden in one corner of his former estate. But what the English purchaser got depended on his status. It was impossible for a private person to acquire governmental jurisdiction by purchase, and there could be no property where there was no jurisdiction to sanction it. The land covered by a deed to a private person therefore legally became no man's land until an English government assumed jurisdiction. The bulk of Indian territory was conveyed in large cessions to purchasing or conquering governments, which then parceled out the land by means of patents of property to private individuals. Strictly speaking, then, an Indian deed was not a deed at all as that term is understood in Anglo-American law. When it was written in favor of an English government it was a deed of cession, and when it was written in favor of a private person it was a quitclaim rather than a conveyance. 6. These complicated readjustments often appear in highly ambiguous forms, and each transaction must be interpreted according to the circumstances then prevailing. Sooner or later, all colonial governments outlawed the purchase of Indian land by private persons, because the practice had led to circumvention of laws regarding the distribution of property. 7. Privately purchased Indian titles frequently conflicted with governmental intentions and also led to endless litigation over purchase of fraudulent titles. 8. At certain times and places private purchases of the same land were made by persons subject to different colonial governments, whereupon their property claims became the basis for competition over jurisdiction. 9. As Joseph Henry Smith has remarked, the Crown came to recognize some sort of status in the tribes, for the safeguard of the Crown's own property rights. 10. It took some while for all these possibilities to appear in practice. Each colony experimented in its own way and at its own rate of progress. In the earliest years of English colonization, purchases from Indians were mere expedients without valid legal significance in English eyes. When John Smith and other Virginians gave goods for land, they were merely pacifying the natives. Thus they did not bother to make records of the transactions, because the records would have served no useful purpose. 11 The Virginians' problem with the natives was only to get them to remove with the least possible trouble. They did not get property from the natives, they got it from the Virginia Company. When the Pilgrim landed in New Plymouth, their problem appeared in a different form, because they had no charter and therefore no legally nay pact with one de ed of ces Wampanoags tolerated their intrusion as a matter of political realism. The land in question had no Indian residents, having been depopulated by an exterminating epidemic, and the weakened tribe was not eager to launch itself against English weaponry. Plymouth also offered protection for the Wampanoags against the encroachments of the nearby Narragansett tribe. Although this protection quickly established a patron-client relationship, the Wampanoags retained formal independence until 1671. 13 In the meantime, New Plymouth adopted the practice of territorial purchase under circumstances to be discussed below. Two events transformed Euro-American attitudes and practices in confusingly opposed ways. As already noticed in Chapter 5, the Indian Rising of 1622 in Virginia helped inspire rationalizations about virgin land, free for the taking. In contrast, the Dutch West India Company entered colonial competition and, for its own reasons, decided to recognize Indian jurisdictions at just the historical moment that the English were determining to ignore them. The Dutch company had been chartered as a commercial monopoly with semi-sovereign powers but without a grant of territory. 14 It could not appeal to papal donation or sanctioned claim to territory. They made a mutual assist to the Atampanoag India N.S. W. Hitch they CHOSE to regard as Zion legitimizing their seizure of unspecified acreage. 1 to the I3 to the Invasion of America, Part I. First discovery to support its jurisdictional claims, and it proposed to colonize in lands where England had established prior claims. Like New Plymouth, the Dutch were obliged to create a new rationalization to validate their presence. Out of prior experience in competition with England halfway around the world, the Dutch devised a strategy. In the Spice Islands of the East Indies, they and the English had invoked against each other the vague law of nations doctrines that heathens and their territories belonged by right to that Christian prince whose subjects had made first discovery or conquest. In practice these doctrines had proved inconclusive. In 1580 the English government had propounded possession instead of just discovery as the basis of Christian right, and in 1 to 619 the East Indies Companies of England and the Netherlands temporarily abetted their conflict in the Moluccas by stipulating that each should keep the areas it already possessed. 15 The Dutch perceived possibilities in this formula. Possession did not have to coincide fully with habitation. A few Dutchmen living in one town could possess the region or country surrounding the town. Legal possession could be created out of material such as natural rights by the simple process of manufacturing legal forms. Therefore the Dutch West India Company instructed its resident director of New Netherland in 1625 that Indian claims to land should be extinguished by persuasion or purchase, a contract being made thereof and signed by them the Indians in their manner, since such contracts upon other occasions may be very acceptable to the company. 1.6 The point is unmistakable, because the legitimacy of a contract in Indian eyes did not depend on its being in written form. The other occasions foreseen by the Dutch were their approaching clashes in America with other European, especially English claimants. When the Dutch became embroiled in the Delaware and Connecticut valleys with Swedes and assorted English provincials, they pulled out their deeds. 17. The issue actually arose first in Europe early in 1632 when port officials of Plymouth, England, seized the Dutch ship Eendracht while it sheltered in their harbour with a rich cargo of furs from New Netherland. Ambassadors from the Dutch States General immediately protested the seizure on the formal grounds that no potentate could prevent the subjects of another to trade in countries whereof his people have not taken, nor obtained actual possession from the right owners, either by contract or purchase. This was especially true in the instant case, they said, when Dutch subjects, rather than Englishmen, had acquired the property, partly by confederation with the owners of the lands, and partly by purchase. 1.8 To this argument the English Crown entered a flat denial that Indians could be considered legal possessors of lands, having a bona fide right to dispose of them either by sale or donation, and the wrangle went on. 1.9 But the Dutch had taken the high ground, and subsequent events demonstrated that their technical advantage had impressed their equally legalistic English adversaries. English colonials began to strengthen their territorial claims by acquiring written Indian deeds like the Dutchman's, and in due course they adapted and adopted the Dutch rationale. But not everywhere, all at once. New Plymouth, in its charterless state, was quick to seize on the device. Massachusetts Bay, however, had been founded in 1630 with a charter of ample authority for jurisdiction over a bounded grant of territory, and so its leaders made no move to buy from Indians until opportunity tempted them beyond chartered bounds. Plymouth traders competed with the Dutch at various points, struggling to keep from being overwhelmed by the Dutch commercial colossus. Each _P.RD attempted to build permanent trading posts at JC.NJ to establish regular trading relationships with the surrounding Indians. One such key point lay in the upper Connecticut Valley, where canoe-borne peltry from the northern interior could be intercepted before it got within the reach of coastwise traders. Dutchmen and Englishmen alike understood the strategic value of controlling the Connecticut trade. On June 8, 1633, the New Netherland Dutch purchased a tract of land for a trading post where Hartford, Connecticut, now stands. They bought from the Grand Sachem of the Pequot Indians with the consent of the Pequot's tributaries resident at the place. In so doing, the Dutch created the first deed of sale of Indian territory in the region of Lower New England. Plymouth's traders, having no other weapons, fought back with the Dutchmen's own. Breaking with their own non-purchasing precedents, Plymouth's traders acknowledged Indian tenure rights in principle in order to turn the principle against the Dutch. They neatly accomplished this feat by recognizing and purchasing the right of a different Indian than the one from whom the Dutch had bought, an Indian who had earlier been defeated in battle by the Pequots and had been driven from his former territory. Plymouth's men, although strong advocates of the rights of conquest when it suited their purposes, now contended that their client Indian had not lost his true rights through the Pequot conquest and solemnly set up their own deed against the Dutch deed. 21 similar transactions later occurred in a wide variety of circumstances, but one general principle underlay them all: Euro-Americans competing for Indian lands, whether governments, companies, or individuals, legitimized their claims by recognizing or inventing whatever purported rights might be severally available to them. 22 Massachusetts Bay did not soon follow Plymouth's example in chasing Indian land. 23 Although Massachusetts's parent company in England had issued instructions in 1629 for the colonists to make reasonable composition with the native landowners so as to be free of any scruple of intrusion, this directive was not carried out. John Endicott, who received the instruction at Salem, showed no interest in Indian purchases. His replacement as governor in 1630 was John Winthrop, a lawyer who held views about Indian property rights that were thoroughly inconsistent with the company's instruction, and Winthrop escaped the authority of the English company's directors by taking the colony's royal patent to America. 24 Before migrating, Winthrop had adopted Samuel Purchas's dictum about the virginity of American land. Lawyer that he was, Winthrop declared that most land in America was vacuum domicilium, i.e. legally waste, because the Indians had not subdued it by methods recognized in English law and therefore had no natural right to it. The alternative of civil right was impossible for Indians because they did not have civil government. In operational terms, civil government meant European government. 25 Morally and pragmatically, Winthrop's Puritans were obliged to leave individual Indians in possession of tracts actually under tillage, for such small plots of cultivated land obviously qualified as subdued, but legally they recognized as real property only those lands whose claimants could show deeds from grants made by the Massachusetts Bay Company. Inherent in this doctrine was the notion that no Indian government was sovereign over any domain claimed by the English Crown, and therefore no legal sanction could exist for Indian tenure of real estate except as derived, directly or indirectly, from the Crown. Since the Puritan magistrates interpreted their royal patent as having delegated the Crown's rights and powers to themselves, their doctrine meant in practice that there could be no property in the territorial jurisdiction of Massachusetts except what Massachusetts law created. 26 Regardless of habitation by living persons, Indian lands were legally vacant. Winthrop's logic chopping cut more than one way. In creating a magisterial monopoly on the creation of property in land, he not only denied Indian rights but also forestalled the possibility of private colonists creating property for themselves out of Indian rights. This was a living issue in early Massachusetts, as will be shown in Part 2 of the study. Lesser men than Winthrop interpreted Indian sanctions over the land quite differently. Early 17th century English observers had quickly concluded that New England's Indians held land among themselves under customs not very different from the relationships prescribed by English law and custom. Explicit testimony exists for the Wampanoag, Narragansett, and Mohegan nations, and circumstantial evidence implies like customs among the Massachusetts and Pequot nations, to the following effect. The Grand Sachem of each Indian nation held a jurisdictional right, like that of eminent domain, over all the territory of the nation. Subordinate sachems held property rights in hunting tracts and fishing stations within the national territory. Early data indicate that cropland was held as commons, the sachem assigning annually the land to be tilled by each family. However, as native institutions adjusted to English practices, croplands seem to have become fixed in the possession of their cultivators. 27 epidemics preceding and accompanying English colonization catastrophically reduced Indian populations without affecting concomitant reduction pf customary rights and claims. Property rights were bequeathed to surviving heirs, and the jurisdictional rights of the Grand Sachems remained theoretically intact. The jan that was vacuum dom isolium, or waste, in English eyes was completely covered by in Dions with property and jurisdictional rights. Generally when Englishmen were willing to recognize these customary rights, Indians were willing enough to sell functionally surplus lands. Some students have doubted that Indians understood how they were dispossessing themselves by sale of land to Europeans. Perhaps that was so in the earliest transactions, but Indian sophistication grew rapidly. European power soon drove home the lesson that a land sale involved full and final alienation of right. A conveyance of land to an Englishman necessarily implied its removal from the domain governed by the tribe's paramount sachem. For such a transaction to be legitimate in Indian eyes it had to be approved by the Grand Sachem, just as European cessions of territory from one sovereignty to another could only be legitimized by the sovereign power itself. The proper procedure, therefore, was for English purchases from free Indians to be made directly from their Grand Sachem, with compensation being given also to the particular Indian who had held personal tenure. Evidence for these inferences exists in both personal and official sources. Roger Williams's comment is deservedly well known: "The law and tenor of the natives, I take it, in all New England and America, viz., that the inferior sachems and subjects shall plant and remove at the pleasure of the highest and supreme sachems." Less famous than Williams, Francis Brinley arrived in America via Newport in 1652 and took up residence in the midst of what he estimated to be 30,000 Indians. He remarked, "To these chief sachems belongs the power of disposal of lands, to which their people subject themselves, as a power due to them, some gratuity being usually bestowed upon the possessors by the purchasers to make them the more free to remove and depart." The formula of the deed to Shawimet, Rhode Island, dated January 12, 1643, is expressed as the chief sachem selling with the free and joint consent of the present inhabitants, being natives. The pattern outlined by these remarks is confirmed by two quite diverse official agencies, the Royal Commissioners of Charles II and the General Court of New Plymouth. 28 such data seem to lend credence to the often repeated assertion that all of New England's territory was purchased at one time or another from Indian landholders. Regardless of the merits of that claim in its fullness, the matter now at issue is exactly when the purported transactions are supposed to have occurred. No deeds exist today for any purchases before the 1633 Plymouth acquisition on the Connecticut, simply because none were written. Numerous extant deeds from post-1633 purport to be confirmations of transactions supposed to have occurred at earlier dates, but, closely examined, each of these turns into an effort to meet a later political crisis. 29 most notably. Sir Edmund Andros's assumption of government over the Dominion of New England in 1686 sent people scurrying for these confirmations. George Edward Ellis has tartly suggested that the deed to Boston's site was shrewdly contrived by the astute authorities of the town, as they were trembling over the royal challenging of their colony charter, the fall of which might render worthless all grants of parcels of territory that depended upon legislation under it. 30 John Winthrop's behavior has provided one source of confusion about the interpretation of New England's Indian deeds. Although Winthrop never renounced his doctrine of vacuum domicilium or explicated an alternative, in 1642 he bought 1,260 Indian-held acres on the Concord River, being careful to take and register a deed for them. Few acres have ever been bought more cheaply. Winthrop paid only his proportion of a joint purchase price amounting to about £1 in money, but the point is that he acted in direct contradiction to his earlier stated principle. 31 Winthrop's change of heart is all the more curious because, when in the mid-1630s the principle had been challenged by dissenters, he had reaffirmed it vigorously. To see how and why he later abandoned the principle requires close attention to a series of detailed events. The Indian right principle first showed itself in Massachusetts as a threat not only to Winthrop's ideas but to the power of the whole ruling oligarchy among whom Winthrop stood out. The source of this danger lay in the town of Salem, where both leaders and commonalty struggled against the assumption of superior jurisdiction by the magistrates at Boston. The situation is best understood in the perspective of a few years. The community of Salem consisted of a mixed lot of people who had come to America at various times preceding Winthrop's great fleet of 1,630 and who were therefore self-consciously old planters. Besides the feeling of privilege and status naturally deriving from such identification, these old planters held other peculiar distinctions. Among them were Church of England adherents faithful to the very doctrines regarded as odious by the Puritans. Even the dissenters at Salem differed from the dissenters who had come with Winthrop. The Salem Church was established on such purely separatist principles that Roger Williams could accept the post of minister there after having rejected membership in the Boston Church. Williams first went to Salem, however, only as an assistant to the minister, and he was not long permitted to stay there. Pressure from Governor Winthrop and his associates achieved Williams's removal to Plymouth, outside Massachusetts' jurisdiction. Besides its religious distinctiveness, Salem also preserved remembrance of its political independence under Governor John Endicott prior to Winthrop's arrival and his supersession of Endicott. The demoted Endicott held aloof from the newcomers. Salem sought to maintain as much autonomy as possible under the new regime, clinging to the name General Court for its own town meeting. 33 For a time Salem's effort to go its own way was aided by members of other towns, all seeking to wrest some degree of autonomy from the supreme power asserted by the magistrates at Boston. These rebels shared the demand that each town control the allotment of land to its own inhabitants. 34 Implied in this demand, also, was the claim that each should have the power to enlarge its bounds of its own volition. The magistrates yielded so far as to permit towns to control distribution of lands within their established limits but held fast to their final authority to set the territorial limits. Their authority, said the magistrates, was vested in their central government by its royal patent, which had granted the soil of Massachusetts Bay. It was this final line of defense of magisterial prerogative that Roger Williams assaulted when he wrote a treatise, while still at Plymouth, affirming that the royal patent could not lawfully convey rights to the soil. Title to the land, said Williams, rested in the aboriginal owners, the Indians, and could be lawfully acquired only by purchase from them. 35 What seemed to turn this essentially legal argument into a theological dispute was Williams's characteristic designation of the magistrates' reliance on their patent as sinful. We do not know what else Williams said in his large treatise, but his argument plainly implied that any town or any person could go directly to the Indians to buy any quantity of land without prior authority from king or magistrate. In fact, he had done just that, albeit discreetly outside the chartered limits of Massachusetts. 36 In August 1633 Williams returned to Salem to resume his assistance to the town's minister, much to the disturbance of the magistrates. 37 The action represented defiance on 2 counts. Though Williams's position was not a formal office of government, his acceptance by the church was a reversal of Salem's previous compliance with the magistrates' wishes in regard to Williams's church status, and it also seemed to constitute an endorsement of his views opposing the magistrates' patent-derived authority. 38 If Williams were to be allowed to preach as the word of God that the very foundation of the magistrates' authority was invalid, how long could it be before Salem seceded entirely to set itself up in competition with the Bay? The General Court responded with a series of new laws, the first of which banned the purchase of Indian lands except when such purchase had the court's prior approval. 39 The General Court also ordered a survey and registry of all lands and meaningfully stipulated that no agency other than itself might dispose of land, viz., to give and confirm proprieties. Joined to the latter order was the enactment of an oath to be required of all freemen that, in effect, transferred allegiance from the English Crown to the government of Massachusetts Bay. 40 What has been less noticed by historians is that the oath also destroyed all possibility of transcendent allegiance to autonomous towns within the territory claimed by Massachusetts. Sorting out parties and sides in the confusion is not easy, but it seems clear that Salem and Roger Williams were steadily losing ground, both in metaphor and in actuality. Salem had claimed jurisdiction over the tract of territory called Marblehead Neck, which the General Court refused to recognize. In May 1635 the court ordered a new plantation and required Salem's inhabitants to sell their Marblehead lands to the new planters at cost. 41 Williams then rose in Salem's pulpit to denounce the authorities, teaching publicly against the king's patent and against the magistrates' great sin in claiming right thereby to this country. 42 The General Court responded in September 1635 by appointing a commission to set out the bounds of all towns not yet set out, or in difference betwixt any town, provided that the committees of those towns where the difference is shall have no vote in that particular, and Salem's claim to Marblehead was overborne. 43 It is also noteworthy that Salem's General Court was here casually reduced to the rank of a committee. Tension mounted as Williams and many of his supporters refused the Bay government's oath of allegiance and pitted Salem Church against the doctrine that magistrates should have power to punish heresy. In the midst of the quarrel, Salem Church formally elevated Williams from his assistantship to the post of minister. Magistrates and Orthodox clerics alike were outraged by the town that wanted autonomy and the minister who wanted liberty. Clergy thundered their wrath and called it God's, thus defining Williams as the sort of heretic that magistrates had power to punish. Salem's deputies were expelled from the General Court, and Williams was brought to trial and sentenced to banishment explicitly because he had broached and divulged diverse new and dangerous opinions, against the authority of magistrates, as also writ lettera of defamation, both of the magistrates and church here, and yet maintaineth the same without retraction. 4 As the Reverend William Hubbard would later remark, Mr. Williams did lay his axe at the very root of the magistratical power in matters of the first table, i.e., the first 4 of the 10 Commandments. 4-5 In the historical controversy that has been waged over precisely which issue dominated the magistrates' minds, S.H. Brocanier's judgment seems best: heresy and sedition in Massachusetts were inextricably joined. 4-6 For present purposes it may be observed that, despite the gravity of other charges, much of the trial court's time was spent on Williams's ideas about Indian rights. Williams reaffirmed his belief that it was a national sin to claim right to Indian lands by virtue of the royal patent and a national duty to renounce the patent, which, the magistrates thought, to have done, had subverted the fundamental state and government of the country. 4-7 They were correct, of course. Only a quite different sort of government could have functioned on Williams's principles. In the management of power these magistrates were wholly rational. Having expelled Williams and having briefly punished John Endicott for abetting him, they accepted Salem's and Endicott's submissions. Salem's deputies were restored to the General Court, and in March 1636, Salem, meek and penitent, even received the Marblehead lands that had been denied to Salem, proud and challenging though perhaps not as much land as had been claimed. 48 There was no longer any question about who held final authority, Salem had obtained that land only on the terms of the General Court. A few years later, when tension again mounted, the court again asserted its ascendancy. In March 1640 Salem appointed a Mr. Sharp to keep the records of town lands, but in October the General Court overrode the town by installing Winthrop's brother-in-law Emmanuel Downing in that office. The nature of the controversy is suggested by the fact that the last entries of Elder Sharp, who had been one of Roger Williams's strongest supporters, are missing from the record. Downing's substitutions for them provided that Marblehead's inhabitants could have only such lands as have not been formerly granted to other men, leaving no doubt of the court's revocation of at least some of the claims of the Salem Marblehead people. 49 No Indian purchase sullied the court's supreme prerogative at the time, and none was made until half a century later when Massachusetts Bay was incorporated into the Dominion of New England. The extinction then of the old government raised a specter of possible invalidation of land titles acquired irregularly, and Salem men hastened to buttress their possessions with an Indian quitclaim. Dated October 11, 1686, this stipulates on the part of its Indian sellers that until the insealing and delivery of these presents, they the Indians and their ancestors were the true, sole, and lawful owners of all the afore-bargained premises, and were lawfully seized of and in the same, and every part thereof in their own proper right. 50 Thus Salem fended off a review of its land titles by the new royal governor, Sir Edmund Andros, whose known rule was that title could not be fully valid while Indian claims existed. But this all happened long after Roger Williams's tilt with the Massachusetts General Court. In the 1630s the magistrates alternated between assertions of principle and acts of expedience. By overriding Salem they temporarily silenced arguments that Indian purchases were legally prerequisite to see good land titles, but they acted to forestall future difficulties of a like nature by ordering a series of purchases to be made from Indian landowners along the coast between Boston and Ipswich. This was done for convenience, without rationalization or concession of right, and no special fuss was made about it. 51 When a new situation arose that gave an appearance of advantage for Massachusetts in Williams's rejected principle of Indian right, the magistrates suddenly abandoned their old hostility and laid a loving clutch upon the former anathema. John Winthrop's startling change of heart, and the other magistrates also, occurred in 1641 when an opportunity arose for Massachusetts to gain an opening onto Narragansett Bay. Pursuing the chance, Winthrop mounted an invasion of a small non-chartered colony already existing at Narragansett, doing so with an elaborately concocted formal justification in terms of Indian rights. Besides, the place was likely to be of use to us, he noted succinctly. The story of that adventure will be narrated below in Chapter 15. The point here is simply that Winthrop and the other Massachusetts magistrates were very ready to abandon their early theses about Indian land being free for the taking when the takers were people other than themselves. Further study of deed games will shed light on the complex maneuvers of interprovincial aggression through which the early colonists established their boundary lines. Generalizations will not suffice. Each situation requires attention to its own circumstances, because official acceptance of Indian property right did not guarantee ethical practices in Englishmen's acquisition of those rights. Within limits of a jurisdiction, as well as across boundary lines, colonials everywhere used numerous identifiable devices, and doubtless others, to seize Indian property with some show of legality. One method was to allow livestock to roam into an Indian's crops until he despaired and removed. Even when the Indian uncharacteristically fenced his cropland, he found that there was something nocturnally mysterious that did not love an Indian's wall. The Indian who dared to kill an Englishman's marauding animals was promptly hauled into a hostile court. 53 A second method was for Englishmen to get the Indian drunk and have him sign a deed that he could not read. Third method was to recognize a claim by a corrupt Indian who was not the legitimate landlord and then to buy the land from him. 54 A fourth method, highly reminiscent of feudal Europe, was a simple threat of violence. A timorous Indian there were many would turn over his property for no other reason than the love and goodwill he bore the man behind the gun. He was then permitted to remain as a tenant on a corner of the land he formerly had owned. 55 A fifth method, which seems to have been a favorite in New England, was the imposition of fines for a wide variety of offenses, the Indians' lands becoming forfeit if the fines were not paid by their due date. The offenses ranged from unauthorized riding of an Englishman's horses to conspiracy against English rule. 56 Small or great, the offense was likely to incur a fine larger than the offender could probably pay. An Englishman would rescue him from his straits, paying his fine for a short-term mortgage on his land and later foreclosing. 57 These were devices to put a fair face on fraud. When taken at face value, they present a rosy picture of upright, fair-minded Euro-Americans giving value for value in honest business transactions. Only when surrounding circumstances are taken into account is the fraud revealed. 58 Fraud was widespread though not universal, but even when the Indian was dealt with fairly, as also happened, the cession of his land was traumatic for himself and his society. Whether negotiated by diplomatic treaty or commercial contract, the effect of systematic dispossession cannot be overestimated. The selling Indians had only two choices: to retreat into the interior with the hope of being accepted as guests in other trees' jurisdictions, or to accept subjection and exploitation in the lands of their former freedom. Peaceful purchase of Indian territory was more drastic in its consequences than many armed conquests of one European power by another. It was a double conquest in which Indians lost not only sovereignty but also commons and severalty, and it established the harshest possible terms for the Indians who might hope to assimilate into civilization. Property and liberty were synonyms in the 17th and 18th centuries. When the Indian was dispossessed of his land, he lost all hope of finding any niche in the society called civilized, except that of servant or slave. Myth contrasts civilized war with savage war by accepting the former as a rational, honorable, and often progressive activity while attributing to the latter the qualities of irrationality, ferocity, and unredeemed retrogression. Savagery implies unchecked and perpetual violence. Because war is defined as organized violence between politically distinct communities, some writers have questioned whether savage conflicts really qualify for the dignity of the name of war. By whatever name, savage conflicts are conceived to be irrational because they supposedly lack point or objective beyond the satisfaction of sadistic appetites that civilization inhibits, and savages are ferocious through the force of these appetites. These images are byproducts of the master myth of civilization locked in battle with savagery. Civilized war is the kind we fight against them, in this case, Indians, whereas savage war is the atrocious kind that they fight against us. The contrast has been sustained by means of biased definition on the one hand and tendentious description on the other. Savage war has been dismissed as mere vengeance or feud, and writers have made it seem incomparably more horrible than civilized war by dwelling upon the gory details of personal combat, massacre, and torture on the Indian side while focusing attention diversely on the goals and strategy of wars on the European side. Still another circumstance has contributed to the myth. Indian governments held jurisdiction over relatively small territories, and there were a great many of them. No supreme/power existed to suppress conflicts. The tribes settled their differences themselves by negotiation or struggle. With so many possible combinations of interest groups, statistical odds dictated frequent intertribal conflicts. European governments, in comparison, extended over larger territories, and thus the possible number of international wars was statistically a good deal less. Furthermore, European society may have deferred some organized warfare, not by abolishing violence, but by internalizing much of it. Nearly all the violence of Indian society expressed itself intertribally in the form of war, but internal violence in the European states required a vast apparatus for its suppression, the means of which were also violent. Londoners could always find sadistic entertainment at Tyburn or the Tower, and the jailers buried more prisoners than they discharged. There were also means of violent struggle between nation-states other than declared war. Sir Francis Drake sacked Spanish towns in time of peace, and pirates were ever present on all the seas. We tend to glorify these sea dogs instead of putting them on the same low level as Indian raiders, but the victims in both cases went through much the same experiences. If we focus entirely on internal order, the Indian village was a peaceful place compared to the European town. If we focus instead on relations between polities, the nation-states were under tighter controls than the tribes. It seems to me that a proper comparison should include both internal and external relations and should examine the total level of violence in each society, its forms and motives, and the methods used to control and direct it. From this perspective, Aboriginal Indian society appears to have been far less violent than 17th-century European society. The wasting wars so prominent among Indians in historic times were a factor of adaptation to European civilization. Indian tribes were internally more peaceful than European nations, partly because of the kin-oriented sanctions pervading Indian villages, as distinct from the greater impersonality of European social relations TNPS, and partly because Indian custom defined and punished fewer crimes than European law. If there is merit in the argument that psychological aggressions are the cause of social violence, and, like most psychological explanations, this one permits large flights of fancy, then the aggressive feelings of Indians were vented mostly upon persons outside the protection of kin obligation, that is to say, outside the clan and tribe. The same customary sanctions were notably tolerant of many sorts of behavior that Europeans classed as crime, especially regarding deviant sexual and religious conduct. There was no crime of fornication or unnatural vice among Indians, nor was there any heresy as that was defined by European law. All sex relations except rare cases of rape were personal matters outside the jurisdiction of sachem and council, and religious belief was totally personal. Although participation in rituals was expected, the punishment for withdrawal was limited to public obloquy. In extreme cases the offender might be bewitched or poisoned by the tribal powwow, but such acts were clandestine. Indians knew nothing of the whole class of offences called by European lawyers crimes without victims. When one considers the floggings, jailings, hangings, torture, and burnings inflicted by European states for the multitude of crimes that did not even exist in Indian society, one becomes painfully aware that an incalculably great proportion of European violence against persons was inflicted by the very agencies whose ostensible function was to reduce violence. In due course, civil society would seek to tranquilize its communities by emulating savage toleration of human variety, but even today this has still only begun. Of crimes common to both societies, murder requires special notice. It was conceived of differently by Indian and European and was therefore punished by different processes. In Europe, murder was an offense against the state; among Indians it was an offense against the family of the victim. European law demanded the murderer's life as atonement to the state; Indian custom made his life forfeit to his victim's family. In Europe the state apprehended the murderer; among Jaindians it was the family's obligation to do so. European observers tagged the Indian custom revenge and blathered much about the savagery revealed by it. Yet, as compared to the state's relentlessness, the tribe provided an institution carefully and precisely designed to stanch the flow of blood. The obligation of blood for blood could be commuted into a payment of valuable goods by the murderer's own kinsfolk to the relatives of his victim. This custom, which had been known centuries earlier in Anglo-Saxon England as Wergild, was a widespread stabilizer of Indian societies, forestalling the development of obligatory revenge into exterminating feuds. Although the term feud has been used freely by the condemners of savage society, Marion W. Smith has been unable to find the phenomena properly denoted by it. True feud, she remarks, in its threat of continued violence between particular groups, is surprisingly rare in the New World. Europeans understood the Wergild custom and used it themselves in their dealings with Indians, but only unilaterally. Europeans would pay blood money to avert Indian revenge for the killing of an Indian, but Indians were not permitted to buy absolution for the killing of a European. In the latter case, the Europeans demanded the person of the accused Indian for trial in a European court. In the event of non-apprehension of the suspected culprit, mass retribution might be visited upon his village or tribe. The savagery of revenge, therefore, was simply a semantic function of its identification with an Indian. European revenge was civilized justice. When Indians stirred abroad, they were safe in their own territory and in those of tribes with whom they were at peace. The hospitality trait, so prominent in all the tribes, guaranteed to the traveler not only security but also shelter, sustenance, and sometimes sexual entertainment, all free of charge. Europeans traveling through Indian territory received the same treatment. 7. But travelers in 17th century Europe risked life and property on every highway and in many inns, and they paid for all they got. The violence and horrors of civil war were rare among Indians, probably because they tolerated secession, while England underwent the Puritan Revolution and France the Catholic Huguenot agonies, to say nothing of dynastic upheavals by the score. Nor were there class wars or riots in Indian society. Nor did Aboriginal Indians experience drunken orgies carried with their attendant tumults until rum and brandy were poured into the villages from Europe. Thereafter, however, drunken rage became a recurring menace every white air. When all this has been said, there still remains the problem of conflict between the tribes. The traditional conception of savage war depicts it as so unrelenting and frightful as to be incapable of proper comparison with the purposeful and disciplined processes of civilized war. No less an authority than A. L. Kroeber has attributed to the East Coast Indians of North America a kind of warfare that was insane, unending, continuously attritional, from our point of view. It was nightmarish, so integrated into the whole fabric of Eastern culture, so dominantly emphasized within it, that escape from it was well nigh impossible. Continuance in the system became self-preservatory. The group that tried to shift its values from war to peace was almost certainly doomed to early extinction. 8. This harsh indictment would carry more weight if its rhetoric were supported by either example or reference. The only example that comes to mind in support of Kroeber is the Lenape mission of the Moravian Church in the mid-18th century. The Indians of that mission took their Christianity seriously, became absolute pacifists, and were unresistingly massacred. But their experience does not quite illustrate Kroeber's point, for their killers were not other Indians but backcountry Euro-American thugs, also Christian after a fashion, who were rather less ready to attack the old-fashioned pagan sort of Indian that fought back. 9. Kroeber's implication of heavy casualties in Aboriginal warfare is contradicted by 17th-century reports of Europeans with attitudes as diverse as those of Roger Williams and Captain John Underhill. From his observation post among the warring Narragansett and Pequot Indians, Williams saw that their fighting was far less bloody and devouring than the cruel wars of Europe. 10. Underhill was contemptuous of what Williams approved. He sneered at the Indian warriors who called off a battle after inflicting only a few deaths, and he reported complacently the Narragansett's protest against his English-style war that slays too many men. 1. Imagined dogmas about warriors' lethal accomplishments have led sober scholars into impossible contradictions. For instance, Harold E. Driver has remarked, on the one hand, that the greed, cupidity, deceit, and utter disregard of Indian life on the part of most of the European conquerors surpassed anything of the kind that the Indian cultures had been able to produce on their own in their thousands of years of virtual independence from the Old World. But Driver has also written, in conformity to savagery mythology, that no young man ever thought of getting married or of being accepted as an adult citizen until he had slain an enemy and brought back a scalp to prove it. 2. The mathematical implications of the latter statement are wondrous. To demonstrate what it would mean in practice, let us imagine a situation in which two villages are perpetually raiding each other as they would be obliged to do in order to qualify their males for manhood and matrimony. Assuming that the age of 18 is the threshold of manhood, we find that all of the 18-year-old men of one village achieve the right to marry by killing off an equal number of males in the other village. The total population of both villages would thus be reduced annually by the total number of 18-year-old men, at least this is so if the 18-year-olds from the two villages avoided killing each other. This is the minimum implication of one coup per warrior. If some braves showed more than minimum enthusiasm and skill, the whole process would be speeded up accordingly. Such a process would lead inexorably, year by year, not just to a low level of population, but to total extinction. The thing is impossible, of course, and so is the dogma on which it is predicated. Literally there were young men in Indian society who got married before they ever killed anyone, and the mathematics imply that a lot of old Indian men also died without having killed. What really made an Indian youth a citizen of his community was an initiation ritual, and the process has been observed and reported thousands of times. William Penn reported that young Delawares were permitted to marry after having given some proofs of their manhood by a good return of skins, and that almost all of them were wed before they reached 19 years of age. 1-3 Among the Delawares, therefore, a man could marry when he could demonstrate the ability to support a family. How many Euro-American parents have drilled that notion into their offspring? That the young Indian could gain prestige and status by killing and scalping is undeniable, and that many youngsters itched for such fame is as plain as the enlistment of European mercenaries for pay and plunder. But universal generalizations should be grounded in some minimum quantity of evidence and common sense. Suppose it be argued that the disastrous demographic implications just presented are fallacious because warriors might diffuse the population loss by taking scalps from women and children. Deductively, such an objection might have merit if not for the inductive evidence available. Contact-era Europeans agreed that, with few exceptions that occurred in the confusion of battle, Indians killed only men. 1-4 The cultural imperative may have been a survival trait rather than pure sentiment, because one reason for sparing these non-combatants was to assimilate them into the victorious tribe, thus to enlarge and strengthen it. 1-5 Some tribes were observed to begin war for the specific purpose of augmenting their female population. 1-6 Whatever the motive, the merciful custom was universal in regard to women and children. Treatment of captured men was more varied. Early Southern accounts indicate that all male prisoners were put to death except the chiefs. 7 By the 17th century torture of men was practiced fairly extensively, although some doubt exists about how widespread this trait had been at an earlier time. An ameliorating custom decreed the sparing of a large proportion of male captives, however. Again, the custom may have arisen out of the dire pressures of population decline, in this case pinpointed on particular families. Women among the victors, who had lost a husband or kinsman, held unchallengeable individual right to adopt a prisoner in his place, and the man so chosen became immediately assimilated into the tribe as well as the family. In our terminology, he was naturalized as well as adopted. 18. Perhaps the most famous example of the custom is Pocahontas's rescue of John Smith, although Smith rejected assimilation at the first opportunity to escape. Not every European captive followed Smith's example. It was a constant crying scandal that Europeans who were adopted by Indians frequently preferred to remain with their Indian families when offered an opportunity to return to their genetic kinsmen. 19. The adoption custom grew in importance with the intensification of war during the macro-contact era. Of all the Indians, the Iroquois, who are generally agreed to have been the most militaristic and to have suffered the most debilitating casualties, seem to have practiced adoption more than any other tribe. At one time adoptees constituted 2/3 of the Iroquois Oneidas. 20. The Senecas adopted whole villages of Hurons after the breakup of the Huron nation under Iroquois attack. 21. And various Iroquois tribes struggled for possession of Susquehannocks after the latter's dispersal under attack from Maryland and Virginia. 22. Still another Indian custom served, aboriginally, to reduce the deadliness of war. Indians refrained from the total war that involved systematic destruction of food and property until its use by Europeans roused the Indians to reprisal. 23. In this respect, as in so many others, the English continued a tradition of long standing from their devastations in Ireland. 24. Burning villages and crops to reduce Irish tribesmen to subjection under Elizabeth I led naturally enough to using the same tactics against the tribesmen of Virginia. 25. A relation of 1629 tells how the Virginia colonists compelled a hostile Indian chief to seek peace, being forced to seek it by our continual incursions upon him and them, by yearly cutting down, and spoiling their corn. 26. The same practice was used everywhere in North America when Indian guerrilla tactics prevented Europeans from gaining victory by decisive battle. 27. According to Indian logic, Such destruction doomed non-combatants as well as warriors to die of famine during a winter without provisions. These remarks are not intended to suggest that Indians of pre-contact days were gentle pacifists whom the Europeans seduced to evil warlike ways. On the contrary, all evidence points to a genuinely endemic state of sporadic intertribal violence. Had this base not been present, Europeans could not so readily have achieved hegemony by playing off one tribe against another. But the dispersion of violence tells nothing of its intensity. What is especially at issue here is the significance of the data in comparison with the phenomena of war in European society. As the history of feudal Europe well exemplifies, endemic war does not necessarily imply, although it may be associated with, population decline. The fact is unlovely, but growth in human societies is demonstrably compatible with bellicosity, up to a critical level of mortality. We have no difficulty in perceiving this rule at work in, say, ancient Greece, yet we deny that the rule also applied to Amerindians when we attribute to them a savage kind of war that supposedly was incomparably more continuous, more widespread, more integral to cultural values, and more senseless in the long view than the dedicated vocation of backward but civilized Sparta or of Athens, for that matter. To show the falsity of these absolute antitheses is a primary objective here. Indians could be and often were as stupid and vicious as Europeans, which is to say that they belonged to the same human species. They were never so much more devoted than Europeans to killing each other that their uniquely violent natures or cultures doomed their societies to perpetual stagnation. To discover the nature of Aboriginal Indian war requires a skeptical and analytical approach not only to European sources but to Indian sources as well. Like old tales in other cultures, Indian traditions were of several sorts, some preserved the memory of historical events, and others were invented to amuse or edify. Wendell S. Hadlock has shown how legends diffused rapidly, being adapted to the local settings of different tribes so that a single occurrence in history has been told in varying ways so as to appear like many incidents. 2-8 Sometimes one may doubt whether the single occurrence ever did happen anywhere. One genre of such legends, dealing with the Grasshopper War, has been interpreted by chroniclers in its multiple manifestations as literal fact demonstrating the terrible carnage that Indians would wreak over such trivial causes as a children's quarrel about possession of a grasshopper. That grasshopper hopped over a lot of territory. He spilled the same mythical blood by gallons from the Micmacs of Newfoundland to the Shawnees, Lenape, and Tuscaroras of western Pennsylvania. The story seems to have been in the same class as Aesop's fables. Whatever may have been its remote origins, it diffused so widely because of its didactic utility rather than its historical reality. Hadlock associated it with a table of similar stories that are not so much an explanation of a war incident as philosophical explanations of tribal fission. 2-9 To Frank G. Speck it was fiction, and Speck's interpretation implies bittersweet irony as to how the Indian myth was absorbed and transformed in the European myth of savagery. In the Grasshopper War legend we have an example of the type of Algonquian moral teaching with which the ethnologist has long been familiar. Need the moralist point out that its clarified motive is to portray the consequences of grown ups taking over the disputes of children, the curse of partisanship in disputes of a trivial nature, the abomination of giving way to emotional impulses? The myth is a great composition for the lesson it carries, extolling self-restraint and the virtues of deliberation before taking action that may lead to disastrous outcome. 3-0 By the transforming power of the savagery myth, a fable denouncing war's irrationality was converted into evidence of the real existence of widespread irrational bellicosity. The Indian could not even preach against war without convicting himself of obsessive love for it. By the same logic, Quakers would be the most militaristic of Euro-Americans. Historical sources strongly suggest that Aboriginal war among the hunting Indians of the Cold North differed markedly from the wars carried on by the agricultural tribes farther south. During most of the year the hunters lived dispersed in family bands that were occupied full-time in making a living. Opportunity to organize concerted tribal wars existed briefly during the summer months when the bands congregated at tribal centers and had some leisure. Wars could then be organized, but they were sporadic, individualistic affairs. 31 A Jesuit observer condemned both the Indians' motives and scale of operations with the succinct phrase "their war is nothing but a manhunt," and narrated how a war party of 30 men dwindled to 15 who returned home satisfied after they had taken the scalps of 3 unoffending members of a friendly tribe. 3 In Europe such waylaying would have been called brigandage rather than war. Farming Jane Tansk D on a larger scale and under the direction of tribal purposes and Pollock IES. Their more complex culture provided a variety of rivalries. Sometimes they fought to gain territory, JD Thog H apparently not in the fascier to F European empire building. When Indians fought for territory as such, they wanted to displace its occupants rather than to subject them. Lands thus made available might be occupied by the victors, left empty for use as hunting grounds, or kept as a protective buffer against distant enemies. 33 Sometimes, it seems, agricultural Indians fought to achieve dominance to make the defeated tribe confess the victor's preeminence. The symbol of such acknowledgement was the payment of tribute. Because the tributary role has been much confused, it needs a moment of special attention. First, tribute should be distinguished from plunder. When the Nyantics raided Long Island's Montauk's for wampum in 1638, they were after loot. 34 When the Iroquois Five Nations the I/Luhawks among them required wampum from the Lenape of the Delaware Valley in the 18th century, they wanted ceremonial recognition of a confederate relationship in which the Iroquois were superior. 35 Several contrasts mark the difference. Loot was seized by a raiding party, tribute was presented by a diplomatic mission. Loot's value increased precisely in accordance with quantity, tribute's value was primarily symbolic, secondarily quantitative. The taking of loot was a one-sided transaction, the presentation of tribute was reciprocated by a counter-presentation of wampum to confirm the tributary agreement. The last difference was especially important, because tribute symbolized subordinate alliance rather than subjection and thus entailed obligation on the part of the superior tribe as well as the tributary. In essence, the alliance entitled the tributary to freedom from molestation by its patron and to protection by the patron against attack by a third party. In return, the tributary was expected to give ceremonial deference on all occasions, to allow free passage through its territory by members of the patron tribe, and to permit or encourage the recruitment of its own young men to join the patron's war parties. This sort of mutual obligation can be identified in the historic period, but it does not appear that all tributary relationships were the same. There seem to have been grades and degrees of obligation. 36 And the word tribute was also applied to payments of wampum or other valuable goods in the nature of a toll. For instance, English officials agreed to pay tribute to the Illinois tribes in 1764 for the privilege of unobstructed passage through the tribe's territory, and the Indians knew perfectly well that the English were not submitting or subjecting themselves by the payment. 37 It may be said quite positively that a tributary tribe did not necessarily give up title to its lands when it presented tribute. After the defeat of the Upper Hudson Mohicans by the Mohawks in 1628, the Mohicans offered tribute as a means of purchasing peace, but they also sold land to the Dutch without Mohawk objection, and after 2 years of tribute payment they got drunk and lost the pouch of wampum. Mohawk sachem Joseph Brandt, who told the story, commented that the Mohawks did not take it hard when payment ceased. 38 4 decades later, when the Executive Council of New York considered purchase of land from the Wickers Creek, Wickwesjeek, tribe, the council had to consider whether the Wickers Creeks could deliver good title. Now they are beaten off by the Mohawks. The Indians replied that the Mohawks would not have any pretence to their land, though being at war they would destroy their persons, and take away their beavers and goods. 39 The sales by dominant tribes like the Pequots and Iroquois of their rights in tributaries' territory were in the nature of quitclaims, without prejudice to the tributaries' retained rights of habitation and enjoyment. The Pequots quit their own claims to the Connecticut Valley and permitted Englishmen to settle there, but after the English evicted a tributary chief, the Pequots attacked in reprisal. 40 When the Iroquois were bribed by Pennsylvanians in the 18th century to quit a claim they had never made to the Delaware Valley, the swindle ruptured their confederacy. 41 The customary situation was summarized by General Thomas Gage in the course of his systematic correspondence on Indian affairs with Sir William Johnson. Gage's confidential letter also clarifies the English motives that often led to the muddying of the formal records. It is asserted as a general principle that the 6 nations having conquered such and such nations, their territories belong to them, and the 6 nations being the king's subjects which by treaty they have acknowledged themselves to be, those lands belong to the king. I believe it is for our interest to lay down such principles, especially when we were squabbling with the French about territory, and they played us off in the same style of their Indian subjects, and the right of those Indians. Gage went on to define the Indian customs as he privately understood them. I never heard that Indians made war for the sake of territory like Europeans, but that revenge, and an eager pursuit of martial reputation were the motives which prompted one nation to make war upon another. If we are to search for truth and examine her to the bottom, I don't imagine we shall find that any conquered nation ever formally ceded their country to their conquerors, or that the latter ever required it. I never could learn more, than that nations have yielded, and acknowledged themselves subjected to others, and some ever have wore badges of subjection. 4.2 Gage's remark refers to the most frequently mentioned motive for Indian war behavior, that is almost invariably termed revenge. Like most effective propaganda language, the term has a referent in reality, and also like most propaganda, it distorts that referent in the mere naming of it. Our English word implies an act of retaliation intended to inflict suffering upon an enemy and performed in part for the emotional satisfaction that the avenger will achieve from contemplation of that suffering. Who has not hated the villainous Iago? Revenge connotes ferocity personal, unrestrained by charity or mercy or any of the nobler impulses of humanity, in short, savagery. The actual phenomenon in Indian society to which this name has been given did not conform to these connotations. As it manifested itself intratribally, we have already noticed revenge as an obligatory retaliation for murder, together with the commutation custom by which the obligation might be discharged in lieu of blood for blood. 43 Intertribal retaliation for wrongs done or fancied, a real and omnipresent occurrence, was also bound up in motives and restraints imposed by custom and social purpose, including commutation by payment between tribes as well as between families. As Marion W. Smith has noted, such retaliations bear a legalistic tinge. They serve as mechanisms for righting the balance of sanctions in the society, and the reprisal is seen as justified, in view of the fact that it re-establishes the validity of customs which had been violated. 4.4 Smith wrote in the formal language of the 20th century scholar. A 17th century Lenape Indian phrased the justified reprisal idea, which in Europe might readily have been classed as just war, in simpler language when he told a Pennsylvanian, "We are minded to live at peace. If we intend at any time to make war upon you, we will let you know of it, and the reasons why we make war with you, and if you make us satisfaction for the injury done us, for which the war is intended, then we will not make war on you. And if you intend at any time to make war on us, we would have you let us know of it, and the reasons for which you make war on us, and then if we do not make satisfaction for the injury done unto you, then you may make war on us, otherwise you ought not to do it." To one looking back from the 20th century this sounds quaintly moralistic. In the era of total preventive war, what is one to make of "otherwise you ought not to do it"? 4.5 Marion W. Smith identifies a morning war complex of traits correlating to the northern distribution of maize agriculture. By implication she makes it a development of the revenge trait, but her definition is brief and unenlightening. It is an elaborate socio-religious complex relating individual emotion to social reintegration through group activity and sanctioned homicide. 4.6 This seems more to describe what happens psychologically to a tribe after it has gone to war than to explain the reasons for its choosing to fight a particular foe at a certain time and place. Further, it could as well apply to the nations of World War II as to Aboriginal Indians. 47 Pursuit to their logical assumptions. Such psychological explanations of war, primitive or modern, take one ultimately to a neo-Calvinist faith in the innate depravity/bellicosity of man, a position both unwarranted by science and vicious in effect and, Ultimately, a self-fulfilling prophecy that stultifies investigation of the empirical sources of war and thus guarantees war's perpetuation. We shall do better to stick with Smith's genuine insight into Indian war as a means of re-establishing the validity of violated customs. It raises questions that can be answered historically. In sum, the motives for Aboriginal war appear to have been few, and the casualties slight. Contact with Europeans added new motives and weapons and multiplied casualties. The trade and dominance wars of the macro-contact era were indeed beyond the sole control of Aboriginal cultural and political institutions, because they were bicultural wars, the motives and promptings for which originated in colony and empire as well as in tribe. These wars were truly attritional for Indians, appallingly so, but they were the result of civilization's disruption of Aborigine society rather than the mere outgrowth of pre-contact Indian culture. Most discussions of Indian war have probably concerned themselves less with the Indians' motives than with their manner of fighting. Every frontier history abounds with tales of grim figures skulking through the woods, striking from ambush, spreading havoc and desolation, and culminating their horrors with scalping, torture, and cannibalism. In many instances the tales are verifiable, and no attempt will be made here to palliate their horrors. But when atrocity is singled out as a quality exclusive to tribesmen, Indians or others, myth is being invoked against evidence, indeed against the sorrowful experience of our own 20th century and our own highest civilization of all time. The Indians of the macro-contact era, and presumably their Aboriginal ancestors also, undoubtedly showed plenty of ferocity when aroused. What will be argued here is that the records of European war of the same era display the same quality in ample measure also. There were no Indians in Ireland when Cromwell's armies made it a wilderness, nor were there Indians with Wallenstein and Tilly during the 30 Years' War in Central Europe. If savagery was ferocity, Europeans were at least as savage as Indians. Many of the aspects of so-called savage war were taught to Indians by European example. As to torture, for example, a systematic examination of the documents of the early contact era, published by Nathaniel Knowles in 1940, found no references to torturing by Indians of the southeast coast region until almost 200 years after White Conta CT/Knowles added, it seems even more significant that there are no expressions by the early explorers and colonizers indicating any fear of such treatment. The Europeans were only too willing in most cases to call attention to the barbarity of the Indians and thus justify their need for either salvation or extermination. 4.8 Among the northeastern Indians, Knowles found that deliberate torture, as distinct from simple brutality, i.e., unplanned and unorganized cruelty, had not been practiced in Aboriginal times except by the Iroquois, who associated it with the practice of ritual cannibalism. These usages seem to have been derived from an ancient complex of customs connected with human sacrifice and perhaps tracing back to similar practices in Mexico. Iroquois torture secondarily served as a terrorist device to keep surrounding tribes in fear, but its usefulness for this purpose declined as some neighbors adopted the same trait in reprisal, much as the southern Indians had retaliated against such European tortures as burning at the stake. 49 After describing the torture of an Iroquois prisoner by Samuel de Champlain's allies, Marc Lescarbot remarked, "I have not read or heard tell that any other savage tribe behaves thus to its enemies." But someone will reply that these did but repay the Iroquois who by similar deeds have given cause for this tragedy. 50 Lescarbot stated positively that our seacoast Indians did not practice torture, and his modern translator added a note of confirmation. 51 Although some Indians practiced the ritual cannibalism that Europeans had sublimated many centuries earlier into symbolic acts of communion, other Indians abominated man-eating as much as the Europeans themselves. Algonquian speakers used a contemptuous epithet meaning man-eaters to refer to their Iroquois neighbors. It took the forms of Mengwe, Mingo, Makwa, and finally, in English, Mohawk. 52 Europeans and Tundians differed in the publicity given to torture. Europeans burned heretics and executed criminals in ingeniously agonizing ways, but much European torture was inflicted secretly for the utility_tarian purpose of extracting confessions from suspects. Public or private, European torture was performed by specialists appointed by governmental authority, whereas torture among Indians was a spectacle for popular participation as well as observation. It seems reasonable to infer that comparably painful practices in the two societies were sharply distinguished in European minds by what was conceived as their relative lawfulness. Torture by commission of civil authority was merely execution of the law, often highly approved as a means of preserving order, but torture by a self-governing rabble was savagery. The Encyclopedia Britannica has noted that the name of torture has been historically used especially for those modes of inflicting pain employed in a legal aspect by the civilized nations of antiquity and of modern Europe. 5.3 In such a context the remark of 17th-century friar Louis Hennepin becomes ironic: we are surprised at the cruelty of tyrants and hold them in horror, but that of the Iroquois is not less horrible. 5.4 Plenty of sadism was evident in both cultures. Indians vented it directly upon the person of their victim, hacking and slashing at his body democratically with their own hands. Even old women would satisfy some horrid lust by thrusting firebrands at his genitals or chewing off the joints of his fingers. Their culture sanctioned what they did in the same way that local and regional cultures in 19th and 20th century America sanctioned somewhat similar practices by white supremacists at lynching parties. In the more authoritarian 17th century the European populace in general was not allowed to participate except as spectators in the tortures prescribed for condemned persons. When we consider that crowds brought their lunch along to be enjoyed during such entertainments as disemboweling and slow immolation, we may wonder about the significance of the cultural difference. We have no way of knowing how many Europeans were prevented from soaking their own hands in blood only by the state's armed guards. Equally, we have no way of knowing how many of the persons in an Indian village were active participants in the grim sport of torture, or how many just looked on. The diverse qualities of character that we recognize as distinguishing one European or Euro-American from another are ignored or denied among Indians. Savages are homogeneously cruel. In America, Europeans sometimes turned captives over to allied Indians for torture in order to make hostility between two tribes irrevocable. Their own complicity was not felt keenly enough to shame the Europeans into silence. After having thus condemned a victim, they would sometimes fastidiously deplore the sadistic appetites of the Indian torturers who were carrying out the Europeans' own desires. 55 One French officer, after prudently consigning an old Onondaga to the torture in 1696, considered that the victim's taunting defiance will be found perhaps to flow rather from ferociousness than true valor. 5.6 One thing is not in doubt: as befitted its greater progress in technology, Europe had designed a variety of implements for the specific purpose of creating agony, not merely death, in human bodies. Their function was to make pain excruciating, a word that itself commemorates one of the pioneering inventions in that field and recalls its connection with European worship. Indians never achieved the advanced stage of civilization represented by the rack or the Iron Maiden. They simply adapted instruments of everyday utility to the purposes of pain. It may be worth a moment to reflect on the cultural traits imaged in the specialized torture technology of Europe. Something more than sudden emotional impulse will have to be taken into account. I have an impression that about midway through the 17th century the outlook toward torture began to change in opposite directions among the two peoples. It seems to me from general reading that European attitudes toward mutilation of the human body began to turn negative. The old delight in hacking enemies' corpses in the public square and exposing their heads on palings went out of fashion gradually, and with conspicuous exceptions such as the displays made of Sachem Philip and Squaw Sachem Weetamoo in King Philip's War. 5.7 Slowly the use of torture for extracting information from political prisoners came under disapproval and ultimately under official ban. At the same time, torture was increasing among Indians as trade wars multiplied and European conflicts dragged Indian allies along. It is easy to understand why the Europeans, who were apparently trying to overcome their own worst traits, should have found relief and a sense of superior righteousness by rejecting torture and cruelty as things foreign to their own best impulses and carrot therefore to civilization per se. No one dreamed at the time had the increased ease of torture by Indian could have exome as the result of expo tinra to the uplifting influence of Europe, but the idea seems more credible nowadays after the revelations of German and Russian secret police practices, French policy in Algiers, Mississippi justice, and the ministrations of nice young American boys in Vietnam. Every day brings revelations of secret tortures committed as deliberate instrumentation of governmental policy. Today's newspaper leads off an article with this paragraph: Amnesty International, the organization dedicated to assisting political prisoners, has charged that torture as a systematic weapon of control is being used by almost half the world's governments and is spreading rapidly. The civilized world's response to this information is symbolized by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. UNESCO withdrew from Amnesty International the offer of its facilities because the torture report implicated more than 60 of UNESCO's 125 member countries. 58 Clearly civilization is not a homogeneous whole, whatever it may otherwise be. Nor was it in the 17th century. Apart from torture, some Europeans have domineered over Indians, when they could, with the reign of terror functioning through indiscriminate cruelty. In early Virginia the curtain was opened briefly on the reality behind self-serving and self-glorifying reports when Englishmen slew 12 Chickahominy Indians without cause and by treachery. Relatives of the victims retaliated against 10 colonists and then fled into the woods. The rest of the villagers, abused by both sides, much feared the English would be revenged on them, a fear they had unquestionably been taught by the swaggering Virginians. Grand Sachem O'Peshankana saved the village from causeless slaughter, and incidentally revealed the motive behind the English menaces, by ceding the village to the colonists. 59 On a larger scale, after the much-provoked Virginia Indians rebelled in 1622, English writers fumed against the Indian massacre even as English soldiers multiplied their vengeance massacres beyond counting. Virginian Dr. John Pott became the poisoner of the savages in some sort of episode so shocking that the Earl of Warwick insisted it was very unfloat that Pott should be employed by the state in any business. But Pott became governor. 60 Virginia was not exceptional. Puritan New England initiated its own reign of terror with the massacres of the Pequot conquest. David Peters' Zoon de Vries has left us an unforgettable picture of how Dutch mercenaries acted, under orders of New Netherlands Governor Willem Kieft, to terrorize Indians into paying tribute. About midnight, I heard a great shrieking, and I ran to the ramparts of the fort, and looked over to Pavonia. Saw nothing but firing, and heard the shrieks of the Indians murdered in their sleep. When it was day the soldiers returned to the fort, having massacred or murdered 80 Indians, and considering they had done a deed of Roman valor, in murdering so many in their sleep, where infants were torn from their mothers' breasts, and hacked to pieces in the presence of the parents, and the pieces thrown into the fire and in the water, and other sucklings being bound to small boards, and then cut, stuck, and pierced, and miserably massacred in a manner to move a heart of stone. Some were thrown into the river, and when the fathers and mothers endeavored to save them, the soldiers would not let them come on land, but made both parents and children drown, children from 5 to 6 years of age, and also some old and decrepit persons. Many fled from this scene, and concealed themselves in the neighboring sedge, and when it was morning, came out to beg a piece of bread, and to be permitted to warm themselves, but they were murdered in cold blood and tossed into the water. Some came by our lands in the country with their hands, some with their legs cut off, and some holding their entrails in their arms, and others had such horrible cuts, and gashes, that worse than they were could never happen. And the sequel, as soon as the Indians understood that the Swanakens Dutch had so treated them, all the men whom they could surprise on the farmlands, they killed, but we have never heard that they have ever permitted women or children to be killed. 6-1 Indians have often been charged with senseless bloodlust in their fighting, even to the point of treacherously murdering people who had befriended them. The variety of friendship claimed for the victims of such murders should always be investigated in particular detail. The purported friend often turns out to be no more than someone who lived close to the Indians in order to exploit them more efficiently than he could from a distance. His friendship is proved by nothing more than his toleration of their persons, or one who warded off other exploiters in order to preserve his own monopoly. For reasons of space and proportion, the subject cannot be fully discussed here, but examples can be cited of real discrimination by Indians in favor of persons that they recognized as friends. David de Vries, himself one such person, was able, after Kieff's massacre, to walk alone, unmenaced and unscathed, in the midst of the very Indians whose kinsfolk had been treated so cruelly. 62. The most startling example is to be found in 18th century Pennsylvania, where the entire religious society of Friends, whose members were settled the length and breadth of the colony, was accepted from the raids of the 7 Years' War. In 1758 the yearly meeting held at Burlington for New Jersey and Pennsylvania recorded its thankfulness for the peculiar favor extended and continued to our friends and brethren in profession, none of whom have as we have yet heard been slain nor carried into captivity. In consideration of Indian willingness to reciprocate benevolence, the yearly meeting displayed an unusual form of racist thinking. It urged all friends to show their gratitude practically by freeing their slaves. 63. Indian War, like European war, changed with time and circumstance. The guerrilla raids of small war parties became more common after the introduction of firearms made massed attack suicidal. Firearms also reduced the value of stockades around villages even as they had destroyed the invulnerability of walled castles in Europe. The most militaristic of Indians, the Iroquois, adapted to fighting with guns by casting aside their encumbering wooden and leather body armor to gain greater mobility. The naked warrior of the savage stereotype became real enough, but among the Iroquois, at least, he was the product of acculturation rather than an aboriginal prototype. 64. The influence of European contact on Indian warfare is quite plain. In New England, for instance, until the Pequot conquest, the tribes marched to war en masse, but the Pequots recognized that such tactics would be futile against English firepower, see Figure 5, following. They therefore approached the Narragansetts to propose joint harassment of the English rather than confrontation. They would kill livestock, waylay travelers, and ambush isolated farmers. The Narragansetts rejected this proposal in favor of an English alliance and later fought a battle against the Mohegans with the traditional tactics of a large army, but when they were finally forced into open violence against the English in King Philip's War, they adopted the Pequots' proposed guerrilla tactics, to New England's great distress. Cultural change in response to the contact situation was not one-sided, however. While Pequots and Narragansetts changed traditional tactics to cope with English colonials, the Englishmen were also modifying ancient military wisdom to meet the needs created by Indian guerrilla war. In James Axtell's words, from these opponents the English gradually learned to fight Indian style, an ability that once again spelled the difference between their destruction and survival in the New World. 65. Customs and practices changed from decade to decade, even in regard to the trade of scalping, which, while apparently Indian in origin, did not exist among many Indian tribes in the early 17th century. It seems to have been adopted in New England, for example, as a convenient way to collect provincial bounties for heads without having to lug about the awkward impedimenta attached to the scalps. 66. Both Indians and Englishmen took heads as trophies and put them on show, and the practice of paying bounties for heads was well established among Englishmen. It had been conspicuous in the wars in Ireland one of which is assisted by French soldiers. Masses of warriors are shown marching against each other in a style of warfare that European weapons made obsolete. See the legend to Figure 1, Chapter 5. The 13th and 14th centuries. 67. In the 16th century Sir Humphrey Gilbert had terrorized the Irish by ordering that the heads of all those, of what sort soever they were, which were killed in the day, should be cut off from their bodies and brought to the place where he encamped at night, and should there be laid on the ground by each side of the way letting into his own tent so that none could come into his tent for any cause but commonly he must pass through a lane of heads which he used ad terrorem. It brought great terror to the people when they saw the heads of their dead fathers, brothers, children, kinsfolk, and friends. 6-8 As Europeans taught Indians many of the traits of savage war, so also their intrusion into Indian society created new situations to which the Indians responded by cultural change on their own initiative. The attritional warfare of the macro-contact era did indeed justify A. L. Kroeber's indictment of having become so integrated in the culture that escape from it had become impossible, but it was not the aboriginal culture that took such a grim toll. It was instead a culture in which European motives and objectives of war multiplied war's occasions and casualties. 4 different kinds of war took place in the macro-contact era: European versus European, Indian versus Indian, intermixed allies versus other allies, and, rarely, European versus Indian. In all of them the influence of European political or economic institutions is apparent. Many of the Indian versus Indian combats were really European wars in which the Indians unconsciously played the role of expendable surrogates. The curbs and restraints of aboriginal custom held no power over Europeans, and particular tribes were in various states of dependency or ambipendency with regard to particular colonies. Continual European initiatives and pressures for war created a macro-contact system in which tribal bellicosity was indeed self-preservatory for particular groups in particular circumstances, even though it worked general calamity upon the whole of Indian society. There were no innate differences between Indians and Europeans in their capacity for war or their mode of conducting it. Their differences were matters of technology and politics. 69 Only a few generations before the invasion of America, Europeans had conducted war according to feudal rules very different from those of the nation-state but startlingly similar in many respects to the practices of Indian war. Admittedly, Indian society was not class stratified like feudal society, and the Indian warrior differed from the feudal knight by being an all-purpose man who turned his hand to peasant occupations between battles. Clearly, also, Indians did not build or besiege castles, or fight with metal weapons and armor. But let not reality disappear behind the knight's armor plate, there was a naked warrior within. From childhood he had received special training in the use of arms, and he spent much time in strenuous sports that would strengthen and condition his body for war. So did the Indian. Both were hunters, and in the hunt both maintained their skill in the use of weapons. Like the Indian, the medieval knight hunted for food as well as for sport and training, and, as with the Indians' hunting territories, unauthorized persons were forbidden to hunt in the knight's domain. 70 A special purification ritual admitted the European esquire into the status of warrior, so also for the Indian, although in his case the ritual was also an ordeal. Knight and warrior mobilized for war in similar ways. The knight responded, if he felt like it, to the call of a lord to whom he had commended himself as vassal. The warrior responded, if he felt like it, to the invitation of an admired chief. No warrior was conscripted against his will. In neither case was there a bureaucracy to recruit and organize a fighting force. Such loyalty as existed was that of man to man and family to family. Naturally enough, such soldiers knew nothing of Prussian discipline. Knights and warriors were free men fighting in wars and battles of their own choosing, unlike the hireling standing armies of the nation-state, who accepted orders with their wages. One of the most striking parallels between the customs of feudal knights and those of Indian warriors was a code of behavior that in Europe is called chivalry. The sparing of women and children in Indian warfare fits snugly into the doctrines of chivalry avowed by feudal knights, and even practiced by them when the women and children were of their own religion. The practice was abandoned by the more rational or efficient killing machines organized by the nation-states. Chivalry belonged to the knights, and the knights belonged to the Middle Ages. Chivalry, in short, was barbarous. Perhaps an opportunity exists here to use the parallel between America and Europe to learn more about Europe. A customary explanation of chivalry's rise has been that the sweet moan of mincingers and troubadours softened the hearts and manners of the great hulks on horseback. This lacks persuasion. Indians had a different sort of explanation for their own variety of chivalry. They needed to rebuild their declining populations. Feudal Europe was a time of population uncertainty, and the damsels spared by gallant knights were prime breeding stock, a fact sometimes put to test by the knights. In this respect the Indians seem to have been the more chivalrous, for they were observed everywhere to refrain from sexual molestation of female prisoners. They took the women and girls, untouched, back to the captors' villages for assignment to families as wives and daughters. 71 The knight, however, though he served the public interest by preserving his prisoners' lives, served himself also by demanding ransom. Knight and warrior both gave first allegiance to their kin. This reservation of loyalty from the monopoly demanded by the nation-state was the unforgivable sin that has roused nationalists to denounce the special barbarity of feudal Europe and the special savagery of Indian America. That all war is cruel, horrible, and socially insane is easy to demonstrate, but the nationalist dwells upon destiny, glory, crusades, and other such claptrap to pretend that his own kind of war is different from and better than the horrors perpetrated by savages. This is plainly false. The qualities of ferocity and atrocity are massively visible in the practices of European and American powers all over the world, quite recently in the assaults of the most advanced civilized states upon one another. In one way or another the question frequently arises, how substantially have Indians contributed to the society and culture of modern America? The most common answer to this question is, very little. It seems to me that there are different ways of defining the issue and that valid answers will vary according to the way the question is put. The processes of trait diffusion and cultural cumulation have not ceased to work upon either Amerindian or Euro-American since 1492. 17th century European culture is as much dead and gone, thank goodness, as is 17th century Indian culture. Nevertheless, modern American society owes more of its apparent features to European antecedents than to Indian, and its component traits have been contributed overwhelmingly from non-Indian sources that include Asian and African traits picked up both directly and through European carriers, for example, jazz music, Korean Chinese printing, and Hindu-Arabic numerals. Attention has been given in foregoing chapters to varied Amerindian contributions to Europe and, by way of Europe, to the world, but it may be argued that these became mere accretions to European culture without substantially transforming it in any fundamental way. Much depends, of course, on how culture is defined and identified. Indian agriculture contributed new crow ps, but it did not cause Europe to forsake peto. INDEN herbs were added to the European pharmacopoeia without ch_thg_ph into a powwow. Indian warriors fought with and against European soldiers and taught the value of guerrilla tactics in certain circumstances, but drill, discipline 7 and a hierarchical command structure remain basic to modern military forces. Indian voluntarism and equalitarian struck the European political imagination, but the nation-state grew ever more centralized. NDIURMICROTIC acquired new techniques for compelling its subjects to obedience and conformity. Even if it is assumed that the Indians addicted Europe to cotton, the change can be seen as just one more relatively minor vice added to an already imposing pile. If the Indians had gotten Europeans to substitute smoking for drinking, the change would have been undeniably basic, but puffing while we pour has mostly added to our bills. It is valid to say that very little of Indian culture survives to modern times in its original forms except in the enclaves of tribal reservations. The identifiably Indian cultural traits still with us have been assimilated into Euro-American culture and adapted and conformed to structures of European institutions and ideas. Our culture has consumed Indian traits the way our language has gobbled up words, as Danish and French words have come into the English language without bringing along Danish or French grammar, so canoes have been adopted without displacing sails or oceanic navigation. Like other peoples, Indians have also contributed heavily to the vocabulary of English without affecting its mode of movement, particularly in the realm of geographical names. Another way of asking what modern society owes to the Indians produces an equally valid answer with a different significance. Regards less of vestiges and residues of aboriginal sea cultures still recognizable. Suppose it be asked what modern America would he like if Indians had not been here to receive Europe's vanguard. Could Europeans have established their beachheads and penetrated so swiftly to the heart of the continent without the stimulus of Indian exploitation and the help of Indian persons and technology? What would Boston, New York, and Philadelphia be if Shawmut, Manhattan, and Passaoink had not preceded them? How many times would Jamestown have followed Roanoke into oblivion if Powhatan's maze had been unavailable? How long would it have taken Champlain to get past the St. Lawrence Rapids without Indian canoes, and why would he have bothered if the interior had been uninhabited wilderness? Is there any good reason to think that the Mississippi Valley would be more highly developed today than the Australian outback if the Indians of North America had not existed? Although second-guessing history is a risky business, it may be said fairly confidently that both American and European society would be vastly different today if not for the interaction of Europeans with Indians. So much is fairly generally accepted by historians nowadays. Samuel Eliot Morison, for example, has written in a widely circulated text of the profoundly enriching and transforming effect the Indians had upon European immigrants. But Admiral Professor Morison continued his remark with a description of historical process squarely in the tradition of the civilization savagery myth. What we more especially owe to the Indians, in his view, is that they said our ancestors to fight for what they carried ot. As the Ajagonkian warrior of old drank the blood of his fallen enemy in order to absorb his courage, so the people of America may thank the brave redskins who made their ancestors pay dear for the mastery of a continent. One ignoring the blood and thunder, we may say that Morison's analysis is a little deficient. As we have seen, Europeans went through a far more complex historical process than just fighting their way into the New World. What they did was to enter into symbiotic relations of interdependence with Indians and Africans, involving both conflict and cooperation, that formed the matrix of modern American society. Another kind of fallacy is propounded by the transit of civilization historians who trace modern American society directly back to Europe. It is as though European culture were to be derived directly from Rome without notice of the matrix of medieval times. Superficially, a case could be made for such a derivation by someone willing to ignore the data of a millennium. For example, the governments of modern Europe and ancient Rome have been characterized by bureaucratic states administering written codes of law. How easily one might skip over the long era in between when lordship, custom, and contract prevailed. Ancient and modern times alike have been dominated by large cities bustling with industry and commerce, but the historical link between them was rural and its commerce largely local. Historians know well that a host of barbarian peoples intervened between ancient and modern cultures and entered fully into the creation of modern Europe. The Lombards have disappeared into Italy, the Angles into England, the Gauls into France. Except for the archaeologist and the etymologist, theirs are vanished cultures, but no one will dispute that all those peoples and cultures have gone into the modern mix. Modern America is descended from formative colonial America, not merely from transplanted Europeans with all the cultural and ethnic complexity that characterized that effervescent era. The colonial mold has vanished, as the Middle Ages are gone from Europe, but the final product could not have achieved its form if the mold had been other than it was in the last analysis. What American society owes uniquely to the Indian component of our matrix is its exploration, development, settlement t-andal cultivatiori copyright f the eontinent. Every European discover are flown dion guides. Every European colonizer had Indian instruction and assistance. Ethnocentric semantics have hidden the chief role of Indians in the creation of American society by reserving exclusively for Europeans the honorable title of pioneer and contrasting it to the lowly status of native, but the European vanguard were pupils in the Indian school. Indians brought to their symbiotic partnership with Europeans the experience and knowledge of millennia of genuine pioneering. What American society owes to Indian society, as much as to any other source, is the mere fact of its existence. Part 2 SV the heathen. For inheritance. And the earth. For possession. It is painful to advert to these things. But our forefathers, though wise, pious, and sincere, were nevertheless, in respect to Christian charity, under a cloud, and, in history, truth should be held sacred, at whatever cost. We, who are stationed, as it were, at the portals of history, are peculiarly bound. To enter the lists against that blind zeal, which is all the blinder and more pernicious because it will not see, and especially against the narrow and futile patriotism, which, instead of pressing forward in pursuit of truth, takes pride in walking backwards to cover the slightest nakedness of our forefathers. Chapter 11 The Dread Lord and Lords of New England. We turn now to examine how the abstractions and theoretical propositions of the foregoing pages hold up when applied to a substantial unit of historical experience. 17th century New England, a busy place, copiously documented, in which contact phenomena moved swiftly to a climax. New England in the early 17th century was both a rather vague geographical expression and a name for a particular group of English settlements within the region. After the founding of Massachusetts Bay in 1630 and its swift growth through mass migration, New England came to apply in practice to the colonies of that particular vicinity. Puritans used the name with even more restriction, for only the colonies controlled by brethren of their own faith or such close cousins as the New Plymouth Independents. The territorial New England to which this book attends is effectively what we now call Southern New England, including the modem states of Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, see Map 1, p. 200. These polities represent a coalescence of colonies that started out as New Plymouth, Salem, Massachusetts Bay, Martha's Vineyard, and Nantucket, Providence Plantations, Shawimet, Warwick, Aquidneck, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Haven, and some smaller ephemera. Most of them shook down into their present containers during the period prior to 1677, and Plymouth was merged with Massachusetts soon afterward. The people who lived in this territory had not yet come to be called New Englanders, and there is difficulty even now in comprehending them under a single rubric. General practice gives the name Puritan to the culture and people of the region overall, reserving special identification for other persons and communities. In this book, however, that name is reserved for the members and supporters of a specific church, and the governments with which it was affiliated. It seems important to stress that Puritans were a minority of the whole population during a not precisely determined period of time, because the history to be narrated is largely an account of how that minority labored incessantly to impose its power on the rest. For reasons set forth in Chapter 2 above, it is accepted herein that an overwhelming majority of New England's population in the early 17th century were Indians. Besides Indians, there were an unknown number of dissenters from Puritanism, the most significant concentration of whom were settled on the islands and shores of Narragansett Bay. For convenience they will be called, anachronistically, Rhode Islanders. Although the Puritan colonies excluded the dissenters of Rhode Island from the dissenter establishment of the United Colonies of New England, there is every reason for a historian to include them in the population of New England. They were there. The period of this study embraces the two great wars of Puritan conquest and their interval roughly from 1634 to 1677. Among its subjects are the processes by which the English colonies acquired their present shapes. These processes were intimately involved with the colonists' policies toward, and relations with, the Indian tribes whose territories they had invaded. New England displays, in a relatively small extent of space and time, patterns that spread more diffusely in other colonies. The good land of New England's soil rich enough and deep enough for easy tillages and was comparatively small in area because of ancient glacial scouring, and the colonists hoping to acquire that land immigrated in unmatched numbers in the 17th century's second quarter. Newcomers' pressures for ownership were briefly alleviated by the availability of land that had been voided of Indian inhabitants in the epidemic of 1616, but as immigrants arrived en masse they turned their desires to the lands still held and used by surviving Indians. Until these pressures reached the bursting point, colonists in New England pursued trade and alliance with Indian tribes much after the pattern of colonists elsewhere. The moment of dramatic change came with the colonization of Connecticut. That event stirred up latent antagonisms not only between Indians and colonists but between the two Puritan colonies of Massachusetts and Connecticut. Indeed, the Puritans' quarrel was decisive for initiating the First Puritan War, the conquest of the Pequots. Between the First and Second Puritan Wars was a span of nearly 40 years during which colonist and Indian lived in uneasy accommodation. The bulk of the fur trade moved westward to the line of the Connecticut River, where it was conducted with interior tribes. The eastern Indians did not follow after it. None of the Wampanoags, Massachusetts, Nipmucks, Pequots, or Narragansetts went west, or east or north or south, until their tribes had been smashed by armed conquest or subjection under menace. Until the Second Puritan War, many Indians assisted in the economic growth of the colonies by working for wages, making wampum currency and paying wampum tribute, and selling meat and fish as retail provisioners. Many others participated in colonial progress through the new institution of the missionary reservation, by means of which praying Indians were simultaneously converted into church congregations and formidable auxiliaries of Massachusetts Bay's armed forces. To the founding of Connecticut, instead of assuaging Puritan appetites for land, stimulated Connecticut and Massachusetts to accelerated acquisition, and the rise of heterodox Providence plantations heightened the stimulation with yet another competitor. All the colonists knew that the availability of landed property to an individual depended upon the extent of territory under his government's jurisdiction. All the colonies struggled anxiously to gain preemptive dominion over Indian territories while the Indians were yet in occupation. By averages, there was still plenty of land for everyone, and Indian populations opened still more room by continuing to decline, but statistics were not at issue. What concerned each magistrate and colonist was how much land there was for him. Until the Second Puritan War, the colonies constantly struggled to maintain and expand their jurisdictions against the Indians and against one another. The territory of the Narragansett tribe, the largest and most powerful of the region, became a special object of desire and contention. In an oversimple way, one might say that all intercolonial relations were motivated or shadowed by efforts to acquire Narragansett land. After the Narragansetts were smashed in what is misleadingly called King Philip's War, colonial boundary disputes of southern New England were settled in court. Free tribal government disappeared from southern New England except for the dependably subservient Mohegans in Connecticut and the eastern Niantics in Rhode Island. The interior frontiers of the Puritan colonies were ringed by tribes having the strong support of other European colonies, those on the north and east were backed by the French, those on the west and south by New York. With the elimination of Indian enclaves, New England acquired a continuous frontier line prophetic of the line that would be established for all the colonies by royal proclamation in 1763. In neither case was it a line between civilization and savagery, it was the line between effective colonial jurisdictions and effective tribal jurisdictions. Traditional histories tell a different tale that need not be repeated here. The novelty of my findings derives, I believe, from unorthodox assumptions about persons and a critical attitude toward the evidence of familiar sources. In contrast with traditional assumptions that Puritans possessed the humanity implied by civilization while Indians lacked it, I have assumed that both Indians and Puritans were neither more nor less than human. My argument for the Indians' humanity has already been presented in Part I of this study. As for Puritans, I have found no substantiation for the filiopietist portrayal of them in a semi-divine state superior even to the humanity of the garden variety of civilized people. In this exalted state the Puritan is actuated only by noble motives and can tell no fibs anyway, not about Indians. In the words of Alden T. Vaughan, the Puritans had no reason to conceal their attitudes or actions toward the Indians. For I have found plenty of reason. The Puritan mind was intensely interested in much more than the content of sermons. No more than other people did Puritans refrain from behavior they defined as sin, and, also like those other people, they found rationalizations for forbidden conduct. 5. Although power, wealth, and land were immediate objects of temptation for even the most self-righteous of the Puritan gentry, the sins of pride and covetousness that they prompted were the sort that a wrathful God could forgive in his favorite children. Was it not true that as the Lord's chosen acquired greater power they could better do his will? And would not their acquisition of land enable them better to bring the land's inhabitants under his government? Massachusetts's Governor John Winthrop, Sr., meditated on his responsibilities and opportunities while en route from England to his new home. His Puritans would build a city upon a hill for the admiration and emulation of mankind. Thus far that thought has been respectfully quoted many, many times. But Winthrop also referred, in less quoted phrases, to the sanction for his enterprise. Thus stands the case between God and us. We are entered into covenant with him for this work. We have taken out a commission. The Lord hath given us leave to draw our own articles, to finance the construction of that city on the hill. God had signed a divine blank check. 6. Roger Williams thought otherwise. In his usual zealous manner he denounced the Bay Puritans' depraved appetite after the great vanities, dreams, and shadows of this vanishing life, great portions of land in this wilderness, as if men were in as great necessity and danger for want of great portions of land, as poor, hungry, thirsty seamen have, after a sick and stormy, a long and starving passage. This is one of the gods of New England, which the living and Most High Eternal will destroy and famish. 7. New England's historians habitually have adopted more of Winthrop's view than of Williams's, and their attitudes have made a strong impression on the historiography of the United States. During the 19th century and much of the 20th, the whole historical profession was dominated by historians who not only were trained in New England but at the same time were steeped in the accepted traditions of that region. Our histories generally show their imprint. Critics of the Puritans have been attacked as merely venting hostility, remarkably in the pattern of Freudian responses to criticism, and the substantial evidence presented by the critics has been passed over with silence or authoritative epithet. This won't do. Contemporary opponents of the Puritan gentry, who included a remarkable number of less powerful Puritans, were as much witnesses to their time, and certainly as honest, as the oligarchs, and their voices must be heard with at least equal respect. Quite simply, they told the truth more frequently and more reliably than the servants of New England's Leviathan. I have arrived at this finding through subjecting the source documents to standard procedures of textual comparison and analysis similar to the tests commonly applied by historians to documents of other countries and other times. With respect to methodology, my attitude contrasts as strongly with that of the traditionalists as do our assumptions about the comparative humanity of Puritan and Indian. They accept the Puritans' documents as gospel. I have regarded the sources as the writings of persons with interests to serve and have interpreted them accordingly. I propose to show in the following narrative why and how the interests of the various parties in New England conditioned their reporting. In this chapter it may suffice to shew that the Puritans themselves readily acknowledged that they summoned history to their support. The highest status in the Puritan oligarchy was held by the Commissioners of the United Colonies of New England, and these gentlemen concisely expressed their own notion of how history should be oriented. In 1646, after having menaced the Narragansett Indians into a treaty of territorial dispossession, the commissioners thought to take account of public opinion. They desired that all the colonies, as they may, would collect and gather up the many special providences of God towards them, how his hand hath been with them in laying their foundations in church and commonwealth, how he hath cast the dread of his people, weak in themselves, upon the Indians, that history may be compiled according to truth with due weight by some able and fit man appointed thereunto. 8. Among the commissioners subscribing to this resolution was John Winthrop, Sr., whose history of New England has had the same sort of importance in its field as John Smith's histories have had for Virginia. 9. Winthrop's history is compiled in journal form, and there is no way of knowing when it was undertaken or whether the dated entries were composed ex post facto from notes, but its compilation form met the commissioner's prescription, and, more important, Winthrop's truth with due weight does indeed show, at large and in detail, how God's hand had been with the Puritans. An unbeliever could say that it presented history with a slant. An investigator may add that it is curiously selective and that the documents interpreted by Winthrop have had a high mortality rate. Especially as regards Indian affairs, his interpretations have had to be accepted in lieu of the prime sources because of the latter's disappearance. In the tons of paper squirreled away by Winthrop and his descendants, the only text of an Indian treaty surviving from his lifetime is the one written in 1645, 1 year before the commissioners formally decided to give truth its due weight. As will be shown, the prime texts did exist once upon a time. The process of natural selection by which they became unfit to survive must be matter of speculation, but one can say with confidence that the interpretations provided in Winthrop's history are unlikely to be accurate representations of the vanished texts. All this sounds like innuendo, so let it be said forthrightly. Winthrop probably rewrote the substance of the Indian treaties to meet the Puritans' political and ideological needs, and then he or a devoted descendant destroyed the originals. The case cannot be proved because the essential evidence is gone. The common sense of the case, with the remaining circumstantial evidence, is presented in the following chapters. During their Second Great War of Conquest, the Puritans again took note of history. The Reverend William Hubbard seems to have begun his narrative of the Indian Wars in New England in November 1675. Hubbard worked at his manuscript more than a year and then submitted it for approval, and doubtless revisions also, by a committee appointed for the purpose by Massachusetts' governor and council. While Hubbard toiled, another cleric, the Reverend Increase Mather, hurried together a brief history of the war, which was published in both Boston and London in 1676. Mather's prose is often more revealing than informative. Certainly it discloses, in purest form, the traditional Puritan outlook. Mather plunged into his text by affirming that the Lord God of our fathers hath given us for a rightful possession the land of the heathen people amongst whom we live, and that said heathens had unaccountably acquired but without having been injured some jealousies. That they had remained quiet so long must be ascribed to the wonderful providence of God, who did, as with Jacob of old, and after that with the children of Israel, lay the fear of the English and the dread of them upon all the Indians. The terror of God was upon them round about. 1-2 There could be no clearer equation, the dread of the English was the terror of God. Mather's depiction of terror is confirmed by Roger Williams, but Williams noted that God had had some assistance in being frightful. Are not all the English of this land, generally, a persecuted people from their native soil? And hath not the God of peace and Father of mercies made these natives more friendly in this, than our native countrymen in our own land to us? Have they not entered leagues of love, and to this day continued peaceable commerce with us? Are not our families grown up in peace amongst them? Upon which I humbly ask, how it can suit with Christian ingenuity to take hold of some seeming occasions for their destructions, which, though the heads be only aimed at, yet, all experience tells us, falls on the body and the innocent. 13. The governor and council of Massachusetts Bay apparently disliked Mather's boasting about terror at a time when they were trying to convince the English of England that New England was the aggrieved and defensive party in King Philip's War. They passed over Mather's explanation of the war to put their seal of approval on William Hubbard's. Their action does not signify that they had rejected Mather's ideas. The same assumptions inform Hubbard's work, but his prose is less nakedly passionate. As New England Puritans went, Hubbard was a sophisticate. His book and his person were the chosen instruments for official propaganda in London, where important people doubted New England's property in Jehovah's Thunder. The official approval of Hubbard's book is dated March 1677, apparently after it was already in print, and his voyage to London followed so swiftly afterwards that the English edition was licensed in June. 14. It is worth consideration that there was bad blood between Hubbard and Mather. Unlike Mather's earlier book, Hubbard's work looked backward to the Pequot conquest to fill in background for the contemporary war against Wampanoags, Narragansetts, etc. When Mather learned that the governor and council of New Plymouth privately judged Hubbard's mistakes to be many more than the truths, he leaked this choice bit of gossip. 1-5 In the ensuing hubbub, Mather felt moved to write another book of his own on the background he had previously neglected. His new relation of the troubles referred to Hubbard's book with a polite sneer, acknowledging Hubbard's pains and industry but insisting that nevertheless it hath been thought needful to publish this, considering that most of the things here insisted on, are not so much as once taken notice of in that narrative one. 6. The recitation of such squabbles among the Puritans themselves should be sufficient warning as to the validity of Hubbard's official account, and a little research in the sources confirms the warning. Hubbard's text was put together with the same sort of skilled attention to details of phrase and twist of meaning that medieval monks used when they adjusted scripture to doctrine. Hubbard was fighting for the survival of his church's power, and he used methods that have come naturally to sophisticated theologians in that situation for thousands of years. For whatever reasons, his account has remained the substantial foundation on which subsequent histories of the Puritan conquests have been erected. Manifestly it and they are incompatible with the analysis of Euro-American Amerindian acculturation given in Part I of this study. What follows may therefore be considered, in one aspect, as a detailed refutation of Hubbard's book and tradition. However, that feature was a product rather than the purpose of the study. The purpose was to find out, as best the sources would disclose, what did happen in New England, and the narrative aims at outlining the development of events, though the evaluation of evidence intrudes as a necessary task. In performing that necessary task, it seems fair to say, I have recognized in myself a strong aversion toward the Puritan gentry and have tried to compensate for it by documenting heavily from their own writings whenever possible. It may be well to notice that I have tried to practice restraint but not concealment of my distaste, and to say further that it was acquired in the course of the research. I started the study with pervasive skepticism and busy curiosity, and my present biases are largely the result of wrestling with the Puritan gentry's own writings to extract bits of reliable data from excruciating cant and masterful guile. Those who can swallow the cant, of course, will find it neither painful nor guileful, but they have an obligation to take into account the bits of data. Chapter 12, Two Ways to Connecticut. An early incident in New England is worth recalling for its demonstration in microcosm of much that was to follow. It concerns the Plymouth colony, whose settlers engaged in the fur trade in the hope of liquidating the colony's debts. 3 years after their arrival in America, the Saints of Plymouth showed how to wipe out a competitor forcefully without exposing themselves to the Crown's justice. The trick was to manipulate the Indians so as to achieve Plymouth's aims while diverting blame to the savages. A colony of adventurers sent out by Thomas Weston in 1622 had settled at Wessagusset, on the south side of Massachusetts Bay. The irritated Saints saw only trouble in Wessagusset. It was a possible, Anglican, source of religious infection, a certain rival in fur trading, and an undisciplined hazard in Indian relations. Suddenly discovering an Indian conspiracy, Captain Miles Standish and his small troop of Plymouth soldiery marched to save the Wessagusset colonists, who, however, showed a singular disinclination to be saved. One of the Wessagusset men vexed Standish by remarking, "We fear not the Indians, but live with them and suffer them to lodge with us, not having sword or gun, or needing the same." Standish promptly created a need for the same. Pretending to the Indians that he had come to Wessagusset to trade, he enticed a few of them into his hands and then massacred them without warning. After this no Englishman could be safe at Wessagusset. Indian avengers, not grasping the difference between the Englishmen of the two colonies, took a toll of 3 Wessagusset men, and the rest of that unhappy community chose to abandon the site. They showed their confidence in Plymouth by refusing Standish's invitation to return there with him, and they set sail eastward in a small boat to make contact with the main fishing fleet. Back in England they proved most vociferously ungrateful for the benefits conferred upon them by Plymouth. Plymouth, however, had gained its end. Strong enough to defy the particular Indians offended by the massacre, Plymouth resumed its local trade monopoly until new competitors appeared. To counter the vile and clamorous comments of the Wessagusset men, Plymouth's leaders edited their records a bit and sent an ingenious young man named Edward Winslow to propagandize for them in England. Winslow, who was to become a specialist in the art, covered Wessagusset's former colonists with sanctimonious abuse and falsified events sufficiently to implicate the Indians as conspirators against Plymouth and to conceal the premeditation of the massacre. He succeeded so brilliantly that the facts of the affair remained buried for more than 3 centuries. Plymouth's men were not quite Puritans, to be sure, but in Indian policy they saw eye to eye with the Puritans in most respects, with one conspicuous exception, namely, the identity of the particular beneficiaries of domination over the Indians. The Pilgrims of New Plymouth were to be sadly disappointed as they watched their stronger neighbor on the bay encroach upon their trading posts and territorial claims. Indeed, Plymouth soon became a relatively inconsequential factor in Indian affairs. Soon after the Puritans had established themselves at Massachusetts Bay, their greater numbers and wealth, and their vastly greater influence in England, won them the power of decision. As Plymouth receded in importance, a secessionist offshoot of Massachusetts came rapidly forward to challenge the Bay. While Plymouth dragged its heels and made excuses to avoid involvement, Connecticut and Massachusetts struggled for domination over the Pequot Indians. What then started as a dispute over legal formalities rapidly advanced to a contest over which colony should be first to conquer the Pequots and ultimately petered out in a long squabble over which should enjoy the spoils. Although minor clashes with the Indians marked the arrival of the Massachusetts Bay settlers in 1630, no major conflict occurred until the outbreak of war with the Pequot tribe. As the first in the long series of New England's Indian Wars, the Pequot War has been much written about by contemporaries as well as historians. Yet, more than 3 centuries after its occurrence, explanations of it are full of lacunae and contradictions. Hostilities in the Pequot conquest began in October 1636 with a punitive expedition from Massachusetts Bay, directed first against the subtribe of Narragansett Indians on Block Island and then against the Pequots in their home territory on the coast eastward of the Niantic River. See Maps 1 and 2, pages 200-219. Ostensibly this expedition sailed to avenge the murders of 2 traders, Captain John Oldham, who had been killed on Block Island, and Captain John Stone, who had been killed 2 years earlier on the Connecticut River. Actually, as in many another war, the real causes had been generating for several years before the outbreak of armed conflict, and they must be sought in disputes over sovereignty and tribute. These disputes had originated in 2 sets of rivalries for preeminence in the Connecticut Valley. On the one hand, England and the Netherlands both claimed the valley by right of discovery. On the other hand, the Pequot Indians, who had discovered the place rather earlier than the Europeans, claimed supremacy by right of conquest over the indigenous tribes whose priority of discovery was best of all. The Pequots also feuded intermittently with the powerful Narragansett Indians. Although neither the Pequots nor the Narragansetts lived in the Connecticut Valley, each of these 2 great Indian powers was far too strong for the fragmented Connecticut tribes to resist. The outcome of their contest would determine the ultimate destination of Connecticut Indian tribute. Dutch and English rivals took advantage of these Indian contests in order to convert rights of discovery into rights of possession. The Dutch, who had invented this legal maneuver for precisely such circumstances, made the first move. In 1632 the Dutch West India Company acted to strengthen its claim to the Connecticut River by purchasing from the Grand Sachem of the Pequots a small tract at the site of present-day Hartford. At the site the Dutch planned to build a trading post called the House of Hope. Jacob van Curler, who negotiated the land purchase, noted carefully that it had been made with consent of the local sachem, tributary to the Pequots, and also with the knowledge of the Narragansetts. News of this event quickly reached the settlements of New England. Plymouth's Edward Winslow proposed to the Massachusetts Bay magistrates that the 2 colonies should forestall the Dutch by jointly establishing an English trading presence on the Connecticut. The Bay leaders rejected Winslow's overtures on grounds of excessive risk. Hindsight reveals a second motive, that is, they declined to share Connecticut with Plymouth because they hoped to make it Massachusetts' exclusive possession. For the time being, however, the Bay made no objection when Plymouth decided to establish on its own a post several miles upriver from the Dutch House of Hope, to thus intercept the furs coming from the interior. To Dutch protests about prior rights acquired through land purchase, Plymouth's men retorted with a deed of their own, obtained from a local sachem formerly chased out of Connecticut by the Pequots. The deed game had begun. 5-1 He Dutch tried to gain control of the river through another purchase of the lands at its mouth, but before they could erect a fort to control traffic, the Pequots attempted to do some controlling of their own. Violating their pledge to permit unobstructed access to the Dutch House of Hope, the Pequots killed some Indians attempting to trade there, probably Narragansetts or Narragansett tributaries. Both the Narragansetts and the Dutch reacted violently. The Dutch killed the Pequots' Grand Sachem and closed the House of Hope to Pequot trade, while the Narragansetts mobilized for war. 6 At this juncture Captain John Stone appeared on the scene. With our knowledge that Massachusetts would later wage war avowedly on account of Stone's murder, we might expect to see in him a respected figure. In reality, however, Stone was a West Indian trader cum pirate who had tried to hijack a Plymouth vessel before coming to Massachusetts Bay. Plymouth demanded his blood for that, a rightful remedy in the law of the time, but the Bay magistrates unaccountably smoothed things over until Stone was caught in Boston rolling in bed with another man's wife. Apparently unaccustomed to the sort of official response that Boston made in such matters, and far from being contrite or guilt-smitten, Stone used braving and threatening speeches to one of the magistrates. For this compounding of crime he was banished from the colony on pain of death if he should ever reappear. On his way to Virginia he detoured up the Connecticut River, where he kidnapped some Indians for ransom. Stone miscalculated badly in his final episode. An earlier ransom kidnapping by a Dutchman on the Connecticut had made the natives knowledgeable about such affairs, and when Stone neglected to keep a careful guard, the Indians seized the chance to kill him and his crew. 2 years later the Bay magistrates chose to ascribe Stone's death as a major cause of their war against the Pequots, and historians have followed their lead ever since. But this strains credulity. On the face of it, Stone's death was a far from likely casus belli. A known freebooter, he was a subject of neither Massachusetts nor Plymouth. Moreover, the authorities of both colonies hated him, those of Plymouth having themselves demanded his death. The Indians had ample provocation for revenging themselves upon him, and they did so outside the legal jurisdiction of any New England colony. Even the anathema of an Englishman's death at Indian hands failed to arouse Boston to intervention at the time of the killing. The magistrates only suggested that the governor of Virginia should be informed of the matter. 8 Soon, however, some twists of politics presented Stone to the Bay magistrates in a new light. Stone, dead, became more cherished and more useful than Stone, alive, had ever been. When substantial considerations of plunder and dominion induced the Bay magistrates to conquer the Pequots, they felt obliged to mask their true motives with a semblance of righteous retribution. The time-honored tradition in such circumstances is to wave a bloody shirt. For the Bay's purposes Stone's shirt would serve nicely. To get at the real motives for the Pequot conquest, we must attend to two major, inextricably interconnected events: the Pequots' negotiation of a peace and friendship treaty with Massachusetts Bay in 1634 and the early colonization of the Connecticut Valley by Englishmen. Because the sources concerning these events are anything but straightforward, it is necessary to examine the texts in minute detail. Massachusetts' special interest in the Pequots began in November 1634 when a deputation of Pequot chiefs came to the Bay to negotiate for a trade with the English to substitute for the commerce that had been cut off at the Dutch House of Hope. The Pequots also wanted Massachusetts to mediate peace for them with the Narragansetts. It was an occasion for discreet rejoicing in Boston. Only a short time earlier the Puritans had explored Long Island and discovered what may be called the Mint of the Montauk Indians, the center of manufacture of the best wampum on the northeastern coast of North America. They had also learned that the Montauks regularly delivered large quantities of that wampum in tribute to the Pequots. Now the affluent Pequots needed Boston's help. 9 The Massachusetts Bay Pequot Treaty negotiated in 1634 is known only in the glosses provided by John Winthrop, Sr. 10 His description obviously emphasizes Indian obligations while minimizing those of the English, and textual analysis suggests that there were oral understandings inconsistent with what Winthrop recorded. By the evidence of his own words, he transformed English demands into agreements that could not possibly have been made, because the Pequot ambassadors had no power to commit their tribal council beyond the proposals of their instructions. Actually, the Pequot Council discriminated in its treatment of the Bay's demands upon its ambassadors, accepting some terms, refusing others, and continuing negotiations. Winthrop retrospectively interpreted such discrimination as the breaking of a fair and equitable covenant, which merited terrible retribution. Besides the internal peculiarities of Winthrop's explanations of the treaty terms, there are discrepancies between them and the events that followed the treaty. When closely examined, these discrepancies suggest that the Pequot Treaty was a covenant finally broken by the Puritans rather than the Indians. This is not to say that either party failed to fulfill the terms of what they really agreed on. Rather, Massachusetts retroactively added new demands to the agreement. When the Pequots rejected these, Massachusetts unilaterally denounced the treaty, in form according with diplomatic protocol, after having lived with it for 2 years. For its part in the treaty, the Bay government agreed to arrange 2 urgent necessities for the Pequots: trade with the English and peace with the Narragansetts. In the matter of trade, John Winthrop's own writings evidence his good faith and desire for commercial gain. He told Plymouth's Governor Bradford that the trade was the chief thing we aimed at. One confirmation may be inferred from the contrast between 2 letters to his son in London. The first letter, written shortly before the Pequot Treaty, does not mention the Pequots but includes a list of articles desired by the colony, all of them obviously for use by the colonists themselves. The second letter, dated December 12, 1634, describes the Pequot Treaty and expands the list of desired articles to include trading cloth, good store, if money may be had. 1-2. The point is that trading cloth had been the commodity specifically requested by the Pequots in their treaty conference. 13. Perhaps, however, there was no money to be had, for the records of goods shipped by order of John Winthrop, Jr., do not include trading cloth. 1-4. We may feel confident, however, that the Pequots got as much trade as they wanted. Both Winthrops engaged in the Indian trade, through associates, and directly, and numbers of Englishmen traded when they could and where they could with Indians of all tribes. 15. Early in 1635 the elder Winthrop mentioned a pinnace that had gone to trade with the Pequots. He expressed distrust of the Indians and disappointment because of the small volume of business. 16. Probably the trader was offering commodities other than the desired but unavailable trading cloth. Whatever the difficulties may have been, it seems likely that Massachusetts Bay attempted to fulfill its treaty promise to open trade with the Pequots. The Bay also promptly discharged its other recorded obligation to negotiate peace between the Pequots and the Narragansetts. The peace was arranged before the Pequot ambassadors left Boston. On the other side, the Pequots were ready to pay well for their trade and peace, but the magistrates' demands enlarged the price enormously. Affair Winthrop's text turns particularly difficult. He relates how the first Pequot messenger brought 2 bundles of sticks, whereby he signified how many beaver and otter skins he would give us. And great store of wampumpiach, about 2 bushels, by his description. He brought a small present with him. This messenger was followed by 2 ambassadors who brought another present of wampumpiach, possibly the 2 bushels mentioned by the messenger. The major offering of the Pequots was something else, as will be noted in a moment. However, the magistrates were very much interested in wampum. Instead of 2 bushels they demanded 400 fathoms, besides 40 beaver skins and 30 otter skins. 1-7. The great value of these commodities has to be translated into monetary terms for modern comprehension. The wampum alone was worth from $180 to $200 sterling, beaver skins sold in London for anywhere from 12s to double that amount per pound of pelt, and good otter skins sold for 1 os each. 18. All in all, the amount demanded by the Bay could be reasonably computed at approximately $250 sterling, which was a very large sum. In the equivalence calculated by one modern student, it would come to $50,000 in terms of currency as of 1965. 19 Another measure is a comparison of the treaty demand with the real and personal property taxes levied upon the colony of Massachusetts Bay in the year of the Pequot Treaty, 1634. These taxes totaled $2. 20 A treaty demand that amounted to nearly half of the colony's levies was more than a token. In fact, the demand was for much more than the Pequot ambassadors had been authorized to offer, and it failed of ratification in their council at home. The council's rejection poses a problem of interpretation that cannot be confidently decided in the absence of records of the Pequot's own statements, but the Indians' discriminating reaction to the rest of the treaty terms suggests that the Bay's requirement would have been costly in a second way. Although Winthrop described it consistently as a present, the Bay's hard bargaining divested it of the quality of a free will offering. Its conversion into a demand transformed the character of the present into that of tribute, and tribute implied subordination. 21 It must be remembered that the Pequots had not been at war with Massachusetts and that their treaty was a voluntary act by which they contracted for certain services on terms of certain compensation. In their comprehension, the treaty was an engagement between peers. All evidence agrees that they were a proudly independent people who would have drawn the line at any hint of submission. The Pequot ambassadors had come to Boston prepared with a munificent present of a different sort. They offered us also, wrote Winthrop, all their right at Connecticut, and to further us what they could, if we would settle a plantation there. This was a princely prize, and it was genuine. Until the Pequots were attacked by the English, they offered no interference to the settlement of Connecticut, and they demanded no compensation for their former interest in that place. Besides the matter of wampum tribute, the issue of Pequot submission to Massachusetts arose when the magistrates discovered at last what Captain Stone was good for. In Winthrop's text, they demanded that the Pequots should deliver up those who were guilty of Stone's death, etc. As the Pequot ambassadors pointed out, the sachem, who then lived, was slain by the Dutch, and all the men, who were guilty, etc., were dead of the pox, except 2. The reported deaths might seem like sufficient retribution for the value of a scoundrel like Stone, and in fact Massachusetts showed some tardiness in pressing enforcement of its demand. While the possibility of profitable trade was being investigated, the Bay let the issue of Stone's death lie dormant a period of 2 years. The significance of this retribution demand must be noticed, however. The requirement for revenge on the men who had killed Stone went beyond a mere lust of blood for blood precisely because those men were not Pequots. A Connecticut officer, unimpeachably hostile to the Pequots, has revealed that the killers belonged to the Western Niantics, a lower Connecticut River tribe tributary to the Pequots. 22. This single fact opens a new vista upon Massachusetts' concern for Captain Stone. When the Bay demanded that the Pequots deliver up Stone's killers, they asked for much more than satisfaction of Mosaic Code justice. 23. They demanded that the Pequots subject themselves to Massachusetts so far as to act as the Bay's police against Pequot tributaries. 24. Specifically, for the Pequots to seize the persons of Niantic tributaries and deliver them to Massachusetts would have violated all Indian conceptions of custom and honor. The Pequots were no exception to the rule that superior tribes were expected to furnish protection in exchange for tribute. Massachusetts' demand could not have been satisfied without setting the Niantics at feud with the Pequots and unsettling the whole tributary system of the latter. On this point, as on the issue of wampum tribute, Winthrop's version of the treaty is anything but reliable. He tells us in seemingly explicit words that when the Pequot ambassadors came to the governor, they agreed, according to the former treaty, i.e., their meeting with the magistrates 1 day earlier, viz. To deliver us the 2 men, who were guilty of Capt. Stone's death, when we would send for them, to yield up Connecticut, to give us 400 fathom of wampumpiage, and so on. But the Pequots had made no agreements at all in the preliminary session that Winthrop semantically inflated to a former treaty. Winthrop himself reported that in the preliminary session the Pequot ambassadors had only agreed to make recommendations under certain important conditions. About Stone's killers, he noted that, if they were worthy of death, they the Pequot ambassadors would move their sachem to have them delivered, for they had no commission to do it. Still, with reference to the preliminary session, the governor not being present, we concluded nothing. 2.5 In brief, after translating Winthrop's language into plainer English, we find the chronology of treaty making was as follows. Some days after a Pequot messenger initiated negotiations, the Pequot ambassadors met with the magistrates, who imposed a series of demands. In response, the Pequots stated what they were empowered to offer, which included an open door to Connecticut, and what they were not empowered to do, but they promised to report the Bay's demands back to their council. On that basis, the governor and magistrates concluded a treaty with them. A further clarification may still be in order about one more enigmatic remark in Winthrop's reporting. He wrote, "And so we should be at peace with them, and as friends to trade with them, but not to defend them, etc." 2.6 Thus the treaty had no provision for military alliance. Emphatically, the Pequots had not permitted Massachusetts to assume a protectorate over them. All in all, the peculiarities of Winthrop's description of the treaty proclaim that its actual text, the vanished text, may have differed somewhat from Winthrop's ex post facto version. Suspicion is not abetted by the thought that the Bay did not cherish with greatest care this document that was a deed to the Connecticut Valley. The Pequot Council refused to ratify what its ambassadors had not been empowered to accept, and the limits of its rejection should be noted carefully. 27 The Pequots did not threaten to stand in the way if Massachusetts should send its own men to do Puritan justice on the western Niantics. On the positive side, the Pequots did relinquish their conquest rights over the Connecticut Valley. Apparently this satisfied the Bay magistrates at the time. For over a year the treaty was in effect according to the Indians' understanding of it. They sent a present to the Bay, and English settlers began to establish towns on the Connecticut. Trade was carried on peacefully. Winthrop found nothing about the Pequots important enough to note in his history all through 1635. The subsequent troubles were initiated by contentions that started within Massachusetts rather than by newly emerging disputes between the Pequots and Massachusetts. At the center of the strife was the Bay magistrates' desire to control all colonizing in New England. In 1634 many groups disputed the pretensions of the magistrates even within their own colony. We have previously noticed Salem's restlessness, Chapter 8. Now we must attend to a substantial group of Orthodox Puritans led by the Reverend Thomas Hooker. Puritan historian William Hubbard has remarked that after Mr. Hooker's coming over, it was observed that many of the freemen grew to be very jealous of their liberties. Some of them were ready to question the authority of the magistrates. 2.8 It is evident that Hooker's newcomers of 1634, as well as some of the earlier settlers, demanded more power than the magistrates would concede, and the alienated dissidents then looked for a place where they could get out from under the domination of the Bay. As Winthrop would later report, the differences between us and those of Connecticut were divers, but the ground of all was their shyness of coming under our government. 2.9 Connecticut was undeniably outside the limits set by Massachusetts' patent. That fact both attracted the dissenters and stimulated the magistrates to obstruct Hooker's plans to colonize Connecticut. The migration was delayed, but with much bad feeling. In 1635 the people of Dorchester started the trek westward. The sheer numbers of people involved precluded any thought of forcible prevention, but the magistrates had not given up. Although Hooker had determination, orthodoxy, and people, his new colony lacked legal sanction, and he was proposing to settle it in territory already claimed by two other parties, New Netherland and a group of English gentlemen known as the Saybrook Company. In sum, Hooker's people intended to squat in territory that was already occupied by numerous Indians, that was claimed by Massachusetts, which had just acquired the preeminent Indian right to it, and that was further claimed by duly constituted agencies of both the Dutch and English nations. If Hooker were to have any shadow of legal sanction for his colony, he would have to obtain acquiescence from both the Saybrook Company and Massachusetts. This was possible, but only if Hooker came to terms with the Winthrops. The Pequot Treaty of 1634 had provided means for these astute gentlemen to extend their cooperating powers into the Connecticut Valley before Hooker even got there. The treaty had occurred during the period when the elder Winthrop and his supporters were attempting to dissuade Hooker's people from removing to Connecticut. While that argument was still in progress, Winthrop, Sr., sent news of the treaty to his son in England, being careful to mention the Pequot quitclaim to Connecticut. 30 The younger John Winthrop was in touch with the leading Puritans constituting the Saybrook Company. Although these Saybrook gentlemen had a charter of the utmost vagueness and vastness, and had been doing nothing much about it for several years, they suddenly decided in July 1635 to colonize the Connecticut Valley in a narrowly delimited portion of their claims, a portion that coincided exactly with what the Pequots had renounced and what Hooker's followers were preparing to move into. Considering the circumstances, we cannot find it strange that the governor commissioned by the Saybrook Company for this colony that existed only on paper was John Winthrop, Jr. He hastily embarked with his new commission, to arrive in Boston in the midst of Hooker's migration. 31 There was an argument. Hooker did not intend to escape the senior Winthrop only to find himself saddled with the junior. By an uneasy compromise, more of form than substance, the Connecticut settlers gained a tenuous claim on legality by accepting formal subordination to both Massachusetts and the Saybrook Company. The Massachusetts General Court commissioned them to set up a limited government in Connecticut, this in behalf of the court's own members and also of John Winthrop, Jr., Esq., governor, appointed by certain noble personages and men of quality intersed in the said river, which are yet in England. Significantly for later events, the subordinate authority thus extended to Connecticut settlers restricted their belligerence explicitly to defensive war. 32 The Winthrops had made the most of their claims and legalities, but Hooker had the people. Even in the act of consenting to the new colony, the Winthrops had confessed their real impotence, for the Hooker settlement was made at a different location from where its supposed governor wanted it. The Saybrook Company had instructed Winthrop, Jr., to establish a plantation at the mouth of the Connecticut River and to fortify there against Dutch intrusion. He dutifully followed the company's orders, but he failed to convince the settlers that they should too. The English migration to Connecticut therefore presented the curious spectacle of a substantial colony upriver, pretending to have a governor, and a fortified governor downstream, pretending to have a colony. 33 Winthrop, Jr., did build and garrison his fort, as instructed, but his efforts to govern were humiliatingly flouted. As his biographer has remarked, it became painfully evident that Winthrop's writ ran no further than a cannon shot from Saybrook Fort. 84 Angry but helpless, he spent his time trading with the Indians in order to finance his garrison. Among those Indians were the very same Western Nyantics whose community included the killers of Captain Stone. 35 Before proceeding, we should survey the whole territory to mark the locations of the interested parties, see Map 1, following, and Map 2, p. 219. High up on the Connecticut River, the trading posts of the Dutch and of Plymouth continued to do business under hectic pressures from the new settlements of Wethersfield, Windsor, and Hartford. The newcomers were resented by all their predecessors, Indians and Europeans alike, because of their attempts to dispossess and supplant the people already there. 36 At the mouth of the Connecticut, Winthrop's Fort Saybrook on the west bank looked across the river to the territory of the Western Nyantics under their sachem, Sassius. Eastward, the Pequot country lay on both sides of what was then called the Pequot River, now the Thames. The Pequot chief sachem, Sassacus, lived on the east bank of the river near its mouth, Groton. About 12 miles upriver on the west bank, Norwich, lived a splinter group called Mohegans, led by Sachem Uncas. Although Pequots and Mohegans were related by kinship, Uncas had precipitated strife between them by striving to wrest the grand sachemship of the Pequots from Sassacus. 37 East of the Pequots, at the Pawcatuck River, were the Eastern Nyantics, who must be distinguished sharply from Sassius's Western Nyantics. In spite of the confusing names and the probability of kinship, the two tribes went separate ways in their politics. The Western Nyantics were allied to the Pequots, but these Eastern Nyantics were allied to the Narragansetts. Along the west shore of Narragansett Bay and its adjacent Atlantic coast were the communities of the Narragansetts proper. Their paramount sachems were Canonicus and Myantonimo, and they had acquired new neighbors early in 1636 when Roger Williams and a small band of refugees from Massachusetts Bay founded Providence plantations at the head of Narragansett Bay. The whole region was in a most volatile condition. To pre-existing Indian feuds the intruding English added their own quarrels and striving. The treaty between Massachusetts and the Pequots, which became also a peace between Pequots and Narragansetts, had brought a lull in violence and had opened the opportunity for orderly English expansion and orderly Pequot withdrawal. The treaty was a master stroke. -86. Map I. Southern New England, showing locations of Indian tribes mentioned in the text, ca 1636, and colonial boundaries, ca 1660. Drawn by Richard J. Steinley, Williamsburg, Virginia, from a sketch by the author, base maps from the United States Geological Survey, Department of the Interior, Washington, D.C. Two Ways to Connecticut 201. Of Pequot diplomacy, recognizing the realities of power, retreating from untenable positions, and removing foreseeable causes of war. Ironically, however, its very existence stimulated and accelerated a competition between Massachusetts and Connecticut in which neither colony could succeed without first reducing the Pequots to overt subjection. Chapter 13. We must burn them. In March 1636 the upriver Connecticut migrants had accepted the joint sanction of Massachusetts and John Winthrop, Jr., for their settlement. Their restriction by that sanction to defensive war seems to have been imposed because of overtly evident bellicosity among the migrants. In spite of restraints, the new settlers immediately began to bully all the persons previously resident in their vicinity, that is, the traders of New Netherland and New Plymouth as well as the neighboring Indians. On June 18, 1636, Plymouth's trader Jonathan Brewster sent a complaint and warning down the river to Fort Saybrook. His message was based on information obtained from Sachem Uncas, the factionalist chief who had broken away from the Pequots to form his own small Mohegan tribe. Brewster reported that, according to Uncas, the Pequots have some mistrust, that the English will shortly come against them, which I take is by indiscreet speeches of some of your people here in Connecticut to the natives, and therefore out of desperate madness do threaten shortly to set both upon Indians, and English, jointly. How much of this report was based on fact and how much originated in Uncas's malicious imagination must be a matter of conjecture. Apparently it sounded credible in Boston, where the younger Winthrop had immediately forwarded it. The trouble taken by the Bay magistrates to forbid Connecticut to undertake aggressive war suggests that the new colonists had been airing notions of conquest even before they departed from the Bay. Special significance therefore attaches to Uncas's information that the indiscreet speeches threatening war had been made by Connecticut colonists. I have not found evidence of war plans in Massachusetts at that time. That the chain of reporting did not include any of the Connecticut settlers seems also significant. But we must take into account that the origin of the purported information was Uncas, an ambitious and turbulent chief whose subsequent history strongly suggests that he hoped in 1636 to embroil all the English in war with the Pequots so that he could gain his great end of ruling over the whole Pequot nation after its anticipated defeat. In Boston the Uncas-Brewster message was considered by the newly created Standing Council composed of Governor Henry Vane, Deputy Governor John Winthrop, Sr., and former Governor Thomas Dudley. The council, which had power over all military affairs, could now see the issue in this wise: Connecticut had been chafing at its restraints even in its infancy, and it was growing fast. Hooker and his congregation had left Massachusetts for Connecticut at the end of May 4 and Uncas's message was before the Standing Council before the end of June. If the Bay were to preserve any shadow of authority over the migrants, it would have to act decisively soon. Legalities aside, Massachusetts was powerless to prevent Connecticut from making war on some excuse or other if the Connecticut people were really determined to do so. The Pequots were in the middle between the disputing English colonists, geographically and figuratively. Tales such as Uncas's, of supposed Indian threats to attack the English, never failed to arouse Puritan suspicion. Regardless of provocation, the Pequots would have to be called to account and disciplined. But it would never do to let the Connecticut settlers assume that responsibility, for they might then make the Pequots tributaries to themselves or perhaps launch a war to create rights of conquest for themselves. In either event, Connecticut would be building up a legal case for an existence entirely independent from Massachusetts, and it might be able to develop that case into a separate charter from the Crown. 5. The Standing Council moved to forestall such unpleasant possibilities. Its strategy was to strengthen its nebulous controls over the Connecticut colonists by establishing firm controls over the Pequots. To that end it revived the demands that had been set aside after their rejection by the Pequots in the Treaty of 1634. Under date of July 4, 1636, the Standing Council sent instructions and a commission to John Winthrop, Jr., at Fort Saybrook to meet with the Pequots and give them an ultimatum. Strictly speaking, only 2 members of the Standing Council signed these documents. This procedure was allowable under the Council's rules, but it may be significant that the signers were the men most heavily implicated in the Saybrook Company's affairs, Henry Vane and John Winthrop, Sr. The instructions to the younger Winthrop stated that the Pequots were either to comply with all the terms of the Treaty of 1634, as those terms were now interpreted by Massachusetts, or they were to be told that Massachusetts would no longer consider the treaty in force. In the light of Massachusetts's construction of the treaty terms, this new message was a choice of surrender or war. 6. A conference was held at Fort Saybrook in July 1636. As usual, the Winthrops preserved a record of charges and complaints to put the Pequots in the wrong but did not keep the minutes of the conference. In this instance nothing survives of even fragments of Pequot utterance. However, available indirect sources combine to show the substance of the conference's business, and from these sources a roster of participants can be reconstructed, which itself testifies to the importance of the affair. Representing the Saybrook Company were its present and future governors on the Connecticut, John Winthrop, Jr., and George Fenwick, and Winthrop's relative by marriage Hugh Peter. Fenwick and Peter would later hold high offices in England, where they became prominent in the Civil Wars. Fort Saybrook's commander, Lieutenant Lyon Gardner, was also present, along with interpreter Thomas Stanton and possibly the trader John Oldham, who had become a Winthrop confidant. On the Indian side were Sassius, sachem of the Pequot's tributary Western Niantics, and unidentified representatives of the Pequots themselves. 7. Supposedly the conference had been called because of Pequot menaces to the colonists, but this issue does not appear in the surviving sources as decisive. If the Pequots would clear themselves of these matters, the English would not refuse to hearken to any reasonable proposition from them for confirmation of the peace. The sticky issue was the peace itself. The English commissioners revived the rejected demands of 1634 as the very condition of the peace betwixt us. 8. Unless the full quantity of tribute presents was handed over, along with the killers of Captain Stone, the English would regard their peace treaty as null and void and would revenge the blood of our countrymen as occasion shall serve. As the Pequots had already given what they considered to be a reasonable quantity of presents in satisfaction for Stone's death, the commissioners were to symbolize their firmness by returning this free will offering. Nothing but total fulfillment of their demands would be accepted. The Pequots evidently protested, but the English were adamant. As Lieutenant Gardner remarked, the English delegates said they would have their lives and not their presents, and he was obliged to witness the return of the voluntary present full sore against my will. 9. He Pequots had gone as far as their conceptions of honor and obligation permitted. The next move in this affair was up to their tributary Sassius, sachem of the Western Niantics. Under the pressure of Massachusetts's ultimatum, Sasseus improvised a diplomatic maneuver worthy of a Talleyrand. He gave his whole country to John Winthrop, Jr., personally, which is to say that, regardless of what he intended that act to mean in terms of ownership of real estate, it definitely transferred the Western Nyantics' allegiance from the Pequots. Sasseus did not by this act put his people into Massachusetts' hands, neither his entire tribe nor the particular individuals who had killed Captain Stone. It was as a person rather than as Massachusetts' agent or as the Saybrook Company's governor that John Winthrop, Jr., accepted Sasseus's grant and took the Western Nyantics under his protection. One may doubt how serious either party was in this maneuver, because Sasseus later fought side by side with the Pequots against the English, and Winthrop does not seem to have acted the part of protector in any manner except to lay claim to Sasseus's territory. As to the claim, however, the evidence is full and clear. 10. Winthrop's acceptance of Sasseus's fealty exposes the sham of the demand made upon the Pequots for the delivery of Captain Stone's killers. It was entirely within Winthrop's power to withhold his protection until Sasseus himself delivered the wanted men. However, the real purpose of pressing the Pequots on the issue was not to get the Western Nyantic killers but to get the Pequots. That stubborn tribe, however, continued to refuse to be had. The available data show that they made no effort to coerce Sasseus into remaining as their tributary. It is reasonable to assume, therefore, that the Pequots thought themselves to have been relieved of the demand to police Sasseus's people for Massachusetts. If young Winthrop was to be the Western Nyantics' protector, it was up to him to respond to Massachusetts' demand. As in their previous grant of the Connecticut Valley, which remained in force, the Pequots removed cause for contention by relinquishing responsibility, or so they thought. The apparent removal of the problem of the Western Nyantic killers left only the rock-bottom question whether the Pequots would pay wampum tribute at the times and in the quantities prescribed by Massachusetts. The Pequots might readily have failed to interpret the tribute demand as a declaration of hostilities. If the English commissioners followed Massachusetts' instructions to them, they stipulated only that the Bay would take revenge for murdered Englishmen as occasion shall serve, which would seem to make hostilities dependent on whether the Pequots should commit violence. Perhaps John Winthrop, Jr., had been ambiguous in utterance, as he often was, and had held out hope for reconciliation. Although he would not accept a wampum present smaller than the demanded amount, he did accept personal jurisdiction over the Western Nyantics. They would be paying tribute, and they were the responsible parties. Certainly the Pequots did not leave the Fort Saybrook Conference with the feeling that they were committed to war. They kept the peace until attacked. Within a few days after the Winthrop-Pequot Nyantic Conference, and apparently unrelated to it, another death transformed the situation. In the same month of July, Captain John Oldham was killed by some Narragansett Indians on Block Island. Oldham's status was very different from that of the Captain Stone, whose murder could be played with in diplomacy as a talking point. Oldham had been trusted with important responsibilities by the Massachusetts government, had been rewarded with a land grant of exceptional size, and had been involved in some special sort of business relationship with the Winthrops. He had been one of the messengers chosen to deliver Massachusetts' ultimatum instructions into the hands of the junior Winthrop at Fort Saybrook, and he may have been present during the conference that followed. 11. What is especially startling about Oldham's death is that it occurred at the hands of Narragansetts rather than Pequots. As recently as November 1634, Narragansetts had valued Oldham so highly that they had given him 500 bushels of corn and had offered him an island in Narragansett Bay if he would come to live among them. 12. Standing against these facts, besides more to be related, the oft-repeated assertion that Oldham was killed for loot by those generous Narragansetts loses plausibility. Nor is the explanation given by John Winthrop, Sr., any more credible. He quoted Narragansett prisoners as saying that the murder had been arranged because Oldham had gone to make peace, and trade with the Pequots last year, as is before related. 1-3 This is far from candid. Winthrop had before related that Oldham traded with the Pequots, but it was Winthrop himself who had made the peace. and he neglected to mention Oldham's journey to Fort Saybrook with the commissioners to renounce the peace information that comes from the independent account by Lieutenant Gardner. 14. The real sequence of dates makes it appear that Oldham went almost immediately afterward into the Narragansett country. Besides all that, the Narragansetts were allied to Massachusetts and were at peace with the Pequots by mediation of that colony. The history officially endorsed by the Massachusetts General Court merely adds to the confusion. Author William Hubbard states flatly on one page that the Pequots treacherously and cruelly murdered Captain Stone, and in like treacherous manner slew one Mr. Oldham. On the next page Hubbard concedes that inhabitants of Block Island had killed Oldham, but he then asserts that they fled presently to the Pequods, by whom they were sheltered, and so became also guilty themselves of his blood. 1.5 This latter statement is as untrue as the former, as will be shown, and Hubbard probably knew it. Plainly there is something very odd about the Oldham affair. Since the killing became the pretext for beginning war against the Pequots, we must inquire into the confusion surrounding it. In the absence of reliable information, circumstance must be relied on for clues to motivation. A reasonable guess is that the Narragansetts had come to hold Oldham responsible for an epidemic of smallpox. Among them, in the fall of 1633 he had made the first recorded overland journey by an Englishman to the upper Connecticut, lodging at Indian villages all the way. Disease broke out soon afterward and ran rapidly through the tribes. The Narragansetts lost 700 of their people in the epidemic, which was believed by their sachem Canonicus to have been sent deliberately by someone among the English. 1.8 There are difficulties, however, with the speculation that Oldham personally received blame, for he was in great favor with the Narragansetts shortly after the epidemic's spread. The theory is tenable only on the assumption that belated information reached the Narragansetts. Perhaps a drunken Englishman blurted out a brag or threat. The case is unproven. Nevertheless, something done by Oldham roused the highest possible pitch of indignation among the Narragansetts. Oldham was not murdered by a few local Block Islanders, rather, he seems to have suffered a state execution by the verdict of a number of Narragansett sachems. Just how many were involved is not clear. John Winthrop at first denounced all of the sachems except the two topmost, Canonicus and Maiantonimo. Winthrop tacitly modified his view at a later date, but at least 4 sachems can be counted in the sources. 1.7 It is not likely that these chiefs had convened in remote Block Island to rob a trader whom they had formerly honored with gifts. Nor is it likely that they murdered Oldham, as the elder Winthrop claimed, because they held him responsible for the period of peace and trade with the Pequots that had been negotiated by the Massachusetts magistrates and ratified by themselves. The circumstances of the murder have been reported as enigmatically as its motivation, although they certainly were not so mysterious at the time, because John Winthrop, Sr., was in touch with both Indian and English witnesses to the event. 1.8 Somewhat discrepant versions exist of the discovery of Oldham's body, but neither tells a word about the scene when he was killed. One version is by Winthrop, the other, at second hand, is by the son of the man who discovered Oldham's corpse. 1.9 Details aside, they agree that Captain John Gallup, Sr., while sailing near Block Island with his sons and a servant, observed Oldham's pinnace being badly handled by an Indian crew. Investigating by violent means, Gallup discovered Oldham's body. How many Indians were killed in the course of this inquiry depends on which version of the story is believed, but both versions present Gallup as taking heavy vengeance surprisingly without resistance for Oldham's life. Yet, as it turned out, the man who had actually killed Oldham was not aboard that blood-drenched pinnace. According to Roger Williams, he was Sachem Auditsa, a man nowhere mentioned in Winthrop's account, and he had fled to the Niantics, probably the Narragansett's tributary eastern Niantics, who gave him sanctuary. Maiantonimo eventually purchased Auditsa's execution at much expense in wampum. 20 Immediately following Gallup's discovery of Oldham's body, Maiantonimo took 200 warriors in 17 canoes to Block Island to deal out revenge in Massachusetts' behalf for Oldham's death. Even the stern delegation from Massachusetts conceded good success in their subsequent treaty with the Narragansett sachems. 21 But the Boston government saw an opportunity to turn Oldham's death to advantage. The governor and his standing council assembled all the magistrates and ministers to advise with them about doing justice upon the Indians. In their deliberations the Pequots and the Narragansetts were lumped together. In spite of the Narragansetts' full cooperation, the toll of lives already taken, and the Pequot innocence of both Oldham's death and Stone's, the council decided to wreak a lucrative additional vengeance on the Block Island Narragansetts and all the Pequots. On August 25, 1636, a punitive expedition set sail from Boston under the command of John Endicott. One Hay had commission, wrote Winthrop, to put to death the men of Block Island, but to spare the women and children, and to bring them away, and to take possession of the island, and from thence to go to the Pequods to demand the murderers of Capt. Stone and other English, and 1,000 fathom of wampum for damages, etc., and some of their children as hostages, which if they should refuse, they were to obtain it by force. 2. The expedition was intended to be highly profitable. Its unpaid volunteer troops were to nourish themselves on plunder. The captured women and children of Block Island would fetch a tidy sum in the West Indies slave markets, and the Pequot wampum would be worth £4.50 to £5.00 in itself. Besides all that, the Pequots would have been reduced definitely to the status of tributaries and thus brought safely under the wing of Massachusetts to forestall the expansion by conquest of the Upper Connecticut colony. The expedition turned into an expensive fiasco, however. On Block Island, English guns and armor easily overcame the Indians' brief resistance, but no amount of trudging about that isolated tiny tract of land would disclose the Indians after they had hidden themselves in its then dense forests. The conquerors looted empty villages, destroyed crops, and killed one or a few warriors who had been rash enough to chance arrows against bullets, but instead of a great haul of wampum and slaves they took away only a few utensils and woven mats. 23 On the mainland they fared no better. When General Endicott arrived at Fort Saybrook at the Connecticut's mouth, he showed his commission to Lieutenant Lyon Gardner, who had been put in charge by the discreetly departed younger Winthrop. Gardner had been present at the earlier Pequot negotiations at Fort Saybrook and knew of the arrangements that had then been made. Endicott's expedition roused his indignation, he wrote later, when I had seen their commission I wondered, and made many allegations against the manner of it. He protested also against being left behind in undermanned Fort Saybrook to deal with the aroused Pequots after Endicott's men had struck their intended blow. 24 Brushing Gardner's objections aside, Endicott went on to make a greater botch in Pequot territory than on Block Island. One of Endicott's officers, Captain John Underhill, is useful nowadays for his garrulity. Unaware of what the statesman had been doing behind the scenes, he penned a description of the Pequots widely at variance from the sinister consciousness of guilt officially attributed to them. In Underhill's story of the punitive expedition's passage along the coast, the Pequots were transparently oblivious of having given any cause for hostilities. The Indians spying of us came running in multitudes along the waterside, crying, "What cheer, Englishmen, what cheer, what do you come for?" They not thinking we intended war, went on cheerfully until they come to Pequot River. We thinking it the best way, did forbear to answer them, first, that we might the better be able to run through the work, secondly, that by delaying of them, we might drive them in security, to the end we might have the more advantage of them. But they seeing we would make no answer, kept on their course, and cried, "What, Englishmen, what cheer, are you hoggy, will you cram us? That is, are you angry, will you kill us, and do you come to fight?" 25. When the English intentions became unmistakably evident, a Pequot sachem engaged the officers in time-consuming discussion until the exasperated Englishmen challenged the Indians to come out and fight European style in the open fields. Frightened though they were, the Pequots found humor in the sight of the armored Englishmen sweating all in a row in the hot sun while the Indians quietly slipped off into the woods, and the frustrated English, for all their braggadocio, had more sense than to attempt to fight Indian style by following. They had to content themselves once again with destroying crops and village property. In itself the destruction was no small blow to the people who depended on those crops for their winter provision, but it fell far short of the expedition's goals of subjecting the Pequots and collecting their tribute. 26 The troops returned to Boston full of self-pity and complaint about the financial losses all had incurred. Far from reaping a profit on the expedition, the General Court was compelled to set up a committee to receive applications for compensation. 27 As Lieutenant Gardner had foreseen, the Pequots regarded themselves as wronged, as they had every reason to do. Directing their anger against the nearest Englishmen, who had provided the expedition's last base before its attack, they raided unwary stragglers from Fort Saybrook and besieged the fort itself. Gardner was competent and kept good watch, so the Pequots got little satisfaction from their effort. The siege is worth a moment's attention, however, for a conversation during its course, reported by Gardner. As often happened in Indian warfare, there came an interlude for parleying between the attackers and the besieged. "Have you fought enough?" the Pequots asked, still hoping, apparently, to keep the conflict from expanding to full-scale war. If Gardner had agreed, the Pequots could have returned home satisfied that they had achieved a proper revenge for Endicott's expedition by humbling the English, but Gardner's carefully non-specific reply indicated no humility whatever, and Gardner was not the decision-making authority. The Pequots' next query, shouted over the field to Gardner, should be hearkened to carefully today. Gardner noted, "They asked if we did use to kill women and children." The importance of this question derives from the fact that New England Indians at that time did not kill women and children in their warfare. The custom was so universal that the Pequots must have been given some reason to ask whether the English would act otherwise. Probably the Dutch had killed indiscriminately in their earlier, undescribed, war against the Pequots. Dutch massacres of other tribes are well documented. The question put to Gardner, therefore, amounted to negotiation of the rules of combat, and the answer prescribed that the war would be fought with European ruthlessness. They asked if we did use to kill women and children. We said they should see that hereafter. The Pequots understood him perfectly. So they were silent a small space, and then they said, "We are Pequots, and have killed Englishmen, and can kill them as Mosquitoes, and we will go to Connecticut and kill men, women, and children, and we will take away the horses, cows, and hogs." 28 So many myths have circulated about savage warfare that the civilized European origin of war against non-combatants needs to be explicitly recognized. 9 Armed conquest in New England was a special, though not unique, variant of 17th century war, closely resembling the procedures followed by the English in Ireland in the 16th and 17th centuries. In these lands the English Puritan and Royalist alike held the simple view that the natives were outside the law of moral obligation. 30 On this assumption they fought by means that would have been thought dishonorable, even in that day, in war between civilized peoples. 4 Of their usages, transferred from Scotland and Ireland to America, profoundly affected the whole process of European Indian acculturation, a deliberate policy of inciting competition between natives in order, by division, to maintain control. 2. A disregard for pledges and promises to natives, no matter how solemnly made. 3. The introduction of total exterminatory war against some communities of natives in order to terrorize others, and 4. A highly developed propaganda of falsification to justify all acts and policies of the conquerors whatsoever. The net effect of all these policies in America has been the myth of the Indian menace, the depiction of the Indian as a ferocious wild creature, possessed of an alternately demonic and bestial nature, that had to be exterminated to make humanity safe. No Indian people has suffered more from this myth, either in its own time or in the historical records, than the Pequots. The Pequots were rational strategists within their range of resources and options. Rebuffed by Gardner, they first tried to gain as many Indian allies as possible. They approached their old enemies the Narragansetts with a realistic proposal to forget old disputes and unite in a guerrilla struggle against the common threat of English encroachment. Had these proposals been accepted by the Narragansetts, there would have without a doubt arisen a genuine Indian menace. Englishmen had not yet learned to fight in the bush, and the United Indians would have outnumbered them many times. All overland communication would have had to cease, and all crops would have had to be raised within fortified walls. Whether the colonies could long have maintained themselves under such conditions is open to serious question. The foresight of John Winthrop, Sr., saved them. Having surreptitiously aided Roger Williams to become established on Narragansett Bay, Winthrop now disclosed one of the high and heavenly and public ends that he had had in mind. 31 He commissioned the exile to break up the Pequot-Narragansett reconciliation, and Williams succeeded just in time. The Narragansetts were giving serious attention to Pequot ambassadors when he thrust himself into the midst of their councils with an offer of alliance with Massachusetts Bay against the Pequots, as an alternative to a Narragansett-Pequot alliance against the English. Williams won, and in so doing guaranteed the isolation and ultimate destruction of the Pequots far more effectively than any troops fielded by General Endicott, for example. 32 For his diplomatic triumph Williams was requited meanly by the Puritans, his banishment under pain of death remained in effect during his entire life, and Puritan historian William Hubbard twisted the events to imply that the Narragansetts begged Massachusetts for alliance, thus achieving by one falsification both the demeaning of the Indians and the elimination of Williams's personal role as benefactor of the Bay. 33 After Williams's success, Narragansett sachem Miantonimo accepted a summons to Boston and agreed there to a formal treaty. As happened with tiresome regularity to the records of Indian affairs in early Massachusetts, the text of this treaty has not survived, though it was formally drawn up as a state document subscribed by Governor Vane and several Indian sachems. In making this alliance, the Narragansetts still had some freedom of decision because Massachusetts needed them very badly, and undoubtedly they won certain concessions, but the gloss of the treaty provided by John Winthrop is silent about them. In Winthrop's version, the Narragansetts unaccountably accept a heavy load of obligations in return for nothing but what they already enjoyed: peace and trade. 34 Stresses between the parties during and after the Pequot conquest hint that Miantonimo had additionally bargained for rights in the persons and lands of the Pequots. What else might have appeared in the treaty is pure guess, but strong evidence exists that the Narragansetts' motivation for making it was something other than vengeful lust for Pequot blood. Deferentially, but unmistakably, Miantonimo asked Roger Williams to notify Boston, that it would be pleasing to all natives that women and children be spared, etc. 5 months elapsed while these negotiations and other matters distracted Massachusetts from mobilizing. A theological dispute racked the colony over antinomianism and familism. Like all issues of theology in the Bay, this was also a political struggle, and it ended as usual with the magistrates triumphantly exiling their challengers. Meantime the Pequots, at their pleasure, harried Fort Saybrook and travelers on the Connecticut River. The garrison at Fort Saybrook had the worst of it. For some reason, perhaps a hope that the Treaty of 1634 could still be revived, the Pequots refrained from disturbing the upriver settlements. These were calm, placent enough in November 1636, so that they did jeer or mock Lieutenant Gardner when he requested help. 36 As harassment on the river continued, however, they became less comfortable and began to press Massachusetts to get on with the war. The Bay magistrates in turn pressed the Connecticut settlers to acknowledge Massachusetts' jurisdiction. The settlers evaded that issue by pleading an obligation to wait for word from the gentlemen of Saybrook. They were apparently disinclined to pay any attention to the governor appointed by those gentlemen, but they offered to contribute men to Massachusetts' army. 37 All this was happening while Connecticut remained bound by its agreement to make only defensive war. At some time during the winter or early spring, Captain John Mason took 7 men from the settlements down to Fort Saybrook, but as the official records do not mention the matter, he may have been acting privately. 38 Otherwise Gardiner's tiny garrison fought alone until, on April 10, 1637, persons in Massachusetts stirred themselves to help by lending 20 men under Captain John Underhill at the charge of the gentlemen of Saybrook. So far as campaigning on its own was concerned, the Bay government would wait for pleasant weather. The distinction must be well noted, for it means that Captain Underhill was not Massachusetts' representative, but was acting instead in behalf of the Saybrook Company. Massachusetts therefore had neither responsibility for what Underhill did nor claim upon anything he might accomplish. As for what Massachusetts would do on its own account, the magistrates intended to wait until June 1637 and then take charge of the whole situation. Boston proposed then to command an army of 200 men, allocating 120 of its own forces and requisitioning 40 from Plymouth, 10 from Fort Saybrook, and 30 from Connecticut. Assuming a position of preeminence, the Bay made all the decisions and gave orders without so much as consulting the other colonies. Resentment took two forms: Plymouth refused to take part at all, while Connecticut refused to wait until June 39. In the meantime, three distinct groups had formed in Fort Saybrook who had little to do but maneuver for position in relation to each other. Throughout the winter Gardiner had been alone with his original garrison. His governor, John Winthrop, Jr., had departed discreetly for the balmier clime of Boston after triggering the hostilities. 40, as of April 1637, the senior John Winthrop noted that Connecticut was unsatisfied, and circumstances imply that Captain Mason then took his men to Saybrook to improve Connecticut's condition. Lieutenant Gardiner's welcome was not as ecstatic as one might expect from a lonesome soldier surrounded by enemies. He immediately wrote to Governor Vane in Massachusetts, purportedly asking for more aid, but with Mason's men there the fort was stronger than it had been all winter. Promptly, as of April 10, the associates of the Saybrook Company dispatched Captain Underhill's company to the fort for fear any advantage should be taken by the adverse party through the weakness of the place. For one John Winthrop, Sr., who wrote that explanation, was never so roundabout in referring to Pequots. By the adverse party he meant the upriver Connecticut settlers, represented by Mason. Underhill's arrival at the fort, with nearly 3 times as many men as Mason had, caused Mason to abandon whatever enterprise he had had in mind, and he returned upriver with his men. Underhill claimed, possibly correctly, to have been sent to take the government of that place for the space of 3 months. 4-2 Mason later contradicted the statement by explicitly referring to Gardiner as chief commander at Saybrook Fort. 4-3 But Gardiner's account is vague about the relative statuses of Underhill and himself. 44 Neither the Connecticut settlers nor the Saybrook Company acted from humanitarian motives by putting men into Gardiner's fort. Both parties had left him alone all winter while he was under constant siege. The ostensible reinforcements of both parties were intended to control the fort rather than the Indians. After Mason returned upriver, Connecticut suddenly acquired a motive for accelerating the tempo of action against the Pequots. The settlers at Wethersfield had dispossessed Sachem Soheg, or Sequin, contrary to their agreement to let him live and make a living in his own lands, and Soheg had gone to the Pequots for retribution. They accepted his cause and attacked Wethersfield. On April 23, 1637, they raided workers in the fields, killing 6 men and 3 women, destroying much property, and taking 2 girls prisoner. It is worth noting that the settlers had previously been so undisturbed and confident that they did not believe the first alarm given by a rider who had seen the Pequots approaching. 45 However the rank and file may have reacted, their leaders did not panic. A week went by before the General Court met at Hartford to act in a manner bearing the stamp of cool deliberation. There was no frenzied running about simply to ward off danger. Instead, the General Court converted the situation to its own advantage by declaring offensive war on the Pequots. 46 Its undeclared reasons were sound and unemotional. Connecticut could gain nothing but security by staying within its prescribed limits of defense, but it could gain rights of conquest over the Pequot territory by beating the Indians in their homeland. That the defiance of Massachusetts' sanction against offensive war was consciously done with foreknowledge of the Bay's displeasure is evidenced by a letter that Thomas Hooker felt constrained to write to John Winthrop, Sr. Without the background of interprovincial competition, the spectacle would be curious indeed. Here was Hooker excusing his people for attacking the enemies of Massachusetts, in spite of what seems like ample provocation. And the excuse was lame. Connecticut's Indian allies, said Hooker, had forced the action. The Indians here, our friends, were so importunate with us to make war presently that unless we had attempted something we had delivered our persons unto contempt of base fear and cowardice, and caused them to turn enemies against us, against our mynds, being constrained by necessity, we have sent out a company. 47 Winthrop, of course, knew how to interpret that, but he had to face the fact that Massachusetts' own blundering and delay had provided Connecticut's opportunity. The contest between the two colonies now turned into a race to see who could get at the Pequots first. Connecticut mobilized a troop of 90 Englishmen under Captain Mason and about 70 Mohegans and River Indians under Uncas. These were instructed to attack Sachem Sassacus at his main fortified village on the Pequot, Thames, River, see Map 2, following. They departed expeditiously, but encountered obstructions at Fort Saybrook, where neither Lieutenant Gardner nor Captain Underhill showed any great enthusiasm for their mission. They were not fitted for such a design, said Gardner, and he raised questions about the competence of Mason's English soldiery as well as the trustworthiness of the Indian allies. Uncas satisfied him as to the latter by killing 4 Pequots of a company that had just passed by the fort. In the matter of English competence, the officer professionals made 2 decisions after 5 or 6 days of argument. They replaced 20 insufficient members of Mason's troop with 20 of the lustiest of the Saybrook garrison and assigned Underhill to command the replacements. The second decision was to avoid a direct attack on Sassacus's strongly defended main village in order to attack instead from the rear with a large contingent of Narragansett auxiliaries. Following their new strategy, the troops embarked for Narragansett Bay. 48 Meantime John Winthrop, Sr., in Massachusetts had become disturbed by the news reaching him, but had been immobilized in his current position of deputy governor by the newly developed hostility of Governor Vane. This difficulty disappeared after the May 17 elections, in which Winthrop's faction elected him governor and routed Vane and the Antinomians. Winthrop promptly sent 40 soldiers by land to Narragansett Bay. 49. Connecticut's men got there first. 50 A runner from Massachusetts' Captain Patrick brought his urgent request for them to wait for his arrival. 51 If anything, it stimulated Connecticut's Mason to quicker action. 52 After disembarking he sent his vessels back to the Pequot River to await his army's arrival by land. Then, with Narragansett guidance and an escort of about 500 warriors, he marched westward to Mystic River, where the Pequot lesser village stood. 53 Mason had chosen this strategy for reasons set forth in his narrative of the affair, as also some other that, he cryptically remarked, I shall forbear to trouble you with. His forbearance becomes understandable as his other reasons emerge from their intended obscurity. Mason proposed to avoid attacking Pequot warriors, which would have overtaxed his unseasoned, unreliable troops. Battle, as such, was not his purpose. Battle is only one of the ways to destroy an enemy's will to fight. Massacre can accomplish the same end with less risk, and Mason had determined that massacre would be his objective. Gardner and Underhill, hardened soldiers though they were, had opposed his plan and had concurred, Mason implied, only after the expedition's chaplain had spent a hard night commending their condition to the Lord and had brought forth clerical approval. 54 All the secondary accounts of the Pequot conquest squeamishly evade confessing the deliberateness of Mason's strategy, and some falsify to conceal it. Mason's own narrative is the best authority on this point. The Massachusetts Puritan's W. William Hubbard brazened out his own misquotation by telling his readers to take it as it was delivered in writing by that valiant, faithful, and prudent commander Capt. Mason. With this emphatic claim to authority he quoted Mason as saying, We had resolved a while not to have burned it the village, but being we could not come at them, I resolved to set it on fire. Despite Hubbard's assertions, these were not Mason's words. His manuscript said bluntly, We had formerly concluded to destroy them by the sword and save the plunder. 5-5 Not only Mason's prior intent to massacre and plunder was suppressed by Hubbard. The rest of Mason's manuscript revealed what sort of inhabitants had been occupying the Mystic River village and proved conclusively that mere victory over them was not enough to satisfy Mason's purpose. After telling how the attack was launched at dawn of May 26, and how entrance to the village was forced, the account continued thus. At length William Hayden, espying the breach in the wigwam, supposing some English might be there, on trade, but in his entrance fell over a dead Indian, but speedily recovering himself, the Indians some fled, others crept under their beds. The Captain Mason going out of the wigwam saw many Indians in the lane or street, he making towards them, they fled, were pursued to the end of the lane, where they were met by Edward Pattison, Thomas Irber, with some others, where 7 of them were slain. As they said, the captain facing about, marched a slow pace up the lane. He came down, perceiving himself very much out of breath, and coming to the other end near the place where he first entrayed, saw 2 soldiers standing close to the palizado with their swords pointed to the ground. The captain told them that we should never kill them after that manner. The captain also said, we must burn them, and immediately stepping into the wigwam where he had been before, brought out a firebrand, and putting it into the mats with which they were covered, set the wigwams on fire. 56. It is terribly clear from this description that the village, stockade though it was, had few warriors at home when the attack took place. Mason claimed that 150 Pequots had reinforced the village only the day before his attack. Both the number and the suggestion that it supplemented a previous garrison find no confirmation in Mason's own account of the proceedings. There is enough testimony, even in Puritan accounts, of Pequot warriors' willingness to fight to the death, so that one may feel confident that the villagers overwhelmed by Mason were not warriors suddenly and uncharacteristically turned craven. 57 Moreover, Increase Mather's version has revealed that the Pequot warriors had guns, a fact that is substantiated by Lieutenant Gardiner's earlier writing, and nowhere in Mason's account of the Mystic Massacre is there mention of Indians with firearms. 58 And if the supposed reinforcements had marched from the major fort at Pequot River to the lesser one at Mystic River, they would have been heading in exactly the opposite direction from the English settlements that Mason said they intended to attack. Such a march would have taken them eastward. Fort Saybrook was to the west, and the upper Connecticut settlements were to the northwest, see Map 2, p. 219. There were no reinforcements, and it was precisely for that reason that Mason struck where he did. Mason and Underhill had had advance intelligence from their Narragansett allies of the Pequot's dispositions, and Mason knew very well that the people at Mystic were the sort who could be destroyed easily by the sword. The wretches crawling under beds and fleeing from Mason's dripping sword were women, children, and feeble old men. The Narragansett allies had dissented sharply from Mason's procedures. After his intention became plain to attack Mystic instead of Sassacus's fort at the Pequot River, hundreds of the Indian allies withdrew. Mason dissembled their motive by accusing them of cowardice. 59, not trusting the remainder to be sufficiently ruthless, Mason and Underhill surrounded Mystic with 2 concentric rings, relegating the remaining Indian allies to the outer one, see Figure 6, following. After firing the village, the English closed up their interior ring, and as desperate Pequots tried to break through, the English intercepted and slew them before they could gain sanctuary among their formerly worst enemies. This episode was reported with some finesse by Captain Underhill in language equivocal enough to mislead the uninitiated but to be understood, with a wink, by his fellow participants. In the following passage from Underhill I have italicized key words: many were burnt in the fort, both men, women, and children. Others forced out, and came in troops to the Indians, 20 and 30 at a time, which our soldiers received and entertained with the point of the sword. Down fell men, women, and children; those that escaped us, fell into the hands of the Indians that were in the rear of us. It is reported by themselves, that there were about 400 souls in this fort, and not above 5 of them escaped out of our hands. 60 Here were the Pequots coming in troops to the Narragansetts, but in order to fall into the hands of the Narragansetts they had to escape the English. The twists of phrase by which Underhill tried to implicate the Narragansetts in the killing were crude enough to reveal the real situation. In a following passage he was candid enough, or boastful enough, to tell of Indian protest against the killing in words that have been robbed of their full power, unfortunately, by semantic change over the centuries. He wrote that, after the slaughter, our Indians came to us, and much rejoiced at our victories, and greatly admired the manner of Englishmen's fight, but cried mock it, that is, it is not, because it is too furious, and slays too many men. 61 In Underhill's day the word admire was used to express astonishment or wonder rather than respect, as in Milton's lines, let none admire / that riches grow in hell, and the word not meant bad or wicked. 62 What Underhill smugly passed on as the Indians' comment was their incredulity at the ruthlessness of the English. The toll of Pequot casualties ranges in estimate from 300 to 700. Of the English, 2 were killed and 20 were wounded, and some 20 of the Allied Indians were also wounded. The Allies complained that they had been shot by Englishmen, and one Englishman even seems to have been killed by his own cohorts in the hail of fire they let loose after igniting the village. They must have shot at everything that moved or seemed to move. Mason's men ran low on ammunition, and he had to beat a retreat to his ships to avoid a real battle with Sassacus's warriors, belatedly on their way to help their mystic kinsfolk. The English retreated by themselves, abandoned by their shocked and guilt-smitten allies. Now came great irony. Finding out somehow about the English attack, the warriors in Sassacus's fort about 5 miles away had rushed to Mystic. They arrived too late. At the sight of the smoldering ruins and corpses they gave way momentarily to disabling grief, then rage revived them, and they plunged after the perpetrators for revenge. They encountered the Narragansetts, who had just then drawn away from the English allies of whom they were so ashamed, and the Pequot's furious attack upon those wavering Narragansetts drove the latter back to the covering fire of the English. 63 The Allies were helped by the timely arrival of the English pinnaces with reserve ammunition and Massachusetts' company of 40 men under Captain Patrick. Thereafter no alternatives but flight, death, or surrender could exist for the demoralized and despairing Pequots. 64 new expeditions were sent out from Massachusetts and Connecticut to harry and destroy the miserable refugees fleeing into the wilderness. A band of 200 Pequots surrendered to the Narragansetts without fight. Only 2 were killed. The rest might have expected humane treatment in accordance with custom. In Roger Williams's words, I understand it would be very grateful to our neighbors the Narragansetts that such Pequots as fall to them be not enslaved, like those which are taken in war, but, as they say is their general custom, be used kindly, have houses and goods and fields given them, because they voluntarily choose to come into them and if not received will to the enemy or turn wild Irish themselves. 65 Such prospects faded when a company of Massachusetts' troops seized the captives from the Narragansetts. According to William Hubbard, the men among them to the number of 30 were turned presently into Charon's ferryboat, under the command of Skipper Gallop, who dispatched them a little without the harbor. The females and children were disposed of according to the will of the conquerors, i.e., the English, some being given to the Narragansetts and other Indians that assisted in the service. 66 The peculiar virtues of Hubbard's style show vividly in this passage. Not many writers could have so concisely insinuated that the English were really the conquerors of a group taken by the Narragansetts, at the same time suggesting that the Narragansetts bore some responsibility for an atrocity against which they protested. And his sprightly reference to Charon's ferryboat speaks volumes about Puritan wit. For present purposes we need not pursue every last band of Pequots to its capture and final disposition. There were more atrocities. The whole story of the Pequot War is one long atrocity. It is enough here to say that the Pequots scattered far and wide. Some found their way to Long Island. Others, including Chief Sachem Sassacus, took the tribal wampum treasury to the Mohawks and tried to purchase sanctuary, but the Mohawks killed Sassacus perhaps because of their alliance with the Narragansetts, or because of fear of the English, or for other reasons. Most of the surviving Pequots hid themselves among Uncas's Mohegans and the eastern Nyantics. Uncas, who had been unable before the war to count more than 50 warriors in his following, suddenly emerged as the ruler of hundreds. Englishmen could not distinguish between a Pequot and a Mohegan. The difference indeed had been political rather than cultural, but the Narragansetts knew the names and pedigrees of individual persons, and they frequently complained to Roger Williams that Uncas had reaped the harvest of their own sweat and sacrifice. The old Narragansett-Pequot feud had not been ended, after all, it had simply become a Narragansett-Mohegan feud, and its rumblings momentarily threatened war once more. However, it wore an important new aspect. Whereas formerly the Pequots had made a treaty with Massachusetts, now the Mohegans were clients of Connecticut. The Narragansetts continued to hold to their wartime treaty with Massachusetts. Uncas of the Mohegans and Miantonimo of the Narragansetts quarreled for reasons of their own, and their animosity was heightened by the continuing quarrel of Connecticut and Massachusetts. While the Indians struggled for larger shares of the Pequots' persons and former tributaries, the Englishmen strove for wampum and the Pequots' former lands. 67 The purported cause of the Pequot conquest was quite forgotten. In the wrangling over real issues, nobody bothered to pursue justice for the killer of Captain Stone, who walked abroad flaunting his identity. In June 1639 the Dutchman David de Vries met him near the mouth of the Connecticut River and was struck by his scarlet mantle. "I inquired," wrote de Vries, "how he came by the mantle. He had some time ago killed one Captain Stone, with his people, in a bark, from whom he had obtained these clothes. 6-8 That was as much attention as he got. He had served the Puritans' purpose, and they were now giving their energies to interests that had all along lain behind their voluble concern over Captain Stone." The Pequot conquest did not bring interracial peace to New England. Rather it brought a new set of conflicting alliances in which Indians, as junior partners, fought each other in ways that were permitted and encouraged for particular purposes of particular Puritan colonies. Pequots reconstituted as Mohegans fought Connecticut's covert war against the Narragansetts, which was, at second hand, a struggle with Massachusetts. Uncas understood his dependence and willingly played his role, but though he pulled the trigger, Connecticut provided the gun and prescribed its target. To the English the experience seemed to prove that they could conquer Indians at will. They gloried in the terror that their conquests had inspired, and they labored as needed to keep it alive. The terror was very real among the Indians, but in time they came to meditate upon its foundations. They drew 3 lessons from the Pequot War: 1. That the Englishman's most solemn pledge would be broken whenever obligation conflicted with advantage; 2. That the English way of war had no limit of scruple or mercy; and 3. That weapons of Indian making were almost useless against weapons of European manufacture. These lessons the Indians took to heart. Chapter 14 To the Apostles to the Indians. After the Pequots it was the Narragansetts' turn to be marked down for conquest. This populous tribe occupied one of the most attractive situations in New England, and its territory had never been granted to any colony by royal charter, see Map I, Chapter 12, and Map 3, Chapter 15. For this very reason hundreds of adventurers and religious dissidents settled along the west shore of Narragansett Bay and on the Bay's islands, well beyond the rule of Puritan magistrates. Some, like Roger Williams, obtained permission from native chiefs, others simply elbowed their way in and dared the Indians to move against them. At another time they might have been made to regret their intrusion, but the revelations of the Pequot conquest left the Narragansetts shy of challenging Englishmen. The intruders were almost as averse as the natives to a Puritan conquest. Having created simple institutions of self-government, and seeing almost limitless opportunities to make themselves rich under their own rule, they had no wish to see their prospects blighted by the Puritan oligarchy. Their independence would vanish on the instant that Massachusetts or Connecticut acquired rights of conquest over the Narragansetts. Unlike the Pequots, therefore, the Narragansetts acquired English allies, weak ones, true enough, but as vociferous and legalistic as the Puritans themselves, and with attentive correspondents in London. Accordingly, the Narragansett conquest became a much more complex and prolonged affair than the Pequot conquest. Until 1675, Massachusetts and Connecticut, singly or together, mounted successive diplomatic and military offensives against the Narragansetts, and each time the Indians were assisted by Rhode Islanders of one stripe or another to wiggle free of subjection. The luck of the Narragansetts finally ran out, and their tribe was destroyed in the climactic violence of the Second Puritan Conquest. In order to understand that